makes me so special?
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact
because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuk's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision. right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something. They've known this since the 1400s. They have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical, is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
No, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's 2 things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're 2 different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have 1 data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
That's literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took 1 measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something, it's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, that so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements, you're looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7.6R, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7.6R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm
I like where it's going.
I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
Haven't even
That's what that's what I've been saying. He was
Yeah.
like, and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
And the
his
thing
point.
is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at, 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right. Jesse's back, Indio.
Where were we? Oh, yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, it was the so-called standard.
So, yeah, that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would allegedly due to standard atmospheric
Due to magic.
refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of
I
light.
need to ask you: is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model
explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
No. 76R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying?
Oh.
That's what Globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation. I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about, 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem, is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right. Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately, and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level, or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level?
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. And reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows who's ever shot a gun that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device The only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet? No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in. But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles... And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly. Right. Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenelian eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there, and then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
Was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tidal, and if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay, your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer, even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Yeah, listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light. If that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah.
Yours.
I mean, technically,
Well,
the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure what they.
Sorry, none of them are of the geometric horizon, the curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in three-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where
when
the color field, where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change, that demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
Is what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
point. Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target. I take a picture through the telescope, then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2. And take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep. Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so closed-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in 3-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in 3-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Velkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race Channel.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I know.
Oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an ox and the moron.
I've been around.
We'll be around more often.
Well, I seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I gotcha.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on. So,
what about the turkey?
Shorter.
Not done yet.
No,
it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too bloody bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream, and I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so
Oh, appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a
hang
unicorn
out
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, Kiwi.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of business.
Models now. This is pretty funny.
No, come on, let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right, so you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry, and so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted. And therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, Kiwi?
It doesn't do it for me.
Little too intellectual, I know.
A little too
Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply that?
No buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. The mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you were a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave. Light's not a wave. As it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. You see the context? Is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. How's a picture right down here on the bottom? You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
it's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser beam curving upward.
It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. Our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon is where we see them. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like, there's miraging. There's, like, they posted Fata Morgana there. And even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the water line on the ship, that I would not be able to see the water line on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed. It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it. Because even in the paper on refraction, what is already physically obstructed will not reappear. In other words, like, let's say the bottom of something is cut off because of physical obstruction, and then it begins to loom. So it does that Fata Morgana thing. Well, what's going to happen is it's still going to appear to be cut off by that physical obstruction. More of it is not going to appear. And what's more is that paper specifically is talking about things that are perpendicular to the surface of the water, which means the horizon doesn't loom and the horizon doesn't sink.
Yeah, so I want to add a caveat to that, if I can. So when you take a camera and you level the camera and you point it out at the horizon, what you'll generally see is roughly 50-50 distribution, as long as you maintain the level on the camera. So the top half of the image will generally be sky, the bottom half of the image will generally be ocean. And now you're going to have a very fine up and down in the center there. Now, when you angle the camera downwards, the majority of the bottom portion, right, will now creep up on your image. So you'll have like 75% water and 25% sky. That is because you've changed the angles that the light is entering the optic, right? So then they're being redirected onto a portion of the sensor, which causes it to render the majority of the image as water. Now, if it's true that refraction is causing a myriad of angles of entry possible to the camera, then why is it that with a level camera, you never see a 75% filled water in the image?
Because the refraction isn't strong enough, maybe?
Well, light, does it not go out in all directions from the target object, and is it not taking multitude of paths based on this assumption that light is curving every time it hits a different gradient?
Well, the only paths that get photographed are those which enter the lens. All the rest don't get photographed, right? But the bigger point is, if let's say we have a camera that's got 45 degrees of vertical field of view, we point it down 22.5, and that makes the picture 75% full of water, right?
No, the point I'm making, friend, is everything seems to appear to be up or down, looming, sinking, etc., in relation to the horizon. The horizon appears to us to be extended out into the distance further based on demarcation points, such as in the Black Swan being the oil rigs. So it's either what appears to us to be a greater or further distance. But generally, when we photograph from the same altitude, the horizon is pretty much in the middle, and everything else is up or down. Why isn't the horizon going up or down?
Well, it does. If the camera is actually level, the horizon does go up or down a little bit, depending on the conditions. Right?
Right. But in what range of tolerance?
Oh, I think I've seen it go up a couple arc minutes above eye level on some days, and then, of course, other days it's slightly below eye level.
Right. So, at the end of the day, what does that tell you?
Well, obviously it can't be both, and I'm pretty sure the water isn't 40 feet above me when I'm standing there looking at it, because it would rush in on me, right?
Right. So what does all of that tell you?
Well,
nothing is ever consistently where it should be, theoretically.
Well, yeah, my experience is that when my line of sight is right close to the water, all bets are off. The horizon and things floating on the water a bit out can either appear above eye level or below eye level.
Right. So what you're looking at is all optical effects, right? That's all it can be in principle.
Well,
and
I know
you can't know the angles. You can't know the angles to the objects because you can't even be sure where the horizon is at any given moment.
Right. I know the variation has to be optical effects because I'm pretty sure the whole ocean isn't tipping up and tipping down. But that doesn't tell me what the actual physical angle would be if I didn't have the variations of the optical effect.
No, the point is that you can never know the exact physical angle to an object at distance based on optical equipment.
Right. Nothing in this life is exact.
You can't validate the path of light. The angle of reception can't be validated all the way back to the target object. But yet the globe proponents require the assumption of that validation, right? And they say that it fits perfectly with the globe. Yet there's myriad of observations that are beyond the limits that the globe claims are possible. So at the end of the day, both sides are left with things in the distance are optical effects. So why is it that the globe gets to claim geometric considerations over it and say, oh, if this is higher than this line or lower than that line, then the Earth can't possibly be flat, while simultaneously believing that light takes a myriad of paths through the atmosphere? It's like, okay, if the Earth is flat, then that means that light must be straight line rays that act in an ideal fashion. But if the Earth is a globe, light goes every which way to prove the Earth is a globe, no matter what observation you show me. That is unfalsifiable bullshit, brother.
Well,
so with that being said, I summarily dismiss all of your observations. Case closed. Next. You could continue with anybody else if you want, but I rested my case quite thoroughly and unequivocally.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
On your 105-mile observation, did you compensate for the tilt?
For which tilt?
Tilted the mountain away from you.
No, I just
So 1.5 degrees. Did you know that?
What's that?
It's supposed to be 1.5 degrees at that distance.
What is
the mountain is supposed to be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Oh, Mount Shasta, the target mountain.
Yeah. Can Can you see 1.5 degrees?
No, not at that distance.
It's a degree, dude. Doesn't matter what the distance is, it's a degree.
So I'm not sure I'm following. So we've got this kind of conical mountain, and
it's tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Right. How would I determine if it was or not?
Well, it's going to change your angular size measurements, and it's going to change the height of the mountain. See, what is the point of all this, everything that I brought up? Remember what I said, you're cherry-picking data, your data's too clean? I've mentioned about, 5, 6 uncertainties or variables, things you didn't know about that you didn't take into account, but somehow your data matches. How is that even possible? Think about it for a second.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I gave you the answer. It's called cherry picking.
Well, I certainly didn't cherry pick the 30 shots to the mountain that's 75 miles away, all from the same location to the same target.
Yeah, you took how many?
30 of them.
Over how long of a time period?
A couple. I think there's dates from like 3 different years, but they're not all consecutive or something. But different times of year and different times of day.
But where in those is Earth curve?
Well, that's just a single point measurement to gauge the consistency of my method, right? Because we all want to know if our method is consistent.
So this is... so let me get this right. You did a bunch of measurements from one location, and you've extrapolated that out to all the measurements you've ever done.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's not really how that works, but...
Well, how would I go about this? Let's say I were just...
regular surveyor do it. What do they actually do in surveying? So what is geodetic surveying about your level? It says it's only level at that point. The plumb is only at that point. At the point of the theodolite. Not at some region of space out there somewhere. This is what geodetic surveying says, not what I say.
Right? But
so what do they do? They take a measurement and then they do a horizontal reduction.
Yep.
But neither you nor I want to trust geodetic surveyors, right? Because they say the Earth is a globe, right?
You're testing. No, dude. Are the elevations that you're getting, are they based upon a globe? When you Google the elevation of where you are and what you're looking at, is that a globe?
No.
They're just listed above mean sea level.
Right.
Yeah, but how did they find mean sea level, and how did they find the elevation of your location? The elevation above sea level.
Well, in my case, I'm not that far from sea level, so they could have just measured the average sea level for a while and come up with a mean sea level.
Yeah, and then measured the height of the mountain. Now,
and then the mountain also is not too far from salt water.
So they're going to measure the angle, right? They're going to take level. They're going to measure the angle. Now, the elevation they come up with, if they presuppose a flat Earth versus presuppose a globe, are they going to come up with different values?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that the mountain height and the observer height are not relative to what sea level would be at that location?
No, what I'm saying is that the elevation of, say, Mount Shasta, or whatever mountain you're looking at from sea level, the angle you measure, right? So say I level the instrument and I measure a 1 degree angle. Now, if I know it's 100 miles away. Now, if I think it's a globe of 3,959 mile radius, that amount that I see is going to mean one thing. But if I don't assume that, it's going to mean another thing, right? Because you think that the mountain is, if it's a globe, then the mountain is sinking. And then if I can see 1 degree of it, that means some of it is underneath the hump, right? So this is how geodetic surveying actually works. So these elevations and heights, they're based upon...
Hold on just a second.
They're based upon an ellipsoid. They're not just measurements. They're measurements that have been mathematically treated. I want to agree with. I want to deal with that too. What Joyce just posted too. Hold on a second. My oven's beeping again. I'm cooking a bunch of shit. So hold on.
Yeah, what Indio's trying to say there is, okay, from Helmert, Mathematical Theories and Principles of Higher Geodesy. Though the Earth can't be reached surface-wise everywhere, it has been made possible to get a general shape of the Earth based on a law of formation, and whose principles are the assumption of a rotating body and an inward gravitational force. Oh, so is it the case that they're just measuring the Earth and applying a metrics of hard measurements against each other? No, they're applying them through a law of formation in which the globe Earth, having a radius, being a rotating body around an axis, and having an inward gravitational force are assumed and applied in the first instance before they give the final result. So it's not the case that they're just quote unquote measuring the Earth.
I mean, that would be silly.
Since you were gone, Jesse, that was quotes from Helmert, Mathematical Principles and Theories of Higher Geodesy. 2-volume set, over 1,200 pages. Legit, the real deal, Shaquille. So when you ask how do they do geodesy, they just go measure the Earth is not the answer. The answer of how they do quote-unquote geodesy in total is they assume the Earth's a globe in the first instance. And they shove their measurements up an ass of a matrix of transformation to fit their data to a globe.
Yeah, and then you're taking a derivative of that and saying my derivative, their values that they generated match a globe. Yeah, well, no shit.
So let's just say I want to do my own research. I don't trust geodesists, and I don't, whatever.
Trust got to do with anything. Why do you keep bringing up trust? What the fuck does trust got to do with anything?
Well, in other words, let's say I don't want to cite
your family, trust your friends. Like, what the hell does trust have to do with anything else?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say I don't want to just depend on the words of the mainstream surveyors and the geodesists and whatever. Let's say I want to do my own research.
They tell you they're doing it. It's not their word. It's not our word. They say they're doing it. They're saying that they're reducing shit to a fucking Clark ellipsoid. Or in the case of the WGS-84 ellipsoid, that they're taking measurements, that they're doing a horizontal reduction to the so-called surface of this ellipsoid, assuming that a plumb line must goddamn curve in order to do it, right? We're not saying it, they're saying it. Of course they're going to get the result they want because the finished product is an ellipsoid, right? So I could take all the math in the world, and if I just projected the points on an ellipsoid, it's going to be an ellipsoid. No matter what. Right? So they have a premise. They have an assumption. A mathematical surface that they're projecting the points onto. They say it, not us. So the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. Now, reference ellipsoid. It's a reference. And then the geode is the imaginary sea level. As if the sea was going under the mountain you're on. So when you do a site reduction, you're reducing it to, like, the ellipsoid. And then you get the tilt and all that shit from the fucking geode. But the point is that you could just go, like, to the edge of the sea, right? And you could measure the top of the mountain. Right?
Right.
And you could take an altimeter. and go to the top of the mountain and do the altimeter reading. Right?
Yeah.
And don't do any calibration. Don't fucking say, oh, this altimeter says it's 3,000 miles. Just get the pressure. Then you find a second mountain. Then you do the same methodology, assuming a flat Earth, get its height. Then you take your altimeter and go up there and look at the pressure and see if the pressure difference is different based upon your different measured elevations, right? And then you create a calibration using that scale, right? Then you take a third mountain. And you don't even measure that. You go up with the altimeter, say, well, according to my calculations, it says this should be a 3,000-foot mountain. Then you go back down and you measure the height of that mountain, see if it matches. It's pretty simple. And obviously, it's time consuming. It's not simple in actually doing it. Obviously, it's time consuming, takes effort. I'm not in work. I'm not going to just dismiss that. It's like brushing your teeth. It's not that simple. But I mean, this stuff can be done, and you're not assuming anything. And you know what you're going to get? You're going to get the Earth's flat because you had a starting assumption, and it's going to be verified with an altimeter.
But
do you understand what I'm saying?
Wouldn't the same results be had on a globe, though?
You could literally fucking choose any arbitrary surface. Pineapple, pretzel, pizza, frickin' you name it. You have a starting assumption. So when they have an altimeter, right? Okay. So you're at a mountain. So when they invented the altimeter, how did they calibrate that, you think? They probably took it to sea level, right?
Probably, yeah.
Got the pressure. Then they took it on top of something what they thought was a known elevation. And that elevation was measured using so-called geodesy, right? So they have the globe height. And they said, oh, this mountain's 5,000 feet high. When it reads this pressure, I must be at 5,000 feet. Right? And they go all over the world doing the exact same thing. It's called affirming the consequent. It's just circular logic. But if they assumed a flat Earth, they could use the same procedure. Take the pressure at sea level, say this is zero elevation, take it on top of a mountain, and say this mountain's 8,000 feet. But instead of saying it's 8,000 feet up 100 miles away from the ocean, that sea level, I'll say it's not curving in that it's flat from the ocean to here. And now instead of being 8,000 feet, it's 4,000 feet. Because typically, we don't have actual vertical measurements of mountains. There's no mountain that's like a sheer cliff that somebody took a tape measure and threw it off the edge of the cliff and measured the height of the mountain. And then no mountain goes right to the sea anyway. So it wouldn't even be at sea level. So you're going to have a rise in elevation regardless. The point is a lot of this is just, it's affirming the consequent. And what AI was saying is that all these things, these optical observations, and that's what they are. They're optical observations. All you're really measuring is an angle that the light is hitting the camera or the device. That's it. And it's only valid at that point. And there are tons of variables. Like I said, especially for the globe. The globe just adds more variables. It's like if you wanted to apply Occam's razor is it's not a globe because you have to make a very convoluted freaking mental construct to even support that for 5 seconds.
Yeah, dude, you need a 2-volume set, 1,200 pages long.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about Helmert's mathematical fucking and higher theories of geodesy is something like 1,200 pages, 2 volumes, and it's all freaking formulas. And it starts off with saying, "Oh well, we can't measure everywhere." So we assume a theory of formation and a rotation of the Earth. So we come up with this geode thing that we're going to just project our measurements onto. So I want to show you another thing, Jesse. I don't know if I brought this up to you before. Do you see this? Fuck, it's wicked small. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah.
You've seen that before, right? Do you think that this is an accurate representation of how it works? Refraction works? In reality? Have I shown you this before?
No, Drace did last night.
Okay. So you see how the light ray is coming down from the mountain to the person's eye?
Uh-huh.
So, but it's the actual, like, okay, so you have the real mountain and then the illusionary mountain that's above it. Right? So the ray that's hitting this person's eye seems to be coming out horizontal from the mountain. You realize that his viewpoint would, when he looks, even though the mountain appears elevated, the image of the mountain is going to be the light that came in the direction of where he was horizontal. It's not going to look like he's underneath the mountain.
I'm not sure I'm following. It looks like he's seeing the mountain higher than it is.
Listen, this graphic is backwards. It should not appear like the mountain is elevated because the light comes to you. It should appear as... The mountain should look as if you are looking at it from an elevated position.
Oh, the curve would be the other way?
No, I'm not talking about curve. I'm talking about this is refraction. This is not the curve's the other way. It would appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. Because the light that reaches your eye... I'm going to use a better graphic.
Thanks.
That shit sucks. That thing is just... Nothing against Drace, it's just too small. Here, I'm going to show you. Fuck, it's even smaller. Just give me a second. I just have to fiddle with this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Here, can you see that?
Let me look. Yes.
So, you see how it shows a ray that's curving, right? It goes from the top of sail, top of the mast. It's curving down to this person in this little motorboat.
Uh-huh.
Well, that ray, the normal path of that ray would be up here into the sky. You would have to be, it would look like you were elevated at that position.
You mean to an observer at the top of the mast?
The illusion would appear as if you are a higher position than where you are. Because the light ray that's hitting your eye is a ray that comes from an angle that's going towards a higher position. Now, say there was no refraction, right? So the red arrow, the red line and the red arrow, that would be the non-refracted path. So that's the ray that you would see if there was no refraction. And then this is the other one, the curved one that goes down to the guy in the motorboat. That's the refracted ray. But the optical illusion is as if you're looking at it from the higher viewpoint. Their graphic is just wrong. Because for it to be coming from this, to look like this, would have to be coming from the bottom. So that would be a concave ray that would make it look like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
think so.
See how it shows you elevated so it shows the dotted outline of the boat, right? But he's looking at it from underneath. The optical illusion is if the boat is picked up and he is underneath it, right?
And is that not what often happens at the shore?
That you're underneath it?
No, that it appears above you.
Its spatial position is irrelevant. Doesn't matter if it's up or down. That's not the point. The point is the rays of light that are reaching your eye. What angle did they leave the object from? Whatever angle they left the object from that's what it's going to appear your viewpoint is from. So say we had some crazy refraction where the rays of light bent to your eye came only from directly above the boat, and they did a U-turn and came back down, and you looked up in your sky and you saw the mirage of a boat. It would look like as if you're looking at it from the top.
But you'd be looking up at it from the top, right?
But you'd be looking straight up over your head, but you would see an image of the top you would see an image of looking at the boat from above it.
Right.
Okay. That's why this graphic is wrong. Because the ray, for it to take this path of light, the initial trajectory, the ray that follows this trajectory originally would have been, 30 feet above this boat. So if there was no refraction, and I was 30 feet above the boat, whatever image that is, that's the image I'm going to see with refraction at the boat.
So we're agreeing that the path of light is curved. We just don't agree on the direction that it curves.
No, what I'm saying is that nobody actually observes this. Nobody actually observes so-called refraction, where things are so-called being picked up, but it's as if you're looking down on the object. Right? When you did your observation, right, of your sign, right? Uh-huh. And the sea appeared picked up. It did not appear like you got picked up, and now that you're looking at the sign to the waves lashing against the boat from a higher position, did it?
Well, there wasn't a lot of waves at all, really. But I mean,
what I'm saying is, it didn't seem. The image doesn't seem like you picked the camera up. Like if I took the refracted image and I waited for some crazy day without refraction, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a picture at the elevation that matches this. If I put the camera up 30 feet, it isn't going to be that. It isn't going to look like that.
I don't know. It might.
Listen, there is no I don't know. Because light, a source of light, reflected or a primary source, right? The source that generates the light itself. Light is sent off in all directions, right? Every direction, spherically in every direction.
Right.
So a particular ray, let's call it a ray for the purpose of this, even though they're not actually rays. Let's just call them rays. A particular ray will reach the eye. And that ray had an initial direction when it left the object.
Right.
And if it curves, right, curves down, right? So say it's ejected from the object at a 45-degree angle up, but it curves down into some dude sitting in a motorboat. Well, if it continued on that 45-degree path, it would reach some point that's looking down at the object at a 45-degree angle. That's the ray you're going to see. The ray that left the object at a 45-degree angle above it. That's what it's going to look like. These graphics are I wouldn't call them deceptive. Maybe they just don't know. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Because if you look at, have you ever seen? I'll find another one with a fish. They always show the fish one. Hold on a second. Fraction fish, where the fish appears displaced in the water, right?
Right.
Here's one. That's actually not a good one. It sucks. Look at this. See how the light rays coming from the top of the fish? It's going up to the water. And it's bending.
Uh-huh.
And because of the way we see and the way our distance cues are, so we see the fish, the light is hitting our eye from a certain direction, but the light that's hitting us from a certain direction originated at the fish at the top, not from the front.
Right.
So if you actually ever seen this in real life, you don't see the fish's eyeballs. You still see this top of the fish, but he's moved over a foot.
Right. I've seen it.
Okay, yes, exactly. So you've seen it. You're not seeing the fish. You're not seeing the fish as if he's just like, just moved to the side. You still see the top of the fish, but the top of the fish is moved over. Right? As opposed to the fish, as opposed to if you were in the water, right? Or there was no refraction and you were just looking at a fish from an angle. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. So these graphics that show something just picked up as if you're looking from underneath it, no one's ever observed anything like this ever.
Well, naturally, the amount of bending that you get over water is not measured in so many degrees as a fish would be, but rather, say, arc minutes, a fraction of a degree, right?
Yeah. I understand all that. But the thing is, what is it going to look like? Like, I know it's a little bit subjective. Should it look like this? Should it look like that? But we know that if the light is doing this arc, that means the origination of that light, your viewpoint will appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. It isn't going to appear as if it is picked up. Right? I can see more of this boat than I should. Right? I should see, well, if it's a globe, then I should see, 10 feet of it, but instead I see 100 feet. It's because that boat is getting picked up over the horizon. That is not it. That is definitely not it. It should be, the light that was going to a point that would normally be 100 feet over my head, that's the light that's reaching my eye. So whatever view you do, if anything's being refracted up, it should actually look like as if you're looking at it from a higher vantage point.
But if the refraction only gives you a vantage point of, say, 100 feet at several miles, that's still an extremely shallow angle.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you tell the difference between, I've done this test myself, 15 feet above sea level versus 100 feet above sea level?
You mean how much of the top of a ship you can see?
Just looking at the ocean. Just looking at the ocean, shit's out in the sea. Can you tell the difference between looking at it from 15 feet above sea level, what everything looks like out in the ocean in front of you, versus 100 feet above sea level and looking at the ocean? It's very easy to see the difference in the angles of everything out there. It's easy to detect. It's easy to detect like a difference in elevation of like 20 feet. But there's so much refraction being claimed and things being lifted up. If you stick it in the calculator, you're hundreds of feet higher than what you're supposed to be. That's how it should look, as if you were elevated hundreds of feet and you're looking over the horizon even more. Not that the objects in the distance are picked up.
So if I were, let's say...
Yeah, you just posted this, right? You just posted this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's 40 feet.
Why can't I see the top of the building? Why can't I see the top of the building surface? When you pick up an elevation, I should be able to see things that are like my eye line's parallel with the top of the building. If I look at it from a higher viewpoint, then it's not parallel. I should see some of the surface. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Things are not appearing in the bottom image. There's there's mad mirroring here. Why did you use this?
It's what I had. That's what was there. I took a picture of it.
Dude, there's mad mirroring. You see that?
Oh, absolutely. They both do, actually.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see the other one. Anyway, the point of what I'm saying is the refraction claim, the refraction claim of, we see things picked up from or under the horizon. That's not even how it should look. It's not even an accurate description of what the physics should be.
Well,
so have you ever seen have you ever heard the term Flying Dutchman?
I have heard the term. I think it's about a mythical ship that sailors like to come back and tell about during their drunken parties.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it kind of evolved to. But there was the other one where, it's a common observation in the Arctic to see ships or icebergs floating above the water, just hovering. Right, hovering in the air.
Uh-huh.
Have you heard it? This is what looming actually is. Ship floating above the water. Above the horizon. Not on the horizon, above the horizon. Ship floating up in the air. None of these observations are as if the person is looking down on the iceberg from this lifted up thing. But the only way for light to bend in the way you think, this curvature, curved down light bending, the only way this can happen is if the light ray starts at an angle from the source. And it isn't just me that says it. So Drace actually posted something a ways up. I don't know if he brought it up before. So this model, this model they made after the fact of what do you call it? A laser test they did. So in order he used standard refraction. He used David Bricker right here. So he used the standard using the 1972 standard atmosphere. He'd model refraction across a 150 kilometer light path. Right? So cool things, right?
What exactly did he do?
Well, they did a laser experiment, a 3-frequency laser experiment in Hawaii, and as part of his master's thesis, because he was part of the research team, right? This is after the experiment. He modeled how the light should behave using the 1972 standard atmosphere. So he modeled it with ray tracing, the so-called predicted curvature of the ray. And it turns out that it didn't match reality. But he didn't make the prediction first. So I just think a graphic I want to show you.
You know, I think you gave me something about that a while back, and I read it, and it didn't seem to me that he was saying what I thought you were saying he said, but now I've forgotten what the details were. Could I reread that and then we could discuss it?
Well, no, I just want to show you this particular graphic. Okay. It's not even, or I can just read you the part. Hold on. In order for the ray to reach its predefined endpoint, the laser beam must be aimed slightly above the target to correct for atmospheric refraction. Right?
Do you believe that?
That's your model, dude.
I'm not championing a model. I'm trying to just understand
that's the refraction model where light you didn't observe curving down rays, dude. You inferred that from your observation. You didn't observe it.
Well, I measured the angle of incidence.
Okay.
And they were arriving.
Yeah, that's fine. But it's an inference. It's an inference. It's not an observation. You didn't measure a curved ray.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't measure a curved ray. You inferred that based upon what other globers have told you about what rays of light bending down towards gradients.
Well, I measured it angle of arrival, its angle of incidence, and it was coming from a direction where I know the target is not. So logically, it couldn't have followed a straight path and arrived from a direction where the target is not, right?
Yeah, but you have no idea where it deviated from the straight path.
Oh, okay.
And you have also no idea, like, what it could have, like I said, it could be concave ray.
What's that?
It could have been a concave ray. It could have been. We're getting up the point.
Wouldn't that have caused the ship?
So in the point, I just don't want to get away from what I was talking about before we go way down that rabbit hole. Okay, so I'm going to just take a screenshot of this. Hold on, I want to show you. This is not my this is the claim, dude. This is the claim of atmospheric refraction bending light rays down. This shit has to be true. It's not optional. What I'm saying about like what it should look like, it's not optional. It has to be true. So this is a graph of the path. It has to reach 60 meters above where the laser starts and above where the end point is. Because it has to arc. Because it's always bending down. So if it's always bending down, you have to aim up. Otherwise, it'll just bend right down into the ground, right?
Right.
It'll never reach the target, right? Think about it like this, right? I'm shooting a bullet. I can't aim right. If it's 1,000 meters, I can't aim right at the target. The bullet has drop, right? So I have to aim up a little bit so that the bullet takes a parabolic arc and drops into the target. Well, this light ray is doing the same thing. If it has this constant gradient drop, then you have to aim up for it to drop into the target. Right? So that means the only light rays that are ever going to hit a target, your theodolite, the camera, my eyes, are going to be the rays that are aimed up. And the rays that are aimed up is going to make the view look like as if I'm looking at it from an elevated position, as if I am above it. This is a necessity. It isn't like an optional thing. And this is an Achilles heel for all this lifted up over the horizon shit. Because nothing ever looks like you're looking at it from above it. Especially like the Black Swan. So take the Black Swan, for instance. Does it look like you're looking at those oil rigs from up above them? Or as if you're still below them? But they're supposed to all be being lifted up. Fucking, the ocean too. So the ocean, because we're talking about the horizon, so the ocean has to be lifted up as if you're looking from above it. Actually, it's not being lifted up. You're being lifted up. Your viewpoint. Because the rays that would reach that viewpoint are the ones that you're seeing. The rays that would reach the 100-meter viewpoint are being bent down to the 15-meter viewpoint, and that's what I see, as if I'm viewing from 100 meters high. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Then there is no argument. There's really nothing nobody can say about it. That's just the way it is. This is the model. You can't, it's just the way it is. And it's not me, being a dick. This is what the model says has to happen in order for this to be a legitimate hypothesis for why you can see things that are too far. It has to happen this way. It can't happen another way. I mean, it can, but then it isn't going to be like it bends down, curving all the time. It would have to be something else.
So let's put some numbers on this. The building I showed you in that picture that showed it from two different heights was 21.2 miles away. According to the standard refraction claim, the change in angle would be 0.023 degrees. So that would be the equivalent of being raised up enough to be looking at the building from less than 0.03 degrees. Do you really think a building 20 miles away would look any different from a 0.03 degree angle difference? could you really see much of the top being only 0.023 degrees up?
Probably not, but that's a little deceptive.
How so?
Okay. So how much of the building is missing?
It depends on the observer height.
Oh, really?
Well, in my location, yeah, because it's kind of a cold area here, so we don't get as many hot days. So
this is taken 40 feet above sea level, and this is taken 100 feet above sea level.
Right, you can see more of the building is visible on the from the higher observer location.
Okay, and why do you think that is? Because you're seeing over the curve of the Earth.
Well, I mean, it sort of matches the globe prediction, but I'm not saying what causes it.
How does it match the globe prediction?
Well, if you go to the Earth curve calculator and put in those two heights and estimate how much of the building should be missing, it's 180 7-foot tall building standing on about a 50-ish foot high hill. So you can kind of figure out how much of the building should be obscured if the Earth was a globe, and it's reasonably close for whatever reason.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. The bottom image, that mirage line. If that was gone, what do you think we'd see? Water?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think it might look like the top image?
I don't think so, because the further down I go, the more gets obscured, and they all have that certain mirage line, but it's kind of similar in each case.
Okay, lower down you go, changes your angle to the building, right?
Right, and at 21 miles, that changes a very slight change.
So if there's a marine layer that's 2 meters, say, at however distance it arises, say there's a marine layer where this miraging is, this mirroring is happening. Marine layer of air, some turbulent air, whatever the hell, right? It's cutting it up, it's 2 meters. Isn't going down, now it's the same as like having a brick wall there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why
there's a brick wall there. If I'm at one elevation, I can see over the brick wall and I can see more of these buildings. But if I lower myself down lower than the top of the brick wall and then I keep lowering myself, I'm not going to see any of those buildings.
Right. No, I get that.
So this marine layer is just blocking everything.
Yeah, I'm not making any argument from the obscured bottom. You just asked what
I'm
that
saying,
building looked like from different heights.
You're comparing two things, right? You're comparing from one elevation, shit's all mirrored. Obviously, there's some condition of the air that's not letting the so-called true light get through, right? And what you're getting is light that is reflected or refracted or something. It's hard to know where it's being reflected. See, because this mirroring, it could be a reflection or it could be refraction. It's hard to say. I tend to think it's a reflection.
Yeah, my only point with that two pictures was it illustrates how the top of the building appears from two different elevations that are 0.03 degrees apart. Those two heights are roughly 0.03 degrees apart. So if you take a picture of the top of that building and then you go up a 0.03 degrees and you take another picture, that's what it looks like. And I don't think
the problem. Hold on. The problem with difference of comparison is because of the clarity of the images. Because I can see a difference. I can see the difference in elevation.
It's definitely more clear at the higher elevation.
Look, so you got the arrow at the bottom where it says View Towers, right? And it has the big, the white building. It's dead center of the image. Well, not almost dead center. Okay, look at that. Look at the line of the roof, right?
Uh-huh.
And then look at the other one, the line of the roof. Does it appear elevate? It appears to be an elevated position to me. It appears like you're higher relative to that building.
Oh, you mean because of how
It just does to me. It appears like this does not look like, regardless of being cut off or not seeing the bottom, just the angle that you're looking at all these buildings appears to be from a more elevated position.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you could tell because I didn't particularly level the camera. I just pointed it and shot. So if I had pointed the camera down, the building would look higher, right?
No, what I'm saying is the angle that you're looking at the buildings, just the angle. One appears as if you're looking like straight across, and the other one appears as if you're looking at it from an elevated position.
Well,
to me, it does.
I still can't see the top surface on either one of them, but anyway.
Yeah, but the bottom one looks like you're looking at it from underneath.
Why? How do you figure? They were both below eye level.
How are these buildings below eye level? Let me see that.
I mean, if you like take a auto level or a water tube level or whatever and set it up, that building appears below eye level. If you're, I did it at 58 feet. I haven't done it actually at 48 or 40 feet, but it was enough below eye level at 58 feet eye level that it probably, the top would probably be right at eye level for the 40-foot observer.
Well, I'm just doing something. I know weirdos always send me freaking friend requests.
Hey, I sent you one once. Of course, you accepted it.
No, yeah, I didn't. Just random people, dude, send me friend requests for no reason. We're on the server for like 30 seconds, and they're sending me a friend request. Hold on, I'm gonna post both images. So hold on.
The lower image is definitely more blurry on the top of the building because the line of sight is cutting closer through that marine layer.
This to me seems like maybe it's probably from the shape of the little thing that's on top.
The air handler or the penthouse, I'm not sure what it is.
Whatever that is. It's probably the elevator and like the air conditioning and stuff. But it does seem like it's a slightly looking down on it. I mean, but the thing is, the way it, to me, you should calculate it is, okay, say you have an object and you could see 20 feet of it, but you're not supposed to see it, but you see 20 feet of it. And they say, oh, it's being refracted up over the horizon. Then you punch in the curve calculator what elevation you have to see that. You understand what I'm saying? What elevation what should this be visible? Oh, I see this, this building, 20 miles away. Right? And I can see 50 feet of it, and 100 feet supposed to be hidden by the curve of the earth. But 50 feet of it's being lifted up or something. Punch in the curve calculator, the elevation you have to be to see that. You understand? It's not just the angle. And yeah, that might be a small deviation of angle. But just from doing my own observations, I know that there's a big difference between looking at stuff from 100 feet and 15 feet. It's 10 times higher. Nearly 10 times higher. I've done this observation, so I can go. So I live near Revere Beach. They have a parking garage that's 100 feet exactly above sea level, and then they have a what do they call it? Not a gazebo. I don't know what the name for it. It's a place. It's like a covered terrace. That's like 15 feet above sea level. So they have markers, tidal markers. So that's 15 feet. So I've done observations from that point in the top of the freaking parking garage. And believe me, they look way different. They don't look anything even remotely similar. And even though for something that's 30 miles away, say, the angle is significantly different, I've just never, it just doesn't look like that. And like, you can call that subjective or whatever. Especially for some of these long distance observations, like Peak Gaspard. That does not look like you're looking down at it from, some crazy higher elevation.
What equivalent of elevation would you be looking at it from?
I don't know. I haven't really gone back because I just thought about this a couple weeks ago. I've been busy. I haven't had time to go back and check numbers and shit, which I probably will at some point.
Okay, ping me up when you do, because I'm interested in what, the difference between what it should look like and what it does look like.
Yeah, well, I mean, what it should look like is as if it's not picked up, but as if you're picked up.
Right, but by how much?
Hold on a second.
Oh, it sounds delicious. Oh yeah, delicious.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
You grab that water. You get that water. Come back for the slaughter. Go get that water.
I'm back.
Bro, is there an infinite amount of propagation angles relative to the reception angles with the constraints of the angular resolution of an optic with an angular field of view? The answer is no. So that being said, why would one expect to be able to see with an optic that has limitations in 3 categories? The entirety of an object at all times, at all distances, at all angles. The answer is you wouldn't. So the globe Earth promotes the idea, or globe Earth proponents promote the idea that I can't see the bottom of something, therefore it must be obstructed by a physical hump of Earth curvature. And whenever you show me a counterexample that shows the object in question that should have been obstructed but is now not obstructed, well, then I'll just beg the question that I already know the Earth is a globe, and then I'll say that light's curving, and that's the answer. Why is it that the globe must always recede into a misplacement of physical locations by confusing them with optical locations? It seems a modus operandi for a matrix of excuses that make the globe unfalsifiable. For example, Indio said, take this data to a Earth curve calculator. Well, what's the Earth curve calculator do for you? It'll tell you the ideal based on ideal globe geometry of where you have to be to get a straight line shot to an object, and how much of it would be hidden based upon an obstruction as an off angle off an apex of an arc in between point A and point B, right? They'll tell you that, but then you have to apply, well, what about things that don't fit that, which is many. In fact, all observations. There's no observation that fits the globe Earth geometry perfectly. Zero. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. I'm going to repeat myself again, ad infinitum. Not one observation fits it perfectly. So for all of the ones that are dramatically different, you must go to your Earth curve calculator, put it in there. Now, but what does the Earth curve calculator do with your observation? Because you'd say, I could see this much of the thing. Here's the supposed curve of the Earth. How do I solve this problem? Well, the globe Earth calculators apply terrestrial refraction to solve the problem. Now, of course, anybody worth their intelligence will understand that that's an ex post hoc argument or an ex post hoc rationale, because there isn't actually any measurement of the ambient refractive conditions in the atmosphere at the time of the observation that's being applied. No, it's a mathematical construct that's being applied. So it's just how much refraction would be needed in order to justify this observation, and this calculator will tell me so. Therefore, that must be based on the fact that I already know the Earth's a globe, which is presuppositional reasoning, to give me my conclusion. So you go, you put in the numbers, and what does the Earth curve calculator do? Does it input paths of light? No. This is what it does. This is what it literally says it does. Sometimes the Earth appears flatter than it is, almost as if the Earth is a bigger globe. What the fuck? So what do they mean by that? Well, I'll explain it mathematically, and you could see this practically. I've done it live here on the air many times. Anybody else can go do it themselves. Just go to the Walter Bislin's calculator right now. Go in there, put in an observation, and look at what the math does in the little blocks. So you'll change the observation, and then it won't fit, and then you'll change the refraction slider, and you'll notice what happens. What happens is that the radius changes. The radius of the Earth in the model that's in the calculator changes. And the reason why this is done, it's inflated. The first standard is 7/6, so it inflates the radius by 1/6, right?
Yes.
What this does, okay, according to the circle segment formula, it lowers the sagitta, which is the midline to the apex arc of a chord line between point A and point B. So what it does is it physically, quote unquote, or mathematically, more like it, lowers the hump in between point A and point B to give you a straight line shot to the observation target. That's what it does. And they call it refraction, and people assume this is about light, but it's about just changing the geometry to match the observation in an ex post hoc fashion. Now, this refraction slider goes up to not 6 million radius miles, not 60 million radius miles, but it slides all the way up to a globe of the size of 60 billion mile radius, just in case you have an extraordinary observation that doesn't fit your globe model. You can shove refraction so far up its ass that it comes out Uranus and then takes a swing by Neptune. Now, of course, I said that all with a lot of rhetorical flair, but it doesn't discount the validity of my point, which is that the globe just has a matrix of excuses for all of the optical phenomena that doesn't fit their claims, which are first orderly based on optical phenomena. By their own admission, which is an affirming the consequent fallacy, was if the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't see the bottom of things. I don't see the bottoms of things, therefore the Earth is a globe. Because they can't fathom an alternative explanation. So they think their explanation must be true. And therefore they assume it true, then presuppose it at the beginning of their line of reasoning when they make this Earth curve calculator. Yep. Well, that's that. So, where's any of the proof of any of this nonsense? What say you, Mr. Jesse?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to know, to be fair. You know, people can post affirming the consequent fallacies, the bottom of a boat missing. Why does this thing appear to be in a differential placement in my field of view from where I geometrically expect it, even though I have no way of knowing the path of the light in which it's informing the camera? They could do this ad infinitum. They can say, oh, all swans are white and any black swan is just painted with spray paint. It's highly irrelevant because the summary of their presentation of what they call evidence is all based on circular reasoning. It's only true if the proposition that it relies upon is true in the first instance. You can't prove the proposition true with circular reasoning and then borrow the conclusion from that circular reasoning to input into a different circular reasoning. But that's what a majority of the globe proofs are. They're just a long-form chain of circular reasoning that shifts the ball around under the cup so you don't notice that they're switching from argument to argument and just inputting a conclusion that hasn't been proven. So we all already know that optics do weird things, that we can't be certain about the physical locations of things based on optical phenomena alone.
And actually, I think if one were to measure the angle to the where the water line meets the platform in the oil platform pictures, it would actually be above eye level, which would mean that not only would the radius be very large, it would be concave.
Right, so you're a concave earther. Thanks for coming out. We knew you were a scumbag all along. I rest my case. You're hereby canceled. Your credit cards are revoked. Wait a minute. You're not a concave earther?
Nope. I'm just saying.
All right, cancel that order. Cancel that order.
Credit reduced.
Exactly.
Just don't take my carbon footprint away. I like my bonfires.
Go to the gulag, sir.
No, I'm just saying if one takes the oil platform picture as an accurate representation of the shape of the Earth's surface, then it actually is evidence for concave, because where the water line meets the structure is actually above eye level.
Well,
that's
an assumption on your part to this point, correct?
Well, I've filmed and published on my YouTube my own black swan scenes from my area, and I've shown it. There wasn't oil platforms,
Okay,
but
so
it
you're
was.
saying, yeah. So you're saying you have evidence that the horizon is above the midline of your viewpoint.
No, it's above eye level. Like if you extended a flat level plane out from your eyes straight out, it's above that under certain conditions. Which,
right, but we already all conceded that what that just means is that the angles of the light entering the optic make the image appear that way. That's the problem. No matter what, that's the end result every time. Because that's how images are formed. They're not formed any other way. But the whole point of the black swan, right, is what? It's that the horizon is not a geometric location. Correct?
I don't know. You guys argue with the black swan. It's your argument.
Yeah. It's essentially proof that images are created with optical effects, not necessarily geometric placements. Because that's the claim of the globe for the longest time, that the horizon is the arc of an Earth curve hump that's blocking things. That it's the edge of a sphere that's in between point A and point B that effectuates itself as a hill, blocking something behind it. That's long been the claim of the globe proponents. That's been their claim into the past, where they say, oh, I can't see the bottom of a ship going out. That means the water's curved and the boat's going down compared to me, and the water curve is rising and getting in between us. And the edge of that is the horizon. That's been the globe claim for a long time. Utterly destroyed. Not that the black swan was the first destruction of that proposition, but it was an eloquent one. Quite precise and quite nasty. Which made a lot of globers flip their script and start saying that they always said the horizon was nothing but optical. Right? Even though we have it on recording, multiple times they showed up on various shows like Nathan Oakley or here or other places, saying that the horizon is the edge of a sphere. The horizon is Earth curve. And of course, they only say that because they assume that it must be so, because that's the only thing that can block something. Because they're assuming that it's blocking something. They're assuming that when they can't see the bottom of something, it must be blocked. Therefore, because it's blocked, it must be blocked by something. What's it being blocked by? Well, the only explanation I have is the curve of the Earth. I already assume it's a curved Earth, so therefore I'm going to affirm the consequent and do some bias reaffirmation and just assume that that's what's happening. And the black swan eviscerated that. For the same reason why presenting a black swan to a person that says all swans are white would eviscerate their position.
But you agree that there are situations where it is blocked, right?
What do you mean blocked?
In other words, there are situations where the bottom of something is obscured by water, right?
Oh, of course. Waves. Sure.
Well, but I mean, even cases where it's not waves, right?
Like what?
Oh, did you see that picture I posted earlier?
You got waves, you got tidal bore, you've got swells, you've got undulations.
He's equating a mirage to Earth curve right now.
Well, wait, whoa. A mirage, though? A mirage isn't really obstructing anything. It's just overtaking the amount of resolvable light from the other object. The other light, rest assured, in a mirage, the other light is penetrating the mirage to some degree. It's just not enough to resolve.
So I take
unless you're saying that a mirage is being caused by like an ambient increase in humidity or some kind of fog or something like that, then, well, yeah, fog and all that stuff, clouds, low-hanging, thick fog can definitely block something. And technically, fog is made up of water particulates, so you could say water can obstruct the bottoms of things that's not a wave, sure.
Did you see those pictures I just tagged you with?
Let me look. Asking a blind guy if he can see the pictures. Good grief. Hold on, let me get out my Braille interpreter. Dude. What? I thought you said I was going to see water obstructing something.
Okay, see the bottom picture?
Yeah, what about it?
See the building called the View Towers?
I see some writing that says View Towers. Yeah, what about it?
Okay, it's pointing at a white brick. Well, that building is in Victoria, Canada. You can go there and look. And it's standing on a hill that's 50 feet high above sea level. And that entire hill is obscured by the water, right?
No.
No, I mean the hill underneath the building. Do you see any land underneath the building above the water?
On the bottom image, no. I don't see the land being resolved in the final image.
No, I said obscured.
Yes, yeah. But you see, hold on, friend. This is the problem, okay? We're going to elucidate it right now for the audience. The water is not obscuring it from the evidence that I have from this image. All as I know is that I can't see the bottom of the building. In order for the water to be obscuring the building, I have to know that the water is physically in between point A and point B. I don't have that information from the image.
Well, but I mean, the point is, you know there's 50 foot high.
The point is that you can't see it. And you're going to make an inference that it's being obstructed by an object when you don't have enough evidence. That's right. My point. You're assuming physical locations based on optical information.
No, I'm just simply asking you on a flat earth, why can't I see that 50-foot high hill that's underneath the building? Why does it look like water is there where that 50-foot high hill should be, right?
Okay, so your question is why optics, which have an angular field of view, don't have an infinite amount of resolving angles relative to the propagation angles? That's your actual question, whether you realize it or not.
Are you saying that the 50-foot high hill is just too small to be resolvable, and so it appears as nothing, and the water just appears there?
Well, as you approach 0 degrees in your field of view, right, and you have less and less available resolving angles compared to the propagation angles, the resolving angles subsume the propagation angles, right?
But
I mean, you do agree you can't see at infinity. You can't see at 0 degrees, and you can't see without the limitations of angles, right?
Right, you can't resolve below your limit of angular resolution. But I don't believe anything in this picture I don't believe the 50-foot high hill is smaller than the limit of angular resolution of my zoom lens here. Because obviously things much smaller than 50 feet are showing up. Like you can see like some towers and stuff that are maybe 20 feet across or 10 feet across.
Whoa, dude. That's only one factor. There's two factors, at least. It's not just their angular size compared to your angular resolution limit. It's where the angles of propagations are compared to that limit. So if something was straight in front of you, right, then that would be, as it approaches the horizon, obviously it's going to approach closer to 0 degrees. Right? Not to mention all the ambient occlusion from the atmosphere being the densest there, right? So that's 3 factors.
But
So, for example, I'll give you a quick math. So, at a 6 foot tall guy standing just on the ground, and he's looking out. Okay, if you draw the triangles out of his angular resolution, right, 0.02 degrees. Coincidentally, the bottom leg of the triangle reaches a plane extending out from his feet horizontally at approximately the same distance that they claim the horizon begins to cut things off at that same differential.
I'm not sure what the relevance is here because my observer was 40 feet high and I had a zoom lens which has hundreds of times more, probably thousands of times more angular resolution than a human eye, unaided human eye.
Hell no, dude. Hell to the frick no.
Thousands.
Where in the world, dude?
160 degrees in a circle, dude.
Fuck, man. We're not talking about 27 megapixel cameras, dude. The megapixels is the sensor, not the angular resolution. Pixel density is not the same as angular resolution.
I know, but if you have say a telescope, that increases your limit of angular resolution, right?
To a degree.
Okay. My theodolite says it has an angular resolution of the telescope optics of 3 arcseconds.
That's horseshit.
Oh, okay.
I tell you it's horseshit. It's easy to demonstrate it's horseshit. Because the crosshairs. Crosshairs themselves, right? They're inside the lens.
Uh-huh.
They're going to subtend some angle, right? Out to infinity. They're blocking your view, right?
Right.
What's that angle?
I don't know.
What's that angle 100 miles away?
Yeah, I don't know.
That'd be pretty big.
But
that'd be pretty massive.
It would be massive. But you don't see that when you actually look to the optic. You don't perceive any of that shit.
The crosshairs actually have a little break in the middle so that you can actually look right. They don't actually occupy they come to an end right near the middle, so they don't actually form a complete cross. So you can look through the middle of the crosshairs. It's open there.
Dude, how come in your JPEGs here you don't have the observation distance?
What JPEGs where?
These two things where you falsely said that the water is obscuring the building when that's not the information presented in the photo. But anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can get those. I put the GPS coordinates of the observer so anyone could get. It's not like I'm trying to hide anything for sure. I made this to show someone that the water appears in the place that a 40-foot high proposed laser test site would be. And I put the coordinates, but I didn't.
But do you remember off the top of your head?
It's roughly
go look up coordinates.
Yeah, no, it's roughly 22 miles.
22 miles, 50 feet, right?
I'm not sure what the 50 foot is. The foot of the building's about 50, yeah.
So your claim that was 50 feet of the building was obscured by water, meaning that the water, if you're talking about the water that's part of the ocean water or lake water or whatever it is, if it's obscured by it, then in order for that to be true, then it means it has to be in the line of sight between point A and point B.
Well, actually, I said the 50-foot hill underneath the building was not visible. But
fine. That's correct. But yeah.
So that's
same point applies.
So that's my question is, see where there's kind of a darker orange text that says proposed laser site near the right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you had a guy there with a laser, he's 40 feet above the water. And then you've got a guy on the other side, also 40 feet above the water, and yet you couldn't see him because you can't even see that location, right? So that's my question, is how is this water blocking a line of sight that is 40 feet above the water at both ends?
It's not the water.
Why are you begging the question that it's blocking?
And obviously it's the water. Okay, I asked you specifically, the mirrored part. That mirrored part, which obviously is not water, what's that blocking? There's a vertical section, which is obviously a mirrored image of what's above it. So where that line is, that dividing line, right? There's some space in the image, some vertical space, goes horizontally across the entire image. What's in that space? If that mirrored part was disappeared, what's in that space? It's not water. Right? It's not water. You think it's water? You think that where that mirrored image part, that's actually water?
I don't think so, but I mean, I don't know exactly. But I'm not sure what you're asking. The point is, building.
I'll draw it, dude. I'll just draw it.
The building is on a 50-foot high hill. Are we in? Are you contesting that?
No. Hold on. Just bear with me here. I'll show you something. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill.
Man, I wish I wasn't freezing to death. I could use my device and actually do some calculations.
It's like what it seems like to me. The issue is that all you're able to see is that it's not visible, and then you're claiming that that's because of an obstruction, right? And then your evidence for that is that it's not visible. Do you see how that's circular?
No, it's just that I know something's there, and instead of seeing what I know is there, I see water, which should be 40 feet down.
That's exactly what I said, right? You took the observation, and you noticed, hey, I can't see something. And your conclusion is that it must be physically obstructed by something. And then your evidence for that is that you cannot see it. But that's circular reasoning.
Well, I'm open to someone suggesting what's actually happening.
It would be like saying...
So you're open to someone suggesting that you shouldn't use circular reasoning? Yeah, we're suggesting that.
That would be good, yeah. Well, it would be like me saying, well, I can see things falling down, therefore I'm going to claim that there must be invisible creatures that pull them down. And then my evidence for that would be things falling down. That's completely retarded. And yet it's the exact same logic applied to the example that you're providing. Because you're providing a photo
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. of something that is not visible, then you're claiming that there's a physical obstruction.
And then you're pointing at, well, look, it's not visible. So how is that logical or a valid argument?
You lost me.
We know.
Because you don't understand what circular logic is, probably.
I can explain it to him. So a sphere is made up of essentially an infinite amount of concentric rotated circles. So if you have enough circular reasonings, you end up with a sphere. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Makes sense to me. Hey, Jesse, did you see the image I just posted with the red line going across it?
Let me look.
I drew a red line where it looks like it's mirroring the mirrored image.
Yes,
of the
yes.
building. What's below that line? Is that water or air?
I would say that's probably air.
Okay, so where is the building cut off? Is the building cut off at the red line or at the water?
At the red line.
Okay.
Because what's below the red line is just a reflection of what's above.
It's not Earth curve blocking the bottom of the building. It's air.
Okay. So tell me about this air.
What do you mean tell you about the air? It's obviously air blocking it, not water. It's not a water horizon blocking the building. That means that this is an optical effect, this thing. It's not Earth curve. It's not a ball Earth edge. It's air. It's probably what's called total internal reflection.
Okay. So we've got the thing we're looking at and the observer both 40 feet above the water.
Yeah.
And yet that line of sight appears to have water. So is the light basically curving downward, skimming the water, and then or going downward on an upward arch like a big smile, skimming the water, and then
refraction
coming back?
Isn't the only choice. There's reflection. This is a reflection. And what it's reflecting off of is not water.
Yes. So this is the time for art class. Okay? So, when you go to art class, you learn about something called Fresnel. Spelled Fresnel, but pronounced Fresnel because it's French and frou-frou. It's named after a dude. There's also a diffraction named after him. Now, when you have a room and the walls are red, and you draw objects within the room, and you want to be a good painter, you must add red to the objects. Why? The answer is because the red light is hitting the object and it's reflecting off the object. But the majority of the color you see is from the object. So I might have a white table or a brown table. I'll add some red. Now, the thing is, when you're in a room, you're generally seeing things at certain angles. Now, when you get far enough away from the object's color, let's say the table is blue. You get far enough away from the blue table at a certain angle, the light from the table being blue, the angles that it propagates will be overtaken by the reflected angles of the Fresnel effect. And you will see the table as red instead of blue, even though it's a blue table. Now, it just so happens that these extreme angles, for some coincidence, occur when you're at a very low angle to an object at a great distance, because that's how you get the most acute angles possible, to where the propagation angles and the reception angles and the reflection angles are at such extremes that one overtakes the other. It's very coincidental that it seems to always happen like that. In other words, at certain angles, all surfaces, including water vapor or humid air or different whatever that's particulates in the air, are reflective. And that's what you see, reflections, rather than the color of the thing itself, or rather than color passing through it from something behind it. So no, it's not as simple as I can't see the bottom of something and I can't possibly think of any other reason, therefore it must be obstructed. Oh, and by the way, I proved this because I can't see the bottom of it. As our friend so eloquently explained to you that that's circular logic and proves nothing.
And in case you missed that example, I'm Dutch, so maybe my pronunciation, which is incredibly shitty. I posted in a live stream voice text, basically both arguments, very simply, and it's doing the exact same thing. You're making an observation, you're reaching a conclusion, and your evidence for that is the observation. That is circular logic by definition.
Hey, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, but it is 4:00 here, and I need to take off.
Okay, man. Hopefully your arms don't get tired.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Good talking to you, Jesse.
Indeed, thank you, sir.
You're a good sport.
Thank you.
Now when you're going to leave, we're going to talk shit about you.
Sounds like a grand plan.
You can listen to the recording.
Who gets to go first?
Well, I want to caveat his logic string. So if he changed his logic string from the evidence is the observation, he might, try to beef it up a little bit and be like, I can't see the bottom of something. I'm going to assume that that's because it's physically obstructed, right? So he'll do something like this. I can't see the bottom of something. The only thing that can cause the bottom of something to be unseen is physical obstruction. Therefore, it's physically obstructed. Now, the problem is he has to prove all his premises that relied upon in the string. So it can only possibly be caused by physical obstruction. He has to prove that in order for his conclusion to carry. Removing that proof and just appealing back to the observation would be circular reasoning. Not proving that premise that I added would just be insufficient logic. So now let the shit talking fest commence.
Well, I had fun. I really enjoyed the conversation, guys. It was good to listen to. I told him most of those things from a different perspective and different words, but I think it was very well laid out here. So I got nothing to add.
So I just did a little measurement of his his pictures here. So if you measure from the top of the building that's in the center to that white thing, I'm assuming is like a water tower on the mountain. You measure in one image versus the other image. They're not the same number of pixels distance. I mean, it's not large difference. It's like 8 pixels. So that means in the top one, there's 8 extra pixels just. Why would there be 8 extra pixels from a higher viewpoint? I could probably go across this image all over the place and do the same thing. But if you look at the top one versus the bottom one looks compressed versus the other. The mountain, if you look at the mountain itself, the mountain just looks compressed. That's why I measured from the top of the building and not using the horizon. Because it shouldn't make any difference, right? Measuring from 2 visible things. Let me see here. 111. It's like a 7 pixel difference, which is, less than 10%. It's like 8%, 7% difference in vertical.
It's working. I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I tried to explain it to him, like. So you tried to explain that tree thing or the boat thing, Trace?
Oh, sorry, what?
You tried to explain the Mirage thing to him?
Oh yeah, I tried to explain everything to him multiple ways. Like he would always come back with like, "Yeah, I don't understand, but what about this?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, I'll explain this."
Do you think he actually doesn't understand, or he's just pretending?
No, I think I'm pretty sure it's narcissism, covert narcissism, or some form of. I thought he was just a compensatory narcissist, and I said as much, and he was like, "Yeah, that's good." He accepted that, but I think he's more covert based on his actual behaviors. He likes to bury his feelings down and not like. That's why he doesn't respond to most of the things we're saying. He retreats into himself and responds in his own head, and then just comes out with something completely different because he's not actually listening very well.
It also sounded to me like he was doing, because he's kind of like letting these pauses happen before he answers. Like he's being very, very, very careful about the words he uses, or he's trying to be at least.
Yeah, he's keeping his mask up. It's a common thing you see with him. It's also, he comes here for his narcissistic supply and his narcissistic abuse. So, like, he gets a kick out of feeling like he's winning the debate. And that's why, like, he comes again with the same thing over and over again. It's his silver bullet, his angles. Ooh. He observes angles, and therefore the Earth is a globe. And so the evidence for that is he observes angles. He just does circular reasoning nonstop.
Angles between two curved lines, right? Because his level is curved and his line of sight is curved.
Right. So yeah, but we already got him to concede and reduce. What he's actually doing is just taking, at best, angles of reception
relative to Plum. In actuality, that's what it is. Relative to Plum, measured at that point, the light came in at this angle from this particular feature of the object in question.
Right, and in a world with curvilinear, omnidirectional, heat-seeking laser beam light, right? You can't then say, "Oh, therefore, object in the distance is at this physical location relative to me." Be ludicrous.
So here's a question: Why don't they just have the angles, like the graded angles, just like right in the optic of the theodolite? Why not just put them right in the optic? Like mil dot sights, right? You just put it right on the optic. Yeah. Like, okay, that object is 1,000 feet away. Okay, it's at this dot on my optic. Then I know this angular size is this. Or I know it's at this angle above the horizon. Now, obviously, that isn't going to be like super high precision. But like,
right,
you could use it to augment like whatever you're doing.
Right, that's one of the critiques that I gave him. Is like when you have a device like that auto levels, okay, the accuracy of the auto level is only relevant to it sitting stationary in level. So as soon as you try to track it to an optically designated target that you're choosing yourself via an optical interface that relies on a scope, right? Like, let's say an eye scope. Now, there may be some with a digital screen, and I mean, that might be a little more accurate, but if yours has an eye scope, man, you better hope that your sight picture is perfect before you start to make any, claims about what angle you're actually getting to the object you're looking at. Not to mention that we've already agreed that you're only getting angles to intercept angles, not the actual object. So it's not like you're shooting a straight ray laser or a straight, like an ideal ray, like a ray gun ray, to the mountain, and then it's pinging back in a direct linear fashion to tell you that no, the angle that your theodolite is at is directly pointing at the apex of the mountain. No, that's not what's happening. All you're doing is pointing at the angle of reception of the light that appears to you to be the apex of the mountain at your local observation point relative to your local plumb, which your device leveled itself off of originally and then got the off angles from that. That's all you're doing at the end of the day. Then you have to take that and shove it in a matrix of assumptions.
Yeah, I never got to the tilt either. Sucks. I mean, I did it. Like, I keep forgetting that. Like, because I'm still on, like, even to myself, I guess 2017. Where like people used to say, "Oh, Chicago skyline, why aren't any of the buildings tilted?" Because the tilt would be too small to be perceptible. But that's at that distance. Now we have like long observations. So at 100 miles, it's like 1.5 degrees. It should be tilted away from you. It's easy to see 1.5 degrees. It's not even a challenge. Even someone would that was probably eyesight impaired could see 1.5 degrees.
Oh yeah, well that's their big claim about this whole 900 miles for 1 degree, right? Because you see the sun, within 1 to 2 degrees off from where it should be. And that was their whole need for terrestrial refraction in the first place.
Yeah. And, like, oh, damn. Well, the thing is that, like, if I take a stick and I'm looking at it perpendicular, and if I tilt it away from me, its angular size is going to change. That's why I was like asking him. He's like I said, his data is so-called data. It's too clean, way too clean. He's like, "Oh, this all matches perfectly." Well, if it matches perfectly, it has to be cherry picked because there's no other way. Ify and buts about it. Because all the distances vary so much. Each distance, especially like when the distance is like, so a 6 mile difference is going to have different variables to consider than a 10 mile distance versus a 70 mile distance versus a 100 mile distance. Right? You need to keep adding. The longer the distance, you have to like add variables, add uncertainties. And when you when you take all these numbers together, and then you throw them into a freaking line graph and say it matches the curvature of the Earth, even though they're different distances with different variables and different uncertainties. You have to be cherry picking the data. You can't have different random probabilities added to freaking things, right? Or different biases, right? And then add them all together and have them like even out to match the globe. Like, how would that happen?
You know what one I've never heard any of them reply about in the whole years that we've been doing this is near field and far field diffraction and the consequences that has on your angular resolution and approach angles based on like the propagation angles from the target as they get further away. Because like if you remember that graph, it's not really a graph, but it kind of is. So those two parabolas that Walter Lewin demonstrates how the diffraction actually snaps and accelerates as it gets towards a smaller degree. So cumulatively, diffraction and the available light and the angles, sort of the way, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I generally describe it as, exponential and hyperbolic simultaneously. And they overtake each other at a certain range, and then you get the snap.
Then there can be diffraction inside the optic too. There is a type of diffraction that happens inside because like it depends on how far the sensor is from the lens objective. Because the light that comes in, like say at the edges of, so say you have the uppermost top part of the lens, the objective lens, and the lowermost part, there's a separation there. And those rays will interfere with each other inside the camera and cause a diffraction. They call it the Fresnel distance or something like that. Like if the distance to the sensor to the objective is too far, you can't use the ray model anymore because those rays interfere with each other. Yeah, I mean, you won't hear Glober say a lot of stuff. They don't ever want to get into the details. They like the what do you call it? The Ronald McDonald version of the Globe, where it's just like simple, makes great Discovery Channel documentaries, funds Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye's lifestyle.
Yep.
I'll take a watermelon and a little toy boat, and this is how the Earth's a globe.
I want to look at that triangle, but I can't know his angular resolution of his optic that he used because he didn't put it in the information box.
He doesn't know. I mean, you'd have to actually test that in practice, though. I mean, you could go by the formula, but we know that no optic actually can reach the Rayleigh criterion. So, like, you actually have to go test it. And then depending on the sensors, some might have a better angular resolution for lines than dots, right? Because of the sensor geometry.
So, well, if we know that the available angles consume 6 feet at 3.5 miles roughly for a 6 foot tall man with the human eye of about 1 arc minute, it's not unreasonable that 50 feet would be consumed at 21 miles.
No, it's not.
In line with all those other factors that actually reduce it to be less than 50 feet.
Well, yeah, because of the air. You got to think of the air, even though it's fairly transparent. It's transparent for like practical purposes, right? But it's really not that transparent. It's not like looking through a piece of glass, a manufactured glass, or, a lens. But it is a lens, right? So you are looking through a transparent material with lots of defects in it. And those defects are constantly, they're dynamic defects.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of times that I've been on this mountain over here looking up at what appears to be a clear blue sky, right? And I will see the sun come over my head and start to go towards the airport down the way. And then there's a mountain range before you get to New York, and it's, about 10 to 12 miles, which is about the point where things start turning blue and gray. But before the sun even goes that far, or at least it appears to me to go that far, the entire sun circle will disappear and I won't be able to see the sun, even though it looks like a clear sky. Because there's so much, ambient moisture or particulates or whatever. So it doesn't look gray or cloudy, but it's blue, but I can see the whole sun disappear. It's not strong enough to penetrate.
Yeah, I've seen that lots of times where there's too much stuff in the air and it makes the sun. It's like using like a diffusion filter on a light source, but you don't even have it's so diffuse that you can't actually even make out the sun. It's just kind of like a brightly lit blur in that section of the sky. I just love when they say refraction is just typical. It's always just happening. Then when you start shoveling into that detail, right? Let's drill down. Let's drill down into that. All of a sudden, everyone becomes like, every Glober just becomes like I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know about that. I never heard of this. I never heard of that. They were experts a minute ago. It just claimed refraction just happens all the time. And now when you're asking for details, they're all of a sudden they've become mentally retarded. It just shows like the genuineness of it is what I'm saying. Anyway, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, his point was generally like, why can't I see the bottom of something? It must be because it's physically obstructed. And of course, then the counter argument would be, well, why can I see things I shouldn't see the bottom of? Well, of course, that's just refraction. And I told him, like, the observations that I do at the small lake, it's like the thing disappears bottom up, the thing disappears top and bottom to the center, the thing disappears top down, depending on the day. What's causing that? Well, according to you, it must be obstruction. Well, then he'd say, well, no, obviously it's not obstruction when it's the top down. What could possibly be obstructing it? And then I would say, well, then why is it disappearing, retard? You just told me that the only reason things disappear is from obstruction, and then you told me it can't be obstruction. So what's making it disappear? Well, then the concession would be, well, optical effects. And I say, yes, now apply them to all three categories. Problem solved.
You don't even
because rest assured, if you say, no, the bottom part is obstruction, I'll be like, okay, where's the obstruction? Well, if I apply the globe earth math, I realize that the obstruction is actually less than 0.01 of an inch, and therefore it couldn't possibly preclude an entire boat on the other side of a 300-meter lake, so it can't possibly be physical obstruction. So we were relegated to optics, which, of course, is already known. What you see is created by optical effects. No duh.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Is I don't know how many times I've shown the Globers when they do the ships over the horizon can only be obstruction. I show them the RC boat stuff, and they're like, well, that's refraction, or it's a mirage, or whatever. Like, okay, so welcome to flat Earth, man. 5 minutes ago, you were saying that it can only happen from a physical obstruction of water or freaking land, and now you're saying here's another way it's caused by something else. You just conceded. Like, they don't even realize that they're conceding their point. So the air. So we have to get this straight, though. The Glober claim is things that are obstructed by physical ball edge. Things that are not obstructed are caused by unobstructing atmospheric effects. Flat Earthers say, we see too far, and the Globers say that's because of the atmosphere unobstructs objects. And the Flat Earthers say, no, the atmosphere causes obstructions, not unobstructions. Which sounds more reasonable? The air unobstructs things, or the air obstructs things? Which sounds more reasonable to just anybody that's lived a life?
Well,
no one walks around and like, man, thank God for that weather condition. I could see that burglar breaking into the window behind my house.
Yeah,
I caught him this time. He'll never try to break into my house in the middle of a hot summer day again.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, artist perspective, which is often used as practical perspective in reality, which is false, because artist perspective is an ideal model, which assumes straight rays, right, which don't exist in principle. So there's another type of perspective that artists use called atmospheric perspective, where they add occlusion by color fields to things to make them appear to be less resolvable in the distance, adding blue and gray. Exactly as we experience in real life, just as I explained earlier about the sun, and it also happens at lower altitudes, where you're looking out and a haze obstructs the ability to see beyond it, and that haze is basically air full of particulates or water vapor.
Yeah, or both. I also found that wind will like obstruct things. I don't know how it does it, but I know like on a very windy day, you just can't see as far. I mean, maybe that's because the wind is in your eyes. I don't know. But it just seems like the air itself, like, even if it's a clear day, so here it's been pretty clear, but it's been a constant 20-mile-an-hour wind. And like, everything looks clear, but if you try to focus on anything that's like maybe like more than like a half a mile away, it looks kind of blurry. Doesn't look clear.
I think it's the turbulence. Like when you are looking over a fire and you see all the hot air rising over the fire and the turbulence in the air there, it distorts everything behind it and makes it much harder to see.
Yeah. Yes, certainly. I mean, there's obviously
that's only a single let's just call it a single point, for lack of a better term, of disturbance, whereas in a wind field you'd have cumulative disturbance over miles even.
Yeah, but there's also not the factor of the heating of the air, so that disturbance wouldn't be as great. Or as obvious.
Dude, the flat earthers, man, they're talking about all these optical effects. Their shit's all fucked up and it's all tarded.
Yeah, it's funny though, but all of a sudden when you like switch to astronomy, and they're like, oh, we're trying to minimize scintillation. And anyway, okay, what's scintillation? Well, the air's moving around and it's hard to get the star to not jump around and dance around. So we can't really see it that clearly and know like where it is. So we're gonna make observations during particular optimum viewing times, where we're going to put a telescope that has these they call it seeing or whatever. It's like a term of art for astronomy. So they stick their telescopes where there's quote unquote good seeing. It means they have the weather conditions most consistently, air's not moving, air's not turbulent, has a pretty good, like thermal gradient. It isn't rapidly changing temperatures, like it's good enough for them, but it's not good enough for us for some reason. It's just funny to me how Globers abandon their principles if abandoning them helps them go anti-flat Earth. Like they just throw it all out the window.
Yeah, I think it's also compartmentalized that most of the Globers don't know like their ass from their hand, so they don't know anything. They're just. I have this vague idea that like my ass is connected to my hand somehow, so I'm just gonna work off of that.
I might not know my ass, but I do know my hand.
Confucius say, "Man who go to bed with itchy bum wake up with stinky finger."
So what's the debate today?
There is no debate. How do you debate objective reality?
No, but I'm saying, what are we talking about today is what I meant.
Oh, we were talking to someone named Jesse Gordon. He got busy, or I don't know. Parole officer showed up. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what was the topic of today.
Topic today is flat Earth. Topic awesome. Every day.
Now, I got my girl listening here, and she's wondering, like...
How long you been listening?
About, 5 minutes.
Oh, shit, okay.
I got my girl here.
That means I have to repeat myself. Anyway.
No. I'll sum up the past 4 hours for you, though.
She was saying something like, I've taken a flight before, so I could see, the horizon and the curvature. I was like, let's see what they say. I want to describe it better.
So your girlfriend's a tiny earther. Has she ever read the book The Little Prince? That lives on a tiny little planet. The Little Prince. It's a book. It's a child's book where the little prince lives on a tiny little planet.
Tiny little planet. I've heard of that book. Like a children's book, right?
So, an airplane is nowhere near high enough to see a curved horizon. It's not even close. So, say you had a 6-foot beach ball, right? How high would an airplane be off the surface of that beach ball?
No, I'm telling her
it's
right
6
now.
foot diameter. Just ask her. 6 foot diameter beach ball. That means, like, if you're a 6 foot man, the beach ball is as tall as you. How high is an airplane off that ball?
Can't think of it.
Just take a guess.
Hey, say the question again so she hear it.
Okay. Now we're gonna rescale the Earth. The Earth is supposed to be 8,000 miles roughly in diameter. Now, if we rescaled that so that the Earth is a 6 foot beach ball, a beach ball that's 6 feet tall, how high would an airplane be off of it, off the surface of that beach ball? How high above it?
Doesn't know.
1/1000th of an inch. 1/100th of an inch. Sorry, 1/100th of an inch. 0.01. Do you think if you had a tiny little camera and you were 1/100th of an inch above a 6 foot beach ball, you could see curvature from that height?
Saying basically the distance of the plane being in the sky, you wouldn't be able to see curvature.
You're not high enough.
You're not high enough.
Yeah, it's 6 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. You're less than a thousandth of the diameter above the surface. You're not high enough. Nowhere near high enough. And if you use just plain logic, right? If I looked out the left side of a plane and I saw a curved arc on a horizon, and then I go to the other side of the plane, the right side of the plane. So first I looked out the left, saw a curved horizon out my window. And I go to the right side of the plane, and I look out that window, and I see a curved arc of a horizon out that window. What shape does that make? Complete the circle. That would be a cylinder. So no, you never saw a curve from an airplane. Sorry.
Yeah, so we could also get a little more technical. So, in order to be able to see a curve, you have to have differentiation in the axes that are available to your vision, X, Y, Z. So, if you have a sphere and you're at a point above the sphere to where your field of view is such that it intersects the horizon at a...
Or we could just keep talking about flat Earth or whatever.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to ECG Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
hear you.
How about now? Check 1 2. Mike
Maybe
1
because
2.
I'm still on Discord. Hang on.
Post anything in the chat. All you can do is just join a room and listen and talk. So,
wow,
it's crazy that Discord is like kind of doing that, bro. Like, I don't know. I feel like, how are you gonna punish everybody for someone that means like servers can get like set up, you know?
I know. That's why we always have to be careful, because
I know what you mean. Like
we're fishing for that.
We're setting up.
Oh, hey, I hear you now, Cortigo.
We're getting
Can
this
you hear
server
me?
going live.
Can Cortigo hear me? Hello?
Can you hear Alpha?
Yo, Cortigo.
20 cc's of logic in it, and it will help people figure out like their perspective on those things. Like it can even be a losing conversation, but every like BLM shit, like if you inject 20 cc's of logic in it, people will understand it better. They'll be able to parse it out better. They'll be able to come to better solutions. Like just any conversation that you have, if you inject 20 cc's of logic and thought-provoking content in it, that people want to listen to that. People want reasonable people to listen to.
Yeah, it's often the times, like, 'cause with this platform, it's a little bit different than Discord. I don't know if you know that. We're built like a stage here, so there's
my
only
first time.
Yeah, there's let me just say, like, it's about 12 speakers, if I'm not mistaken. 12 speakers on the panel, and then everybody else usually, like, there's a little format. People like use an emoji to raise their hand. Like, if you look at your emoji panel at the bottom right,
I see like two men, a heart, and scissors.
click the heart. Click the heart.
I'll click the heart. I'll click the heart all day.
You see that little panel that pops open?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so from that emojis, you can choose any one of those, and then when you press one of those emojis, it'll actively put it on like your avatar. Like, try it.
Let's do the 100%.
See it?
Yeah.
Like, if somebody's speaking and then you look at your emoji panel, you think that what they're saying is 100, like, without interrupting them, you can put that 100. You know
All
what
right,
I mean?
and then it fades away. And then it fades away.
But it shows that you're participating as a listener, because it shows that you're listening and you like what you're hearing, so you'll throw the 100. Like, yeah, man, that's 100% true. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of a way that you can communicate without saying, like, interrupting the speaker.
Should we drop back into? So Flat Earth seems to look like it still has 25 people. Should we try to get some adversarial people?
Yeah, look, this is how we're gonna do it, right? Because everybody can take an active participation in doing this. So if you want to help, like, boost this channel, all you have to do.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah, all you have to do is, like, to do it free, right? There's a share button on the bottom here. I'm gonna share it to the space. Okay, 1 second. On the top of where we're speaking, the chat bubbles right above us, there's like a little window. That window is called the Nest or the Jumbotron. So right above us, you can switch to, like, there's two topics up on the top, right? If you see it there.
I see picture in picture. I see share, and I see ...
Yeah. Do you see, like, where all of the chat bubbles are, like where you're looking at your screen? There's all the people that are in here right now.
Yeah.
Okay, right above those, there's it's like a little window where it shows like what people are posting at the top. You see that?
Right now, I see Torsten and Perchagov.
Yeah. So you can. There's a little arrow button that can make it go right or left. You can make it go left, and you'll see the next thing. That's the next thing that I posted. Right when somebody posts something up into the nest, this is where it's going to be at. Where you're looking at this like information.
Can I do something to elevate that post?
Yeah, which is what I'm saying. Like, and click on the post that I put in there, the Alpha Veritas. Okay, so you click on you click on that, and then it's gonna take you to the space, right? So I want you to do this, right? On the bottom right hand of that space, there's an arrow pointing up. It looks like it's coming out of a box.
I see it.
You click it. It's called share. You click that.
I got you.
Yeah, and then you could share it with a link to places like that will allow you to post a link. And then other people will click the link and come in here.
Share the space.
Yep. You can share it with all your homies or whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna click on everything. Share post via let's see, Twitter.
Yeah, just like wherever you are.
I'm gonna share wherever.
Let me. APOC, are you there?
Yeah.
You didn't fall asleep?
Yeah, I didn't get it. No.
Oh shit! I'll give it to you. Hold on. He was in the third realm fighting dragons, dude. When I was talking to him last night. Yeah, he was out, bro. Because I was like APOC and AJ, and then AJ said, "Yeah, man, we're closing up and whatnot." And APOC was like, "No voice,
I was
no voice
out,
activity."
bro. I didn't even hear. I heard nothing, bro. I was out.
Yeah, but the whole promote thing, man. I don't know. I was really thinking about just trying to get out, like for one day, seeing what kind of new faces we would get, you know?
Yeah. And who knows who will cross? Oh yeah, that reminds me. I got to tag Elon again.
I tag Elon, man. He comes in here.
That's what I do. That's my thing now, bro.
You're gonna annoy him one of these days, dude. He's gonna come in here and be like, "Well, what's all this about? What are you doing here? Like, what's going on?"
So I'm gonna tell you right now. Comment at Elon.
Yeah, you know, in between all the busy work that he's got going on, he's like, I'm just gonna see what's up. Let me just see.
Let me
so
see.
If you imagine if he shows up, this place will go insane overnight. Like it was just like you have like 1,000 people in here like instantly as soon as he comes in.
Yeah, well, everybody that follows him will see him. So he has millions of people. Like, oh, shit,
millions.
Yeah,
they probably get what do you call it? Like the server packets will overload.
DDoS.
Yeah, it'll be DDoS, bro.
Let me see here. Let me see. This is what I'll just put 10th time inviting you. No, I'm gonna put.
You know what he said with that one time where he sent the car out into space? Remember he said it was
yeah, it looks so fake or real or whatever.
Yeah.
You can tell it's real.
It's real because it looks so fake.
He said that again, dude. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Again, with the dragon post. Did you guys see that? He said it again. Again.
No fucking way.
Yeah. He mentioned it again with the dragon.
Wow.
The people that were on the dragon.
That's funny.
Wow. He said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake for a second time. Bloody hell.
You could, and seriously, man, check it out. Like, look up where he said that because he did say it again.
I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, that's interesting.
So he said it twice, and I mean, we know why, but and they were boasting that they went higher than anybody else has been. ISS and all them.
Hello.
What's up? What's up? Like Kruger. What's up?
Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning. Hello.
Good evening.
You can hear me all right then, eh?
Yeah, you're coming in.
What a wonderful place to spend the Friday evening. The other Flat Earth spaces are a little toxic, so I'm happy to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's your globe evidence now?
I wanted to say you've been doing a great job, AV. Really, like some people have mentioned that you've cut, like Globers have mentioned that you cut them off or kicked them out or whatever. But I haven't witnessed that personally. I've witnessed you being very fair in these last episodes. So
Well,
great foray into Twitter here.
I'm trying for them to, well, for the listening panel and everybody who's a part of this to kind of just hear them out, like, because at the beginning of all this, we did have like a slugfest. You know, it was a back and forth. It was pretty heated, kind of like what the other platforms are doing right now. That's what we were doing, you know, at the beginning of this. But since that, we're just kind of like, okay, you know, I mean, just let everybody hear them out, because for us, we already know where our arguments stand, so we're very secure in all that. But at times, we do get, it's just the nature of the beast. We're gonna get heated. So that's not, you know, kid ourselves.
You
That's not gonna
tapped
happen.
into something. You definitely clued in to tapping into a niche that isn't in other spaces, and you have the temperament for it. You know, and you and the other co-hosts, I've listened to maybe 3 episodes now. APOC, yeah. Like you're like, you bring it back on course. You know, you bring it back to the topic. You don't let even the wild people that come in on your side, you don't let them even go off the rails. So
yeah, dude.
I had a question though. I was wondering, so you're assuming it must be to you that Elon knows the truth but isn't or do you think Elon is as susceptible to the double cognitive dissonance or whatever as everyone else? Like,
let me just
why?
tell you. Let me just tell you what it is, and it's going to be straight up. All right, no cap. So there's something called a sunk cost fallacy. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah. It's fun. It's like a key thing in game theory for sure.
Yeah. So he's dude. He's so far invested in it. There's no, like, imagine him, like, what it would cost for his investors and just
Absolutely.
That's
not my question though.
Yeah.
I know your head and you know all the angles, but my question is more specific than that, if I may. It's actually like, why doesn't he pop into spaces like this or even Discord, knowing what he knows, believing what he believes, that like he knows that what you're saying is the truth, let's say, right? But is continuing on in the reality that it isn't, and everyone he's interacting with is in the reality that it isn't. So you'd think his one outlet would be a space like this or a Discord or something where he'd come along every once in a while, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
You know what I mean?
I get you. But it's more to them, because if we had like a kind of a conversation or a back and forth or heated, it doesn't matter what it is, then there's a lot of questions that we are asking that are very direct, and he's going to have to answer for those questions, and they're like, the answers are too ambiguous. So like, if I'm asking like Neil deGrasse Tyson or something, if they're being asked a specific question, because they have been asked, like, what is gravity, for example, right? They would say, well, what gravity is, we don't know. Like, so for them, they'll stay in the realm of ambiguity, because it's safer that way when they don't have to give an answer.
Nothing to gain.
Yeah, but
I see.
So just keeping it to where it's not so staunch, you know, because when you get in a position where you're like, no, this is real and that's not, you don't placate to the audience, and that's what you want, right? As a prolific person, you have to placate to the audience. You have to, okay, well, what do the people want? All right, I'll be that guy. I'll be the guy that they want me to be, so long as I know I have their support. So to them, that's the most important thing, right? Having the support of the people that will go ahead, and so they placate to the audience so that they can have the benefit of having support for the people. And then that support turns into basically like a weapon, because now that you have the support of the people, well, guess what? Your word means something, because now the people back you up. So it behooves them to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna, they would rather placate to the audience than to have a staunch position and make just like a, well, for now anyway, because there's a kind of a rift, if you will. There's a rift in the way Elon's been doing things, because of the fact now he's a part of a party, right? Whereas before it was more of like, you know, he listens to both sides, but he doesn't have a horse in the race. Now he got the stallion that's running the race, right? He's got something to kind of to get behind. Right. And so And you get where I'm going with this? Well, now he's in a position to say, this is what I support. Me. I didn't have an answer to that because I was more like the guy that was sitting in the back going like, well, you guys kind of hash it out amongst yourselves. You know, I will just be here when you're done. Now he's like, no, I'm the guy that you're going to deal with now. So it's
a telling perspective that he's taken. Well, not telling. It's a notable perspective that he's taken.
Notable. That's
because people in business do not take especially not CEOs. They do not take sides in the way that Elon Musk has. He has 4, 5, 6, probably 10 businesses, and he's putting them.
Yeah,
He's the CEO of all of them, and he's saying you can take it or leave it. You can take it or leave it, and he puts his opinion on the daily on X. He says what he thinks. He says who he thinks you should vote for. He says his opinions on free rights, on the Constitution.
So think about it, like Kyrgyz, like that's kind of answering your question, right? So if he was to come in here and voice his opinion, so what do you think what would that do? You know, because now he's gonna be invested into the conversation. The conversation's gonna happen. So now he wants to have the conversation. Whereas before he was like Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know, basically saying, you know, the flat Earth conversation. Well, we don't deal with that because we know we have settled science. We don't want to engage in a debate style kind of, because it's not a debate to them. You know what I mean, in their realm, because they don't have to have it. When they when they want to have it, that means that now they're invested in the conversation. Now they have skin in the game.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the Elon Musk balls of steel,
dude,
challenger approach. Just balls of steel. Like if you smell bullshit, balls of steel say, I smell bullshit. And he's willing to risk his reputation with every Twitter post, with every X post. He just...
Well, that's what he's doing right now. That's what I'm saying.
If he smells bullshit, he comes out and says it. And that's what we need. That's absolutely what we need. He could be a vice president. Like he can't.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Constitution.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff involved with. Anyway, just getting back to like Kyrgyz, your answer to your question. But I think he'll have skin in the game, and he doesn't at the moment on this specific topic because he's doing a lot where his companies are involved with the whole space propaganda. And I'm saying it that way because it's like the information that you receive, right? So all of that information, if he was to come out and debate somebody, then it's going to look like he's now having his opinion voiced about what this conversation, like it actually matters to have his opinion voiced about this. Like it means something. Whereas right now, if he ignores it and doesn't pay attention to it, then it's not on anyone's radar. They're like, well, Elon Musk doesn't really care about you flat earthers. He's too busy doing whatever he's doing. But if he was to give it the time of day, then it's on everybody's radar.
I see.
Everybody's going to be,
sense.
Shit. Yeah, oh shit, man. Elon just tweeted about the flat earth. Now the flat earth has become super popular because Elon said flat earth. The moment he did that.
I think one day Elon will speak to flat earth because he talks about this kind of shit. Like he talks about the Joe Rogan shit. He speaks to it.
Dude, he's right there. Can you imagine Joe Rogan and the the whole show that he does, and Eddie Bravo and all them, and even what's his name, David Weiss, like they're so like how many degrees away? They're like 2 degrees away from having that conversation. But if and when it ever does happen, dude, it's gonna be like a fucking like a storm, just a wave just coming over the internet. Like everybody's gonna be lit up like a Christmas tree, dude. Everyone's gonna want to talk about it. It's gonna be relevant. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be fucking 4th of July. Like,
I think what would happen is it would become news some other way. Like maybe trend some other way, and then he would pitch in and comment on it, because the way you've put it makes sense. Like, he has nothing to gain from bringing it up or coming to rooms and engaging with it. But if it was already a thing in the ether, in the air, right, he could comment on it, and then that would be amazing to like put you talk like your space and your community's line of questioning and the way you do it specifically to him. Compared with some other flat Earth groups and the way they tackle these issues.
Because I think about it, right? I'm like, I don't mind having the conversation with anyone, but having somebody that prolific on blast like that, dude, it's like a whole new level. You're not even in the same realm of conversation as you do with an everyday person, because the person is established as an icon. So the person's an icon that you're speaking to. Of course you're speaking to a person, but they represent something much greater than themselves, which is the ideals of the people, right? So you're actually going against the very fabric of the ideals of the people. You're not just having. Is this making sense to you guys? That's the reason why.
Yeah, totally. I think we agree.
I want to share what I've written down. If he ever does jump in here, bro, ever, I have right here written down the 3 suggestions and the 2 questions that I would ask him if he did come. If he ever heard this is what I'd ask him. The first one, the suggestion would be, put cameras on the rockets or anything you send up and let people choose which camera to watch for the entire stream, even if it's cut and uploaded later. But that's mandatory. He should do this. 2, put instruments on the rockets or anything you send up that would prove its true position of orbiting, quote unquote, around a sphere and not just flying over a plane. And 3, put cameras on Starlink with settings to view the sky or space only, so we can see the gases, the Milky Way, the stars from that altitude. Only though. You can't be like, oh, we can, because they always say the camera lens will be burned up, if because we have to adjust it, we'll allow too much light, and put them to where they're only facing the space. Hold on though. Here's the 2 questions. Why haven't you already done this? And are you told not to, or that you can't by the powers that be?
He couldn't answer that.
I think 1, 2, 3 are unreasonable, and I'll tell you why. I think that 1 and 2, he has put cameras on. I think that his launches are probably the most televised and recorded launches in human history. And 3 was putting cameras on Starlink. I think that space junk is a huge problem. Putting extra cameras on the Starlink satellites would
that makes 0 sense, buddy. I respect your.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all.
Well, let's talk about it.
I want to say something before I forget.
Go ahead,
APOC, 2 things. You don't even need to get him in the room to suggest these things and have them kind of be part of like a project to get SpaceX to do that, by the way. A second thing is, it would be very beneficial for them and the human community actually as a whole to have cameras pointing towards space, because you could join that data together and get a stereoscopic view, if not a multi-stereoscopic view of the stars and whatever else is out there.
Right.
Because you're combining the view from very many different cameras.
Yeah.
So it's a great idea.
And here's the thing about the camera thing. Hold on, just real quick. You saying that you don't think it's fair to say why doesn't he put cameras on? I think you missed the second part of that. It was to put cameras on there that you can choose to watch just that one. Because what they do is during a launch, they'll switch from camera to camera to camera to camera to camera, and you're like, what the fuck? I was just about to see something what the hell? But they cut from that. So that's what I mean. You have to.
Okay.
We should be able to watch just that one camera because they switch it from us. That's
Fair
why.
enough. Yeah. Okay. So
I caught that detail.
I thought your argument was that there weren't enough cameras.
No, I don't think that was the argument.
But the argument now seems like we have like a SpaceX like viewport. Like
put it this way: complete end-to-end video, unedited, released on their own channels if it has to be. Or each video,
and
each camera has its own video.
And you know what? It's not even. Hold on, just real quick. Just real quick. You know what? It's not even like he has to invent that, because that has existed for decades. You know, the first time I heard somebody doing that was like 20 years ago, bro. Like NASCAR did it, where you can choose which camera you wanted to watch from inside the car. And they did that shit like fucking 15 or 20 years ago, bro. Like that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And they were already doing it. So it's
let me just say, hold on, Cortico. Let me just say that those are great suggestions, you know, as far as like having a conversation. But when you have the guy in front of you and there's things you could talk about, I think that it needs to take a very serious, very deep dive into like the reason why people that we've been talking to are misinformed about how to articulate the point of anything they know about the Earth being a globe. Because it sounds like to me, fundamentally, if let's say he thinks, because I don't know where he's coming from, you know, like as far as what he knows about space travel or the idea of all of this, like, is it people informing him that all these things are being done and taken care of, or is it like he's having special interaction with the information as to like how he knows directly that all of this stuff is happening? Because you got to remember that a person that has companies has people running those companies. Now, he's not himself actually doing the logistics. He doesn't go and maintenance the things that are up there. He's receiving information by people who are giving the information to him that things are being taken care of. So he's basically just like a spokesperson at this point. So he doesn't have you get what I'm saying? So he's
he's the face of the company.
He's the face of the company. He's the voice of the company, but he's not the one who actually deals with the very specific, the high-end information that would need to be known if you're somebody who's dealing in real time with the information of like how he knows something's going from point A to point B into a region of the sky that is allegedly in a low Earth orbit. You guys get what I'm saying? Like that, those conversations need to be.
I think he's more informed on those specific details than we imagine, but you're right in general.
Yeah. So
by the way, Veritas.
Yeah, go ahead.
This
tell the
is
host
just,
again. I think I dropped it.
This is just going to be like procedural.
Okay.
But like, why don't you invite his at Elon Musk just procedurally? Just what if like 1 in 100 he fucking joined, because he does this kind of shit. He does
with the promotion you got too. With the promotion money, if you do that campaign, start tagging him.
just invite him. He does this kind of shit every now and then. Like,
I'll tell you what.
Is a Joe Rogan kind of like.
I get you. Yeah, he's pretty base in that respect, right? He will have the conversation. He's not afraid of that. I get that. I know that. It seems to me like his demeanor is one that he's not one that he's like a hard ass, but he will have a conversation if he wants to. But what I'm looking at is that if you want to have a voice, then you need to work your ass off to make sure that your voice becomes one that's heard, and that takes work. So you need to build a platform. You need to have supporters. You need to make moves to like have people like support you and keep climbing the ladder till you have a large enough base of following, so that when you say, okay, now I'm going to knock on a door, but I got a big fist to do it with. You know what I mean? Like it's going to pound on the door.
I got you. But do you know technically how to invite Elon Musk here?
What do you mean? Like if I wanted to, just tag him.
I already
did. Tag him.
All right. As long as we've tagged him, I know we don't have the voice to get him here. I know we don't. Yeah. Of course not. Of course not. But I just I would.
So if you,
I think we're the platform that we need to get the just.
Let's say in the future. How about this? In the future, it could happen because let's just say people started supporting this program and it got really, really popular. I have like 10 million followers or something. Then people are going to start saying, wait a minute, what's all this commotion over here? Like, what's going on with these 10 million people that are trying to follow? What's this guy talking about? And then when those eyeballs and ears start actually listening to the content, then we're gonna get like okay, I need to have a talk with this person. Because
Exactly.
I think, who was it?
Exactly.
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson and the rest of the crew were like, it's okay. They said this, and I heard them. You guys maybe have seen this video. They're like, it's okay for people to talk about flat Earth, but it's not okay for the flat Earth to become very popular because then it becomes dangerous. Those are the words. Those are the words. That's how it was put to the video.
And
I don't know if it was Neil
deGrasse Tyson needs to shut his ass up.
Well, no. This was, I think it was Michelle Thaler. I was beginning because Michelle Thaler was Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Thaler, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and maybe one more. But there was those three for sure. And I think Michelle Thaler and Neil deGrasse were talking about, it's okay for people to have like you can think of the Earth any way you want. But we know when it starts getting popular, then it becomes dangerous. Is what the way they were wording it. It's like
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, who's the highest profile celebrity who's like in favor of flat Earth? Would you say? I find it weird that there isn't one that I can think of. Whereas almost every niche issue has, one celebrity you could be like point to and be like, oh, that person's the PETA person or whatever.
I'm gonna give you.
Isn't that weird?
I'm going to give you an answer,
I
but I'm also going to give you an answer for the most high-profile glober. Okay, so the most high-profile flat earther is some fucking random, really good basketball player in the United States.
Yeah, I was thinking him too, that guy. But Eddie Bravo's higher profile than that guy, actually. I just remembered Eddie.
But let me just say, there are no high-profile fucking globers in the United States. Like it's just not like a thing.
It's not a thing.
So,
it's not a thing.
Yeah, so there's some basketball player that like has questioned some shit. Candace Owens, who's like a conservative, whatever. But like,
Candace said something about flat Earth. I didn't hear.
That's the level I was speaking of, is Candace Owens, but I wasn't sure what her position was.
So Candace Owens buys into the ideology, but I think she's a grifter. Like I think she's just here for the views.
She voiced her opinion because she was like, you know what? After everything that's happened for the past so many years, she's like, we can't trust what they tell us now. And she's like, so even stuff like flat Earth. But then she was like, there's this thing called like the final experiment. She talked about the final experiment.
Oh God.
Yeah. So she got ripped by Nathan Oakley and QE on that. They did a show on her doing a show about it. And
yeah, but see, let me just say this, man. And I know you can rip into Candace, but at the same time, it's like the most prevalent information. Like the squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? So it's like the one that's squeaking right now are the ones who are on the bigger channels. So that like David Weiss and that crowd, Jaronism and all that. They're in the light of having those conversations with those, the Globers that want to do that. Because
apparently Witsit was going to go on Candace Owens or something like that.
Witsit needs to be the official spokesperson of Flat Earth. Like, I'm sorry, like there's a lot of dudes that like take the helm. Witsit needs to be the apologist. I'm a globe earther. Veritas knows me. Like I'm just saying, Witsit is the guy. Like, Witsit's the guy.
Flat Earthers are opposed to that kind of like hierarchical structural thing for sure. Yep. That's what got us into the whole, from their perspective, the whole lie in the first place.
Yep. So
decentralized is the way to go.
Yeah, I agree, dude. I couldn't agree with you more.
Really, decentralized?
Yeah. Yes. Listen.
Yeah, if they take out Witsit, AV is the next lead, in my opinion, or QE. Some of these actually good speakers.
Yeah, check it out.
Witsit is a good speaker.
Yeah, I know, but the idea is to kind of
have to come up with their own reality and their own hyper reality, a collective consciousness that somehow supersedes reality. And of course it doesn't, so it's going to fail, and they're going to kill themselves, in their own ways, right? Be it familial suicide, right? They won't have babies, or they won't grow, they won't evolve, they won't understand what's happening, they won't know how phones work, right? Much like, I mean, World War II, what was the big thing, right? World War II and World War I, what they wanted to make sure that the populace didn't understand were engines, motors, stators, radios, crystals, right? These were the massive products. These were batteries, right? The entire notion of a battery, right? They had to make sure that the major populace did not understand the fundamentals of rotary, right? Of mechanics, right? Of true engineering, right? So how does this apply to flat Earth, globe Earth? I know we've talked about this before, but and I got a lot of my friends now. They're kind of mad at me because I just asked them. I was like, how does propulsion work in a vacuum? And they think they know, but then I just keep asking them more questions, and then pretty quickly they realize that they don't know, and they get mad at me.
They get
and I'm
mad,
like, well, you should, yeah, right. And I'm like, hold on. I'm like, yeah, right. I'm like, well, that's the thing. It's like, well, why are they mad, right? Well, men get mad. Women will cry, but men will get mad because it means that your foundation is weak, and you've based a lot of solutions off of a very weak foundation, right?
Pretty
so now,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, so now here we are, right? Now here we are, where we got Elon Musk lying to us, saying that, oh, we've definitely been to the moon. He just told Tucker Carlson this, right? He goes, of course we've been to the moon, right? And of course we're going to go to Mars, soon, right? Even though he can't even get a rocket into space past the firmament, right? But he's lying because he has to, because he even admits this. He said he fucking hates NASA, and he fucking hates the government. Or I'm sorry, he really hates the government. I'm sorry for cussing. But
what better way to hate the government than to be the government?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that's what he's doing. That's what he's literally doing, and that's why he's all in on Trump, because
No, you're not. But he's not really. Brother, listen to me. There ain't no such thing as hating the government like that. Elon Musk is with the government. I understand what he's saying.
Well, he's with a part of the government. He's not with. Okay, so the American government is incredibly schizophrenic, and we have what I like to call the rhinos and dinos, right? The Republican in name only, Democrat in name only. Now, these guys always pretend that they're bipartisan, right? That they work across the aisle and help each other out. But really, they are the deep state. They are the actual people, the lawfare, the people who do run the government, no matter who's in charge, no matter who's elected, no matter what business is coming through, right? They're the people who run the government, right? Now, luckily, though, because of Trump, we have another deep state that people like to forget about, the literal military, the military deep state. And Trump owns them. Now, Musk is on record saying that he's afraid he will be put in prison. He will be charged and really screwed over.
Can I say something about Mars and space real quick?
Yeah.
When you say you've been to the word space, no one in the fucking history of time has never been to space, because everywhere you are in is a space. So there's never a time anyone's not going to, through, or from, or into, or what, like space, right?
Yeah, time is space, right? Yeah.
Hold on, think about this one now too. So this little fucking weasel in this chair can be telling you the truth. We're going to go to space. We are going to space. Now the moon could be a warehouse somewhere, or an area set up that is the moon area, that's not changed, that still looks like the moon. They still can send stuff and do stuff and send you the footage like, oh, green screen. No, big moon stage. But it had to be a green screen. So they could say, yeah, we go to the moon. That's the moon for them. And then when they say they're going to Mars, Mars is like that one other spot. You know what I mean? That one other.
Why wouldn't a rocket work in a vacuum?
Hold on, that's going back. That's going back to what I said. No. Don't even think about rocket, because it's propulsion. Why won't propulsion? Because it doesn't have to be a rocket. It can just be any kind of propulsion, right? And the reason why it doesn't is the same reason why nothing works in non-space, because it's non-space. It's non-time. It's quite literally outside the confines of reality. It's like trying to say
reaction, yes.
It's like trying to say why
non-mechanical.
Like it's why you go to the grocery store and you don't see Steve from Minecraft or Super Mario, right? Because that would be outside of the confines of reality.
What happens if you keep going south, right? We don't know.
Yeah, I posted in side chat. Just an example.
You would eventually go north, right? If you go south long enough, you'll cross the southern pole. And you'll start going north.
on a globe, right? If you went straight south, right, you would come back around back to the same spot again, right? But what is a reality is that tons and tons of people throughout history have done east to west and west to east circumnavigations, but nobody's ever done a north to south circumnavigation. The only north to south circumnavigations, what they did was they went from the north, right? They went down to basically to Antarctica, and then they kind of turned around, right? Or jackknifed and went back up again. They never go down to the south, right? And then fly over Antarctica and come back up around the other side of the globe. Nobody's ever done that.
Yeah, so Matt posted that picture. Is that what we're going off with?
I'll have a look at it in 1 second. I'm just trying to find this little diagram. Yeah,
just a simplified example, nothing accurate.
Okay. So south would be just any longitude line just pointing outwards in that example. That doesn't.
Yeah. See the little example. Just the example.
On the North Pole, that makes sense.
Just see the example I posted because you were saying like how a east and west circles on a globe, right? So those planes are going east, right? To stay east, you would have to keep correcting the wheel to the left to stay due east, right? And then you're going to do a circle and you're going to come back into the same spot again, right? If you flatten that out, you'll have the exact same effect, right? You'll have to do a circle and you come back around.
Most planes are not this close to the North Pole. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So you don't have to straighten out the wheel constantly.
Yeah, any of those latitude lines.
I'm confused. So, did we agree that, like, if you want to fly east, let's say around the equator, for example, let's say from South America to Africa, would you have to keep course correcting, like you said, in order to just go from?
No, if you want to go right, if you would probably just do a direct, path, right, between point A and point B. But if you wanted to go due east or due west, you would have to keep correct to the right or the left to continue in that circular path. Because east and west are circles on a globe or on a flat Earth.
I disagree that they're just circles. That's the problem with the flat, and I keep saying this is south. The problem is south is warped on a flat model.
No, there is no flat model. What you're talking about, the warped, right? That's just warped on a globe projection, right? There's hundreds of different globe projections, right? And they're all warped in one way or another because it's a projection, right? So that AE map, that AE map, that's not a flat Earth map. That's just an AE globe projection map.
Yes, but this is a model that like flat earthers will use, even though, it is based on the globe model. I agree.
Yeah, some flat earthers will use it to explain certain things because there's there are a lot of elements to it that are useful to explain how certain things could work, right? But no flat earthers should be claiming that is the flat Earth map and it's a perfect map and we've checked it. And we've checked that it's all correct and it all checks out, right? That's not what you'll find from the people here at 24/7, right? We'll say we don't have a map, right? All maps have issues, and the AE map's just a globe projection. But yeah, it can be useful for talking about certain things, right? Like trying to explain circumnavigation, for example, and how east and west are circles.
So you don't. So just to be clear, then, the first point, you don't believe if you're just going east, let's say from New York going eastward, you're not going in a straight line.
No, east and west are definitely not straight lines, even on a globe. You can even you can even just type it into ChatGPT or any AI, or just look it up on Google. Right, east and west is circles.
It's not going to be like a perfect straight line because you're going around a globe. I agree.
No, because also your magnetic headings, they change directions. Your magnetic headings change directions, especially whenever you're moving through different areas, right? Like your compass will start pointing towards an area of high iron count, or your compass will point to an object that's putting off a lot of electromagnetic fields, right? So, like, for example, I was in the Army and I worked on Apaches, and we had an Apache get struck by lightning, and we couldn't do land near the airfield because the compass would always point towards that fucking aircraft.
Yeah, same thing with Pond Inlet.
Okay, wouldn't that just be a faulty system because of the lightning?
Well, you're using east, west, right, compass directions, and if you're wanting to point east, you're going to have to follow the compass east. Otherwise, you have to identify a different mode of travel, and that's what he's pointing
But you
out.
can also,
if you're going to use the azimuthal equidistant projection map, you're going to have to be following easterly heading, right? Which east has been projected to be around the north, which in that projection, the north is at the center of the map. You can even change that projection to have the south as the center, and then everything in the north around it. It doesn't matter. All you're talking about is a map, and you're trying to correlate how you would use the compass with the map.
So,
and each map is going to have its own way of navigating, right? Each map has its own little way of reading it. I could show you
in the military. They also, you don't just go off a compass. You can look at the sun go east and west, right? You can look at the things in the sky and also navigate where you are on the planet. They teach you that in the Army too, right? Yeah.
You're roboting. Yeah, you're roboting, bro.
If you own a magnet and a compass, you could just do it on your table. Just put a magnet down, get a compass a little bit away from it, just go east, and you'll see you're going in a circle.
You're going in a circle when you're like implying like the Earth's radius, because the Earth's radius is a circle. That's why it's circumnavigation. I agree. But you're going in an apparent straight line without changing directions if you keep going from east to west.
No, you need to correct to the left or the right, depending on if you're going east or west. To stay due east or due west. Technically, on a globe, the only place that you wouldn't have to correct the steering wheel to the left or the right would be if you're doing a direct line perfectly around the equator, right? But nobody's ever done that to confirm. But from the person that's driving the craft, whatever it is, the boat or the craft, right? Because the Earth's so big, right? It'll feel like you're going in a straight line. You wouldn't know that you're going in a curve, but you would have to keep, right, correcting. So technically you're going in a circle, but you would think that you're going in a straight line because it's such a huge size track, basically, that you're going around, east or west.
I agree a little bit. What I would say though is, what is the South Pole for you? If we do you agree like North's like I want to know what's South Pole for you. Is it just like the North?
Not North. Not the North.
I said, is it like the North?
We try not to speculate. So we try not to make speculations about things that are too high to validate or things that are too far to validate, like what's going on in the South, right? Because you can't just...
Wouldn't that be just in the Antarctic, though? The South Pole? Just like the Arctic is in the North Pole?
No.
That makes sense, wouldn't it? Because you wouldn't say Antarctica's in the north, right? You wouldn't say that Alaska's in the south, would you? No. So if your question is, what is the South? and I say not the north, then whatever is in the established northern region, the south region would contain the things that are in the south, right? Antarctica, because you brought that up, because you're smart enough to comprehend what north, south, east, and west are. So we don't have
but
to
I'm
read
just trying to picture on a flat plane what is south. I don't know if you guys think that's like the outer.
Well, let me give you my 2 cents on it. Right, so just say once again, like just say you've got a flat circle of dirt on the ground and you've just drawn it out, right? Just grass or whatever, right? And then you stick a bar magnet, right, in the center, right? Obviously, the magnet itself has a north and south pole, but if you pull out a compass, right, it's going to point north, right? It's going to point to the center, right? It's going to point
to the south has magnets too, right?
Well, in Australia,
the
right?
South Pole is
in Australia, I can guarantee you, in Australia, the compasses still point north, right? They don't point south, even though you're closer, technically, on a globe to the South Pole.
I'm saying the South Pole also has magnets, just like
the simplest way to picture what we're saying is to use yourself as your reference point. If you're in the military and you're going to have a map and you're going to be navigating an area, your map is going to be of a local map. It's not going to have a big Mercator projection. You're not going to use the Mercator projection to navigate. You're not going to use the azimuthal equidistant projection to navigate. You're going to be using a local map, meaning an area that has been surveyed, looked at, things have been plotted out and put on a piece of paper. You've been given your grid north, you're given your true north, and then you've been given your magnetic north for that local area, right? And then from there, you navigate using methods, right? So if you're going to ask me what's south, I'm going to point in the direction of south from my little personal reference frame, which is me. And if you're standing next to me, south is going to be the same direction for the both of us. North is going to be the same direction for the both of us. East and west, the same for the both of us, right? You're the reference. The environment around you is the thing that we're talking about, the reference. If you're wanting to construct a model of the thing around you, the only thing that you'll ever experience is what's around you.
But we also have a model because people went out there and verified what's around you already, right?
Sure.
That's why we.
But they've also taken local areas. They've surveyed local areas, and then they put them all together, right?
Yes,
but
it's easy. It's easier to do today as a GPS.
You can take any survey data, angles of elevation, azimuth directions, and you can plot them onto any shape that you want inside of a computer, or you can even draw the way you want the lands to look as a whole in a massive however you want.
Yeah, but
it's a reification fallacy. Your map is a reification fallacy. Your model is a reification fallacy. If you want to talk about reality and not have any kind of reification fallacies, we're going to have to be talking about the things that's around us.
It's
right?
Not,
so
I can
if you're
point
asking why
to, I can
I'm going to be referencing how the Earth and the things around you are going to be referencing Earth being flat. And then whenever I ask you, how are you going to validate that the Earth is a sphere underneath your feet, you're going to have to provide me a method for which you derive that the Earth beneath your feet is a sphere. Right?
There's multiple ways to prove Earth is a sphere. So let's go with your when you stand in place, right? What do you think will happen if you go south long enough?
They'll go south.
You keep
however long you decide to travel. So. But that's not talking about the Earth, that's talking about a method of travel.
If you keep going south, the direction will eventually change to north because you're going in the same direction south is, right? If you keep following a longitude line south.
Have you done that?
Yeah, that's just a hypothetical, Hush, right? Like, that's nobody's done it. Nobody has done that. Nobody has circumnavigated north to south ever. and come back around the other side, like
People
you just
have
said.
flown over Antarctica before.
No,
even if
people
they
have
haven't
not.
circumnavigate.
Okay,
Yes.
hold on one sec. Let me say this one thing. Okay, look, when you look into it, right, you're going to look it up. You're going to look up like north to south circumnavigation, and you're going to look up, it's going to come up with things like one more orbit, right? And then once you actually look into the path they take, right, they basically go down to the south, and then they turn around. They don't keep flying over Antarctica and come back around the other side. Like, we've been looking into this for years. I guarantee you, nobody's flown over the south and circumnavigated north to south and come back up the other side of the Earth.
I don't think they have to, but yes, people definitely have circumnavigated. I could look into it.
Just don't make a blanket claim and then not.
I'm not even talking about circumnavigating that. I'm saying the simple logic of following a longitude line south long enough.
A method
your
of
direction
travel.
is eventually going to change to north.
A method of travel is what you're arguing about. You're not talking about a
I
geometric
didn't mention any specific form of travel.
All right, no
You
worries.
did.
Hey,
that's a method.
hold on. This is a claim. So hush. Just go ahead and post in the side chat the people that have done this, and we'll look at it. We'll go through it, you and me.
All right. We'll do it together. Lisa Blair. Yeah, 1 second.
I'm still verifying this one myself, but if anybody has seen it before, Dick Smith allegedly did it before. He circumnavigated pole to pole on a helicopter, allegedly.
Okay, so show us, right? Going pole to pole, right, is different, right? You can go from one end of your block to the other end of the block and turn around and go back again. And that's kind of what, once you actually look into the flight paths these people take, they don't go down from one pole and then go over Antarctica and then come back up around the other side of the globe and do a loop around, right? They don't do a great circle north to south. What you'll find if you actually look at the flight path is they'll go down, they'll kind of touch down at Antarctica, and then they'll turn around, right? They'll jackknife, and then they'll come back up again. It's not going around in a great circle. It's never been done.
So allegedly, I'm still looking for the flight path, but his claim is that he did.
I'm looking at the Trans-Globe Expedition route. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Yeah, bro. Look into the guy, Sir Randolph Fiennes, right? Sir Randolph Fiennes, look into him, right? He's literally been taken to court for faking footage, right? And I'm pretty sure that Trans-Globe Expedition was, they had to be evacuated or something, like medically evacuated because they were getting hypothermia or something. But yeah, look into that guy that's behind that, right? He's literally been sued for different things, and he's been sued for faking footage before. So he's not very credible. Like, you can look up that. If you look up Sir Randolph Fiennes or whatever his name is, court cases, right? You'll see that, yeah, he got busted for faking TV show footage, faking injuries, all sorts of different things.
What a faker.
So yeah, Juju's asking why don't we have a model, right? It's you guys don't have a model either, right? You can't have a scientific model that explains everything. That's why if I ask you guys to post the globe model in the side chat, you're not going to be able to post a scientific model that explains everything on the globe, right? You can make models that explain bits and pieces right, of things here and there. But the main thing is with the globe, right? It claims a radius value of 3,959 miles, right? So it has to curve at a certain rate. And when we actually go out in reality, we can debunk the globe model or the globe claims, right? It doesn't match reality. So you can say that you have a model, but it doesn't match reality. So it's kind of shit, a shit model.
You don't see the curvature when wherever you stand on Earth.
Yeah, but you have to have
massive.
It's not that massive.
Can it be possible that? Can it be possible Earth is so massive, right, that you're not going to be able to see the curvature just from like outside looking onward?
Wait a minute. So you're saying that Al Baruni was lying? Hold on a second. So you're saying Al Baruni was lying?
I'm talking about standing on land, looking on land.
Yeah.
And you see the horizon, that's a different topic.
Right. So Al Baruni was lying.
What's his name?
Al Baruni. A-L B-A-R, that's his last name. B-A-R-U-N-I. Baruni. He was he's one of the guys that they appealed to that was supposedly measuring a dip angle from a mountain to the horizon to get the curvature rate of the Earth. About 1,000 years ago. Brilliant Arabic mathematician. So he was lying.
I mean, there are plenty of globe models. It's just like I'm looking at them and they're fucking. They all got incorrect proportions for the continent size.
Are you talking about maps?
No, like globe models, like models of like literal physical models of globes and stuff.
Is there any model of the globe that says that it's actually accurate instead of do not use this globe for accuracy purposes? Theoretically, our globe should be 100% accurate.
Well, it shouldn't be a perfect sphere then, according to most people's models, but it looks like these also are perfect spheres, and the scaling's wrong.
Well, that's interesting. Also, it's important to note that a projection is not a model. Like, you guys have to understand that the globe is a polar coordinate system. It's not a model.
Well, when I said model, I literally meant like there's a model of like when you make a model car.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. If you're going to talk about a scientific model,
yeah, that's how I'm noticing when I'm Googling it. I look up globe model, and it's pulling up fucking literal models.
Right. You could call them dioramas, right? But
yeah, exactly. It's pulling up fucking dioramas.
Yeah. The thing about the die-cast model, or the one that you put together with your hands and rubber cement in your basement, if you want to do a Ferrari, see, they downscale the Ferrari. They get all the values from that particular car, and then they scale it down, and you build the plastic version. You could call that a model, but that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about the Earth. In the case of the Earth, well, you'd have to have a value of radius to make a scaled down diorama of that particular thing. But there is no value to get. There's no radius. There's no curve.
So, I mean, here's a 2D representation.
But theoretically, though, like the globes that we can purchase from anywhere, let's say the most expensive Atlas store that you can go to. I mean, theoretically, we should have an accurate globe, correct?
No.
Well, why not?
It's a polar coordinate system.
Yeah, but if
I'll tell you what.
If we can observe it from space, why couldn't we just directly superimpose it onto a globe?
Nobody observes anything from space. Who's observing the Earth from space? What's space?
Ultimately, this is the point I'm making.
GPS.
I'm saying
GPS is space?
It's used in space.
What is GPS?
But all of your measurements were set in stone before the use of GPS. So you don't really need to call into account GPS because all of the measurements in math was there beforehand.
That is an example. Global positioning system.
Right.
Okay. Satellites. Okay.
Okay. What's a satellite?
An object that orbits the Earth.
Okay, so orbits are described in circular paths around a planar surface. So this is a 2D. So you're saying that orbits are orbiting a flat Earth?
No, they orbit a three-dimensional Earth.
Oh, so this is a sphere.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so where did the value for the sphere come from, so that they could put those orbits in place?
Question. The value for the Earth?
Yeah, the radius of the Earth, so that they know how far away to put these satellites.
That's been measured. I put it in chat.
Well, how was it measured again?
Hold on. The radius of Earth is 3,963.1 miles, right?
How did they get that? We keep asking that. No, I don't agree on that at all. That's a radius of a sphere that nobody's validated. Okay, so no value has been gathered in reality then. So there's no curvature of the Earth.
So we can measure with calculation, right?
You don't measure with calculation. That's why they're different words. Measurement is measurement. Calculation is calculation.
Yeah, but you can use calculation to measure something, right?
Okay, what value? Where are you getting your values from? I'm tired of this with you guys. Where did the values come from to calculate? Why are you talking when I'm asking you a very specific question? Where did the values come from? Where did the values come from?
So you can measure, like, let's say a skyscraper, for instance.
I'm not talking about skyscrapers right now. I'm asking you where they got the values for the radius of the Earth. No, it's not. We're talking about the Earth. Do you want to gish gallop and red herring off to something like skyscrapers? When I'm asking you something very specific about the actual, you think there was no measuring going on when they built the frickin' skyscraper? You got to be kidding me.
They measure the dimensions, but you can also use the dimensions to calculate, and it will be the same thing. So
so it's an actual measurement, right? It's an actual measurement.
You can use calculations to measure something.
No, you cannot. You have to have values first. In reality.
And we have values. What?
Okay, so where did they get those values from? Where did they measure to get those values?
Probably not just from one data point. We have values for, like, how.
Why are you appealing to something that they probably did? You're really annoying.
There's not just one single data point. I know you're trying to just point to one data point, but you have thousands.
I'm asking for any. We've been here for 10 years, and there hasn't been any.
According to you.
Well, you haven't provided any. You're saying maybe, probably, and yet you have proven or brought nothing to the table.
So what specifically are you looking for?
I'm asking for a curvature rate that is measured to support the idea that you live on a sphere.
That is easy to do. So just the curvature rate.
Yeah, measured. Measured.
You have an equation.
Measured. Funny how I continue to ask you for the measurement, and you just say, well, calculated. So no measurement then. Just say it. Yeah, there's no measurement. No, you can't use calculations to measure unless you have some kind of value in reality first. We'll go on and on and on. Why don't you Google it? You Google it.
I will. Can you use calculation to measure something? Yes.
Right. Okay. So let's take a skyscraper analogy. Right. So let's say each floor on a building is essentially about 11 feet, but you know it's 11 feet because you measure that 11 feet from floor to floor. Right. So you had to get a measurement, and then you look at how many stories are there, and then you can calculate the total height based on that initial measurement. So what I need from you is measurements of curvature in a small area on the Earth. And then you can calculate. So where did the curvature measurements come from?
Not from one data point.
Well, give me any. So far, you've given me nothing.
Yeah, because you keep talking. So
I've been asking for this since the beginning. Where is it?
I think I provided some yesterday. Were you here?
What'd you provide?
No,
How to say his name yet? It's been how many days you've been in here and you still don't know how to say his name?
That's his name.
No, it's
Eratosthenes.
Isn't that what I said? Eratosthenes? Eratosthenes?
Jeez.
It doesn't matter.
So Eratosthenes.
It doesn't matter how I pronounce his name.
It was already explained to you.
That you can pronounce
This
the
was all
S.
explained to you yesterday, dude.
I'm saying that he's a perfect example.
He measured the
which
Earth.
is what he was looking for, right?
Yeah, so his data point is a flat plane.
Measured the distance between Alexandria and Syene. Okay?
Yeah.
That was his data point that he was using. Okay?
Right, so he measured a flat plane, and you think that's somehow a data point for a sphere? Tell me how.
He didn't just measure a flat plane.
Really?
Measured the length of the shadow cat.
Yes, that's an angle. And that angle requires the Earth to be flat to get a correct measurement between those 2 points. So it's a flat plane.
Oh. His outcome was the opposite. It was curved. That was his outcome.
No, he took that measurement of flatness and presupposed a ball and then created a radius on a circle. It's a great circle that he measured. And then he took that great circle and said, this is the circle around the circumference of a presupposed ball. He didn't measure any curvature. Don't you know this story yet? Like, how many days has it been since people been schooling you on this? Right, so he has a great circle now. So it's a flat plane.
It's called a hypothesis.
No, it isn't.
So he used the scientific.
It's not a hypothesis. Now you're in a category area. There's no hypotheses in frickin' geometry, friend. No.
Yes.
No.
You can say he presupposed it, but that's a hypothesis.
No, it's not a hypothesis. Presuppositions are not hypotheses.
You can pre-oppose something. Yeah. You suppose something, and it could be a hypothesis at the same time.
No, it isn't. Okay. Get me a citation for that.
Imply that you've
especially when we're dealing with geometry. Let's do that.
Something you're seeking
Let's
to
go.
determine.
The definition of a hypothesis: a supposition. That's the first word. A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
I'm glad you said supposition, not presupposition. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
sorry, but that's in the word, right?
Even I got to throw this one in. Hypotheses are not presuppositions, and if they are, if you're already presupposing something that you admit is a hypothesis, then that's an issue. You haven't tested it yet. You shouldn't be presupposing. You shouldn't presuppose anything. You've even defined it, but also unable to like the fact that you are a conscious being. You can't prove that it's not true, but you can't really prove that it is true without relying on your own senses. You have to presuppose that it's true, otherwise you can't obtain knowledge. But other than that, there's not that many presuppositions that you should be holding.
That was a logical fallacy. You can't prove something, therefore it's false.
No. Well, no, it's not that you can't prove it, therefore it's false. What my point there was you can't prove that it's true, but you also can't prove that it's false. But all of the evidence that you have leads you to believe that it's true.
Can't prove what is true.
Right? This is a very niched usage. We only use it for certain things, like justifying knowledge itself, or justifying the usage of logic, or justifying that you are a conscious being and that the people around you are also conscious beings. You can't prove that unless you're right. It's
okay. So that's like a philosophical debate if we're talking about
consciousness. It is. But that's your presuppositions. Presuppositions should start and end there.
Yeah, but a supposition is a belief or assumption that comes after an inquiry has begun. So, yes. So he did an inquiry.
Yeah.
And it proved and it has some outcomes that proved that proved the supposition correct.
No, actually, it did the opposite, because what he did is he measured a linear distance, length of shadows between 2 points, and came up with a great circle. He measured a flat Earth. And because he had a presupposition that he was on a ball, he made that great circle essentially the belt or the equator of a sphere that still was not measured.
He had a belief that he was on a ball.
Yep. That was his presupposition.
It's changed how he makes.
So if I grant you that, and then he did his experiment, let's say that was his presupposition. He did the experiment. Now that's his supposition, right?
No, it invalidates the measurements that he's taken because he's changed a reference frame. He's presupposed a reference frame, i.e., he is on the outside of the circle, and the well or the two sticks, the well and the stick, converge at the radius of the Earth. So we get the shadow on the one stick, but the two sticks are pointed to the center of the Earth. That's his supposition when he's taking the measurement of the angle at the top of the stick, which is drawn between the top of the stick and creating the hypotenuse of the triangle at 7 degrees. He's measuring a flat Earth, but his supposition changes the measurement.
Yes, but if it's proven correct, let's say it was measured like that. If it's proven correct on a different distance, right, using the same formula, what does that mean?
Using the same formula, so using the same presupposition.
Using the same method he used.
Yeah, the methodology is measuring at angles. His presupposition that he's on the outside of a sphere with the convergence points of the sticks at the center of the radius. You understand what Aristophanes did, right?
Yes.
Parallel light rays.
You know, light moves in all directions.
You understand what a protractor is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good. So he's on the outside of the protractor. At one location, he's got a stick. Now that stick line goes down to the center point of the protractor. The way that the shadows are formed is because of the parallel light rays. So when he moves away from this stick and plants another stick on the outside of a protractor, that stick converges at the center point, creating a divergence of those angles. He's not measuring he's not measuring a globe Earth. He's presupposing he's on the outside of a sphere and the light rays from the sun are parallel, changing what is actually being measured because you're underneath the sun and you move away from the sun and you measure angles to it. All measurements are taken from a flat Earth.
No.
Yes, it's an angle measurement. Straight lines.
I'm following you in my head. And then you're saying all measurements are measured on a flat. It's flat to us, but
what are the measurements? What are they?
So real quick,
measurements?
The ratio that he calculated, and let's see if you agree with me, was between the north-south distance between two cities, angles measured at a given ratio, which allowed him to calculate the size of the Earth.
Yeah, which is
he was a little off. He was a little off on that.
He was wrong.
Granted, but he wasn't far off.
I'm granting you all of this if you understand that this is the presupposition. But the measurements, that angles, the distance between the two sticks, that's a straight line measurement. States. You've got 90 degrees underneath the sun. You've got 7 degrees from the top of the stick to the bottom of to the end of the shadow where the hypotenuse is created at 500 stades away. They're all angle measurements. There is no curvature measured here. It's only measured within the presupposition.
You're saying that it was a presupposition using.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's how all like spherical Earth started out. Do you agree on that? Probably how the globe model started out from presuppositions, but if the math backs it up over and over again.
No, it doesn't.
What is the issue? It does.
How?
It doesn't.
So you measure a flat Earth every time that you measure it, and then you go ahead and say it's a ball? I don't understand.
Well, flat is relative because it curves just at a rate you can't perceive with your eyes.
So Alberuni was lying again. Did you look up Alberuni?
Sorry, 500 miles? You think that's a short distance? 500 states? That's a short distance between two cities. That's a short distance. Over 1 mile. Sorry, over 100 miles. Hold on, over 100 miles. There's a 1 mile deviation from the horizontal downwards. 1 mile.
Are you going off like free miles, 8 inches? Are you going off of that?
Yeah, I'm going off the circumference of the Earth.
There's some flaws with that one.
What, the circumference of the Earth that Aristoteles is trying to measure?
I mean, he wasn't far off. I'm just wondering what formula he was using.
Yeah, we understand that the 8 inches per mile squared is a parabolic function, but it's good for 1,000 miles. We're dealing with an observation and measurement over 500 miles, perfectly within the parameters. From, like I said, 100 miles, that's 1 mile of curvature.
Why don't you use the cosine equation instead? It'll be more accurate.
It doesn't matter because we're not measuring curvature. You turning around and saying that either the formula isn't correct or that the scale is too small is just wrong. The scale's well within the limits of whichever formula you bring up because it has a set radius.
Yeah, the formula I bring up will calculate the curvature. Prove the curvature is real. Yes.
Okay. So how much deviation over 100 miles is there? Give that to me in miles.
So I just watched that
What
video.
did you say it was? I could let someone else speak when because I have to do this thing real quick. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Always gets me when they say scale. Oh, it's scale. It's fine because the scale. It's not far enough because the Earth is so big. The scale. This measurement's got miles in it.
Right. Well, I guess all the Earth curve calculators are asswiped then, right?
Yeah, we don't need that horizon 3 miles away when I'm at the beach standing up.
Yeah, apparently at our scale it cannot be seen, so no reason to have an Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, so I just watched that video that was dropped in the chat, the Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about Eratosthenes' experiment. How deep would the well have to be? Because, if it's deep enough that I can dig it, if it's shallow enough that I could dig it without risking caving in on myself, I might dig it. But what would be the depth of the well to get reliable numbers?
Reliable numbers? Are you talking about where the two, if you were to dig down from the well and the stick, where they'd meet?
No, there was a video that was posted in the side chat. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson destroys the Eratosthenes story. And basically what he's saying is, when you use two wells, it doesn't prove shit. It doesn't prove whether it's a globe or a flat Earth. You could get equal results with two wells. But if you used 3 wells, then you would get results that would be indicative of one or the other. I don't know who posted. Let me see who posted it. Anti-globalist. I don't know. You have it off the top of your head. But what would the depth need to be for these wells?
It doesn't matter, right? The presuppositions that we were talking about are the main problems with that, right? You could set up the same thing with 3 sticks or 3 wells in your bedroom, right? On a flat surface, and if you did the same, if you made the same assumptions, right, and did the same calculations, you could work out the circumference of your flat floor in your bedroom, right? It's illogical because of the assumptions that were made of the parallel sun rays
Right.
and that the surface is curved. So it's more about that. It's not about the wells or how deep they are, right? It's all about the assumptions that are made.
Okay. Fair. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what experiments then would be applicable. Like, how do we test it?
Yeah, so basically, if the Earth is a globe, right, of the size that they tell us, 3,959 mile radius, over a body of water, you should have a specific amount of curvature, right? So over just 10 miles, you should have 66 foot of curvature, of drop. Over that distance, over 100 miles, it's 6,665 foot, right? And you can go out in reality and you can go find large bodies of water, which we've done, and you can do different types of tests over the large bodies of water to try to find the curvature or to try to find the geometric horizon. Yeah, and what happens, right, when you go out and do that, you'll find that you're able to see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see if the Earth's a globe. Yeah, so I mean, I could quickly go over one, or if someone wants to go over like some observations with this guy, if he wants to see one.
Yeah, like observations, if anybody can send them my way.
Yeah, look, I got one here. I'll just go over it quickly. All right, so just in the side chat there. All right, so in the right, it's just like a little segment from the video where he zooms in. Right, don't worry about the video yet. You can watch that some other time if you want to. You can see it all in high definition. And in the video, he shows you where he is. He goes through the entire observation. He shows you his Google Map locations and all of that sort of thing. Right, so with this observation, this is just one of many, by the way. This is just a good example because we have the oil platforms that you can see there, right? And we can confirm the distance from the shoreline to the oil platforms. Okay, so this observation isn't about the oil platforms, it's about the horizon, right? So if you live on a globe that has a 3959 mile radius, you can calculate the distance that the horizon should be from the observer height. Okay, so this guy's about 8 foot off the surface of the water, and he's zooming in, and you can see the horizon is beyond the oil platforms. Right, so on a globe, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles.
Oh, wow.
Right, but because we have the oil platforms, we can confirm that the horizon is well beyond 10.1 miles. So yeah, this is just one of many examples, right? Yeah, so right, the geometric horizon on a globe is something that has to be there. You can't have a globe of that size and not have a geometric horizon. So yeah, this is just one of many examples, right? We've got much more extreme examples where we can see even further than this, and then we've had people go out with very high-powered lasers, very expensive lasers, and shoot them over the surface of huge bodies of water, 10, 20, 30, 40-mile bodies of water, and basically hit the target on the other side of the body of water, right, where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet between point A and point B, blocking the laser from hitting the target. So yeah, this is one of the better evidences that goes against the globe, right? We're not using this to prove the Earth is flat. This is questioning the globe model, testing the globe model in reality. Because when you look at the proof, right, of the radius value and stuff like that from the globe side, you get things like Eratosthenes, right? He's not actually going out and doing these long distance observations or measuring anything. He's just already assumed the Earth is a globe, and then he's doing some calculations based on the assumptions. But real world practical demonstrations that anyone can go and do themselves pretty much debunk the globe model.
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to do some of these. There's gotta be some that are... Yeah, like that one I could do if I knew how far something was in the water.
Yeah, even if you can just get any body of water that's a long enough distance, You can go out and you can do mirror flashes. Like if you want to do it really cheap, you can have one person on one side of the body of water and one person on the other side, and you can do a mirror flash, right? Because you can only see mirror flashes through line of sight. So yeah, or you could do like observations like this one, but you need like a pretty powerful camera. These are done with Nikon P900 or P1000 cameras, because they zoom in 83x optical zoom, the P900. You could do it with telescopes as well, or powerful binoculars. But yeah, that's what I did, man. I saw these observations, and then I wanted to go check for myself. And I lived on a big lake, and I had an 18-kilometer stretch across the lake, and I could zoom in right across and see the shoreline 18 kilometers away. And I did it heaps of times as well.
I might have to do that one. I just gotta.
Yeah, that's what we always say. It's like we're not trying to convince you, right, or anything. It's just most people aren't aware of these observations. We're just trying to like show them to you, and we encourage people, don't take our word for it. Don't trust these. Go try it yourself. That's the best thing to do. But yeah, there's heaps of videos that we can share for you with the laser tests, right? People have gone out with like $20,000, $30,000 lasers and shot them across huge distances.
Sorry, say that again.
Some people have gone out with very expensive lasers, like $20,000, $30,000 lasers.
Yeah.
And they've shot them across all different locations, right? Where they set up the laser close to the surface of the water, and they shoot the laser directly across the surface of the water to a target on the other side of the body of water. And right. Huge distances, yeah. They do them in all the
curvature.
Yeah, there should be hundreds of feet of curvature, like blocking point A and point B, like hundreds of feet. Yeah, because over 10 miles, there's 66 foot of obstruction between point A and point B. But yeah, over longer distances, it increases drastically, right? Because it drops off more and more. So that's why over 100 meters, 100 miles, there's 6,665 foot of drop. Huge amount.
Interesting.
Yeah,
if you want to send any more of these tests my way, specifically, hopefully some that I could do.
Yeah, man.
Because I'd like to test them. Because I have a buddy who's very, 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 very big into flat Earth, and I know he would be willing to test them with me. And that would eliminate some of the bias, seeing as like we both have our own slight confirmation biases surrounding it, so they could even out.
Yeah, I just sent you a friend request so I can put some in your DMs if you want, some of these like laser tests and long distance tests. Also, we have a home server, right? If you go to discord.gg/flat earth, that's our home server. It's got like information rooms that have tons and tons of these laser experiments and information about everything you can think of related to this topic. So yeah, it's discord.gg/flat earth.
All right, I just joined.
Yeah, no worries. Here's another one. Here's one that we can see like a huge distance further than what we should be able to see on a globe. Right, so this one was done on a lake in Canada, and he's just holding the camera down very close to the surface of the water, approximately 3 inches off the surface. And it's a bit shaky, but the actual zoom isn't that shaky. And you can see 2 peninsulas on the right, and that second peninsula that you can see sticking out into the water, that's 13.8 miles away. So if you do the math on this one, the geometric horizon on a globe should be at just 0.6 miles away, right? And that second peninsula should be hidden by 120 foot of Earth curvature.
Oh, and then you put the map under it so that you can see how far it is. Nice.
Yeah, that's just a video of the full observation where you can see him doing the whole thing. Yeah, he shows all the map locations and goes over every step of the process.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, Old Hoss just posted a good image there. Yeah, that second peninsula is 13.8 miles away. So that's this is like 22 times further than you would be able to see on a globe. And the good thing about this one is it's done on a very still lake, right? So you don't have to worry about tides or there's not many atmospheric effects or anything like that.
Cool. Okay, so if I wanted to set up something kind of identical to that, it would just have to be over that same kind of distance, and then you'd have to count for elevation, just try to keep the elevation relatively similar and not have the object be too high. And then if that was a test, that could be used to prove curvature, right? Somewhat. Might have to do that. Yeah, I think I'm going to get my buddy to do that with me. Cool, okay. Well, you're giving me something that I can test. I like that. Oh, and I'll record it, obviously, so that it's not just a trust me, bro, whichever way it turns out. Oh, I got one more question. Just one more.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just chatting with my wife. I was listening to you.
I just that Dayhay guy. Is he like fucking 10 years old or something?
He's been around in the servers for a long time.
He is insufferable.
I think if you were nice to him, he would be nice to you, and then you two would probably have no issues whatsoever. Maybe it just got off on the wrong foot, and
he's just spamming
escalated.
Absolute spam. He's still ad homing me in the chat. I can see it on the YouTube stream. It took you 3 hours to answer the question, Dayhay, and as a matter of fact, you weren't the one who answered it. Troglodyte, Jesus. And it was 2 questions. Yeah, that's your fault, Dayhay. It took 3 hours, and you didn't do anything to help. This guy's a fucking moron. Hey, shut up. You're not even in the voice chat. You were calling me a chicken the whole time and you weren't even here. No, the reason that I got what I needed was because anti-globalist here actually knows what evidence looks like. He actually knows how to provide evidence for his assertions, something that can be tested. Yeah, they were just claims without evidence attached to them. That's great that they answered me, but they didn't prove shit. At least anti-globalist gave me something I can test, you fucking moron. I'm not going to listen to your trust me bros. Oh, great.
Well, I think you two were going back and forth, right? So it gets like that sometimes.
Well, I mean, go back
try to
ask how circumnavigation was possible, and then he started spamming me, chicken, get on the mic, and he's not even in here, so. Now he's the chicken who's not on the mic. Again, by his own logic, he's the chicken, he's not on the mic. We'll see. It's alright. Alright, I'm gonna go back to not reading his messages because he's still saying nothing. My offer still stands today. Hey, you know where I'm at. If you want to talk to me, you know where to find me. Fucking pussy. Thank you, though, Globalist, for actually, engaging in a conversation. Intellectual honesty goes a long way. He's still typing. Jesus, these gray blocks are going crazy. Alright, I'll check one more time. We use you as a pawn. They need more globetards, not people who actually think we use you as a pawn. LMFAO, you were asking about circumnavigating for 3 hours, guessing you weren't getting anywhere, like I said. You got on the mic.
You said you weren't going to be reading it anymore.
Yeah, and then I saw 6 messages popped up. I had to.
It's probably best you move on.
Yeah, I guess it is. I guess he doesn't want people being exposed to ideas.
Around these parts, they probably don't like that on the mic too much. You guys take it to DMs or side chat maybe, but I know, trust me, they don't like too much shit in the mic.
You heard him, Dayham. Dayhay, whatever your fucking name is. Stop the petty shit or there's gonna be a break. He's still typing.
So you got an answer to your questions then, or you got something to think about? What was that?
So yeah, now I'm gonna get my buddy who's a flat earther to test them with me, as they should be. And hopefully that'll eliminate any bias from the experiment. I'll film it. I'll have him film it too, so it's not just a trust me bro, like Dayhay loves doing. And then, I don't know, I guess I'll publish it, depending if the test is, sound. Well, I guess I'll do everything I can to test the sound before, and then I'll post it either way.
You become like your buddy?
Well, if it turns out he's right, yeah. And I'd expect if it turns out that the Earth is curved, that he would start maintaining a belief that the Earth is curved too, according to the test. We'd have to agree on the test beforehand and what they mean.
That's a good start.
That's what I thought. I mean, I thought that was the way that science worked. You come up with a hypothesis, you figure out how you're going to test it, what the variables are, what the constants are. You record them, and then you try your.
So you don't think the Earth is flat?
No, not yet. That's why we're going to do these tests.
You dropped on your head or something? Like, look outside and you got shit flat.
Well, you got me there.
That's right.
He's going in the next step. He's going in the next step. So
he's got me in a chokehold.
He's going to confirm the observation with some type of measurement.
Right.
Yeah,
Just use a measuring tape, bro. Like, send it across your face and like.
Okay.
And look at the horizon, bro. Going up on a mountain or some shit. I've done that.
Well, that might be good enough for you, but
I'm telling you, bro. This shit flat as fuck, bro.
it might be good. But that's why I'm going to test it, because trust me, bro, does not work for me.
It's not trust me, bro. Just go do it yourself. Make your own conclusion.
Right, that's what I'm going to go do. So, go look outside.
You're doing it the wrong way. You're doing it
across your forehead. But
you're doing it the wrong way, though.
What we came up with? We came up with this test in here, you motherfucker. Did somebody just mute him?
Yeah, he's sounds like he's trolling.
He's coping.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's just lopping.
He's playing Arma 3. He's just having a good time.
Exactly. I can help him concentrate on his game by muting him.
Yo, but he's listening to Pierre Cavalli, my guy. Alright. That motherfucker.
Yeah, so if you've got any other questions, there's probably a million other things that, like what about this? What about gravity? What about...
Honestly, my only questions are, like, not even a question. It's just if there are other tests that you can think of that you could throw my way, even if I'm not in here still, if you want to DM them to me, please feel free, because I would love to do those tests. I feel like that goes
the
along.
tests are pretty easy, but I mean, some of them require equipment, right? So you'd need either like a very good zoom camera, or you would need like a high-powered laser, right? So you could do laser tests, but that starts getting expensive when you're taking it to that level.
Yeah. Which I'm pretty broke right now, but at some point maybe I won't be. So I mean, I'll take those tests too. I just can't promise that I'll get them done, because
The best thing to do is like multiple long distance observations, right? Do it on different days from different heights.
Right, so you get different, like the variables of atmospheric disturbance and all that are minimized by doing it multiple times.
Yeah. Yep, try it like early in the morning or late in the afternoon and things like that. I think that's the best thing to do, because then you can accumulate the results, right? And then come to a conclusion. But you should also learn, like I can send you some information about atmospheric effects and what they can do, right? So sometimes you might, right? And you also need to learn about horizons, right? Like from the flat Earth perspective, right? The actual perspective, right? The actual definition of what a horizon is that it's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? It can fluctuate depending on multiple factors, right? But if the Earth's a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, right? It's like a physical horizon where things that are beyond the horizon disappear behind the horizon. Basically, you can't zoom in on them and bring them back to view if they've gone behind a physical geometric horizon. So you can use like Earth curve calculators, and you can put in the observer height. So you if you put in 1 foot, right? If you set up the camera from 1 foot off the ground or off the water on a tripod or whatever, you can put into the Earth curve calculator 1 foot observer height, and it will tell you that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Right, so you can use that, right, as where the geometric horizon should be on a globe. So observations that we've done, right, where you set up the camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water, we're able to see the horizon more than 10 miles away.
So I got one more question, and then I'm gonna dip. But this might be the most important one. If so, you live in Australia. I assume by hearing your accent, if I needed to, like, if one of these tests needed somebody on the other side of the world, could I hit you up and ask you to help me with one of them if it needed?
Sorry, man. What did you say? My wife was
Oh, you're good. No, but I was saying, so I assume you live in Australia based off your accent. So my question is, if one of those tests needed somebody, because I live in the United States, across the world, would it be possible that I could DM you for helping it?
Yeah, anytime, man. But yeah, I actually live in Poland, but I grew up in Australia. But yeah, you can DM me.
Cool. Okay, sweet.
You can even like ring me while you're doing the test or whatever, and
Hell yeah.
yeah, happy to.
Cool. Okay. Well, I'm sure I'll be back then.
Yeah, awesome, man. Good talking to you.
Yeah, good talking to everybody here except for Dehe. Guy's a cunt.
Mic check.
Hello?
Mike's fine.
It's good, it's clear, not any problems.
It's a little bit staticky, but I'm being picky.
Hello?
Okay, cool, thanks.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hello, what's your opinion on Assad?
Opinion on what?
Assad.
Assad?
Bashir.
President of Syria.
Oh, I don't have one. Don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, where are you from?
Australia.
Oh, nice.
But I just changed it from crisp to standard noise suppression. Does that help?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming through clearly, man, for sure. It doesn't
You sound good.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as muffled as it did earlier, if that's what you mean.
Thank you.
Hello?
All right. What's up?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. How old are you?
Pardon?
How old are you?
How old am I? 48.
No, really. How old are you?
48.
No, really.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
really.
How old are you? No way you're 48 years old and you're on Discord with a bunch of teenagers. Yeah, no way a 48-year-old would do that.
You're 16?
Yeah, that's weird.
Are you 16?
What? Discord is not exclusive to teenagers, dude. It's a multi-age platform. I don't get it.
Yeah, true. But it's creepy when a 48-year-old is there.
No, like who
English, please.
Who would use it?
I can
People
solve
who are
the issue
interested in
for you,
discussion.
Doge.
Sorry.
Doge, would you like me to solve the issue for you?
How would you?
I like that method.
It's a good method.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. Now we got 48-year-olds with moderation powers.
Couldn't quite understand what you were saying so I apologise for making him repeat himself a couple of times. But what the fuck?
Yeah, they under the impression that it's just for like young kids on Xbox or something. I don't know.
To be fair, most of us are quite old.
Yep. Yeah, I'm 42.
Yeah, fucking old.
And still playing Xbox, I bet.
Play PlayStation, but yeah.
Right, yeah. Guilt's on me too. I finally started looking into, like, because someone mentioned GPS earlier, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably about time I sort of fucking looked into that a bit. So I'm getting it explained to me as if I'm a fucking sixth grader. And so far, what I'm understanding is really quite interesting.
What have you found so far?
Well, the way it was being described to me was the intersection of imaginary spheres at points on a flat circular plane. Points on the edge of a flat circular plane. So where two spheres intersect forms, these two imaginary spheres forms a flat circular plane, right? At first I was like, I'm not getting it. I thought it was talking about the space in between, like the area, like that's intersect of the whole intersection, like or like a volume, right? And it was just talking about a specific, I get it now, right? And I was like, oh, that's interesting, right? But that specifically used that terminology, flat, circular plane. And I was just like, huh? Right? And but yeah, so your location will be on the edge of that somewhere, right? And then they introduce a third intersecting imaginary sphere, which will intersect that flat circular plane at 2 points. And your location will be one of those 2 points. Now I'm just in the early process. I'm still asking questions, okay? Like I'm still asking, and now it's gone into the whole fourth imaginary sphere intersection, which doesn't necessarily use the points that where it intersects with that plane, but uses a distance from one of the distance which will match a distance from the center of one of the first two spheres that intersected, or the third sphere that intersected. So, because it'll give another point, which will be, it says out in space or underground, right? Which will not be, that'll be discarded, right? So that'll pinpoint your exact location on as far as those 2 points of the third intersecting sphere with the flat circular plane, which was formed by the first two intersecting spheres.
Gotcha. Yeah, it sounds like the three-dimensional version of celestial navigation, if you're talking about altitude of things like GPS.
Right. Sorry, go on.
For example, in celestial navigation, you draw circles around the things that you're measuring a ground position to. These are called circles of equal altitude. You're just changing this form, just changes those circles into spheres and puts that plane up in the sky or on the floor if we're talking about ground positions. But if we're talking about things in the sky, it's their equatorial plane, which is parallel to the plane below. But it's the transformation of a circle into a sphere. It's the same premise, right? You're talking about the intersection of these spheres to give location. Same premise that we do within celestial navigation, when we measure, for example, 2, 3 angle measurements, 2 stars, where they intersect with one circle. You're either on one place or another. You get a second fix, you're either here or there, and get a third one to confirm the second one, because you're here on this. So when you do it in three-dimensional space, it's the same thing. It's a circle. Whether it's horizontal or vertical, in this instance, it's a sphere. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Right. Yep. Yeah. And initially it said that it utilizes 3 things. So it utilizes a ground station, and it utilizes your receiver, and of course the satellites. So and so which will be measuring distance rather than angles, but yeah, and it said so no angles are used, right? I was asking it, like I was going through it, and it said, and I said, whoa, wait a sec. I said, because you initially said that we're going to need ground stations, right? So that's going to use elevation angles, right? And it's like, oh yeah, good observation, but thanks for that. But that's not necessarily needed for the final result of your location, like using the satellite GPS system, right? Like that's in place to make sure that the satellites are in the correct position and maintain their orbit.
Oh, I don't know about that. See, this is why you need the other measurements, because at the moment, when you shoot a ray or a straight line out from the device, the radar or the station or whatever, it's going to be anywhere along this line. You're going to need to measure the angle of this line that it's going to appear somewhere on, because remember, this is what we're doing. We're making things appear on circles that we draw that overlap. In this instance, we've got a straight line. This is comparable to a bearing line that we draw on a chart between us making the observation and the ground position of an object, a star, for example. So it's the same question. We can appear anywhere on this line. We can appear anywhere on this circle. We need the other measurements to compare where we are on this circle. For example, when we take a latitude measurement of Polaris and say it's 45 degrees, this measurement only gives me my latitude of 45 degrees, which is anywhere along that circle. Same thing with any of these measurements until you get the overlapping ones. Same thing with shooting a bearing line out, which is what the angle measurement is. It must appear somewhere on this line. You're going to get another measurement to confirm where along this line it is measured. So yeah, I kind of disagree with it. This not needed. Yeah, it is needed. You just need other things to add on to it to confirm what it gives you.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think I'm up to a point where I'm curious as to how now. Like, now I've got a basic concept of like the principles involved. Like, I want to ask it, how does that translate that information into like a coordinate system to give you like a latitude, longitude, or whatever, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, ask it that.
It's good too because like I'm using Perplexity AI, but like so I can it's leaving little like footnote links, you know, like reference links and stuff, and images too, so you can go to the images. That sort of helps you visualize what they're talking about and that. Yeah, so pretty good.
As always, man, let us know what you find out.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah. Oh, I also want to ask it. Like, so I'm going to ask it too. So this point that's discarded because it won't hold true to, like, it won't make sense relative to the surface of, you know, of the Earth, basically. I want to ask it, because when it says that point will either be out in space somewhere or below the surface of the Earth, right? So when I ask it, does that mean it will be above or below that flat circular plane?
That's a good question. Yeah, do that one. Yeah, I think within this, that we've spoken about the celestial sphere model conception thing before, right? And how that works. I think it's the same premise when we talk about things being above or below the surface.
Right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, because like after all, these are imaginary spheres that supposedly surround the satellite, right?
Yeah,
so
These imaginary circles or spheres or hemispheres exist around boats on the ocean or aeroplanes in the sky. The ones in the sky, they've got a 360-degree circle around them. But the premise is taken from the celestial sphere model, where because of the arc of the protractor, the thing at the other end of the protractor where it's 0 and then right over your head as it goes towards 180 degrees, they look like they're on the surface of the Earth. And when you go forward a little bit more, if you were to complete the protractor around 360 degrees, these are the things that you measure an angle below your feet that have crashed into the Earth, through the Earth, and now in the Earth. So it's the same kind of premise when you talk about things being above or below this plane that you're talking about. Because that plane, right, if we're to use the celestial sphere model, it's got a radius of 5,400 miles. Diameter of 10,800 miles from 0 to 180 in one straight line, 180 degrees along the horizontal plane. That's that distance. Now, I don't know what the distance is around, say, satellites or whatever that is. However far that celestial plane extends, so to speak, from our vantage point. But I think it's taken from the same thing. I think the magic is the celestial sphere, how we measure angles and how we transform that hemisphere into a sphere 360 degrees below your feet into the floor, because that's how our vision works. And that's how they gave us the globe model, right? Based on how our vision works. The celestial sphere in the sky and the earth projected onto that arc of the heaven when we measure to it. So that's where the sphere comes from. The navigation thing is just another premise extended onto that, how we observe, how we create coordinate systems with circles around us. Circles around us on a chart, like north, south, east and west, 360 degrees. That's our bearing circle. Same thing for anything that's in flight, because it's going to be referencing that coordinate system, north, south, east and west. That's a circle. Then you got your vertical circle, protractor, 180 degrees hemispherical circle of vision around you. Within all of this is how they've given us a globe model, and now they've given us a coordinate system based on hijacking how we, the observer, observe the world in the coordinate systems that we use. But all the measurements come from a horizontal plane.
Right. Yeah. That's what I found interesting. So, because that's what's interesting, because the two intersecting, the first two intersecting spheres, right, are these imaginary spheres that surround two satellites, right? But the flat circular plane that it forms, right? Well, at least the ring of it, the edge of that circle, is representative of a point on the surface of the Earth, right? And I'm just like, okay. So I'm trying to wrap that around my head, because I would have thought that you would have needed the sphere Earth, right, as one sphere, and then the imaginary sphere of a satellite. So how is that kind of working? Like, where, like, how's that intersecting on the sphere Earth? I mean, that's kind of crazy. Like, I'm trying to figure that bit out in my head at the moment.
Yes, that's kind of like the crescendo to the point, isn't it? At no point here, with all of these spheres around, are we referencing a sphere Earth. At no point. It's all spheres and circles around the observer point, but referencing a horizontal plane that's parallel or reference to the ground that we're navigating or trying to find our position on.
Yeah, guys, it's called real good engineering. Don't you know this?
Yeah. Thanks, Don.
Well, then you have a leak. I want to ask Steve A question. How does it feel to only have to work one day a year, namely the 25th of December?
Not bad. It's rewarding. That was funny.
Tis the season to be jolly and all that.
Yes, it is. I'm pretty much that way year round, though.
I was just about to say that. Same. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is send a letter to Santa.
That's right. All you got to do is call.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I would look like you too if I.
Let her go.
Yeah, I actually did a couple of years ago. Yeah. I got tired of the kids. I swear to God. I don't know, it was about 2 or 3 years ago. A couple of them in the street actually said to me, not a word of a lie, "Hey, mister, are you Santa?" It was right. I went home and shaved the footer off.
Mm.
What's going on with all them drones, Steve, over there?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of weird, isn't it?
Well, they're gonna. It's pretty obvious that most of us, they're playing with us everywhere we look. I saw another. I don't know if it was a commercial or what the hell it was on YouTube here, just messing around. And they had some type of flying machine. It was a little different looking. I'm not sure what they're going to bring out once they, we all know we Kenyan, I guess, but they got some type of flying machine, that is capable of flying pretty small, maybe even electronically, right? Magnetically. I don't know. But, they're definitely into their electronics and things that me and you don't know about.
Yeah.
Well, they play. I mean, let's get real. I think people struggle with that. Even maybe flat earthers worse than a lot of people. Right? It's like you can't not land on the moon and not have a pretty fascinating game going on. And it's not like you're conspiracy theorists. It's just like you got to verify everything. It's like I don't really care too much about Bigfoot or UFOs so much because we know they're not coming out of town, but we know they're right here local. But it's a pretty good game. Pretty interesting. Well, what a challenge, right? I mean, what a mental challenge. My God.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much sure that a lot of stuff is fakery and we've been lied to about almost everything, but
yeah,
it's a challenge to figure out what's real and what's not, and with all the AI fakery going on and stuff. And you see a lot of stuff on TikTok and YouTube, and obviously don't use that as a news source or viable, but there's people like they're saying all these different suns in the sky, different moons in the sky, lights doing things coming out of oceans, these kind of drones, these things following these things. It's like this world's just getting weirder and weirder, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, that's what we live in, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like whatever. It's a make believe world we live in. So, but it's real. You still. I mean, we're free range slaves, and now they're playing their ultimate game on us right now, and taking us to wherever they want to go. And who knows? What they're doing. Frequency is how we operate. And who knows what frequency they got us bouncing around on. Pretty obvious they got us, bouncing around on some of these people anyway. A couple of notes off, right?
Well, I'm on board with the free range slave thing, but yeah.
Well, it seems like they've been around a long time, right? Like, I'm not buying into the caveman, we're the most advanced. That's total BS to me. And then my history, here you only got your opinion half the time out here, right? And then you got to do your own research and whatever you can piece together. But that doesn't mean you're getting the truth. But myself personally, my back story is I don't know it. And I know it wasn't caveman, Big Bang, evolution, and then even right now, the environmental issues, So like that's why science is so critical for any man, really. It's like because that's a big BS lie. They control the land. I mean, those are real things that are hoaxes that you're lied to about. Oh, we're gonna put a 100,000 acre park in here to save you. Oh, thank you, thank Lord, you're gonna save me.
It's pseudoscience, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been hijacked. Somebody actually said to me tonight when I was out there that they said, Paul, I don't think that, and they're not flat earth or anything. Like, I don't believe this. We're the most advanced bullshit. What do you mean? I think there was things going on in the past. I think we've actually been dumbed down. And I was thinking, I thought to myself, this person's thinking exactly as I've been thinking for the past 20 fucking years. Like.
Yeah,
I think we've been dumbed down. I think things were better before.
Oh yeah,
that's good that he's realised it, and it should confirm that it obviously is happening because other people are seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I can say. I mean, I really my only message is that you're lucky. God told you you're in this little game, or whatever you personally want to call it, but you're on your own when you do the research. I don't care who you. Yeah, you might be getting bullshitted. Well, it's even like this experiment deal, right? It seems like it's getting pretty well exposed, but I'm not going to make no claims, but they're not, even when we talk about technology, right now they got this new technology that someone's claiming it. I don't know who exactly, but apparently it sounds real, where they make the movies nowadays. And so that gives us another thing to look at. And then you got now if that's true, like I say, the whole thing seems to be a little shady to begin with, right? Enough, a lot of questions on a lot of different topics on this TFE deal. And then we all know that X preacher guy is a little bit, he's definitely part of the bunch that we fight.
Yep, but he's coming across as a savior.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get no crazier than that little 2-bit film he put out where it's okay to lie and deceive, right? I mean, my God, that's hilarious.
The sycophantry is through the roof on X, I noticed. I just have to switch it off. Throw up and then I switch it off.
How is anyone supposed to trust somebody who openly declares that it's okay to lie?
It's hilarious, right? I mean, that's what we're dealing with out here. I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry, but oh my God.
No, you keep going, Steve. I didn't realize he said that as well. He said many things, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so much fun out here. I mean, it's not. It's fun just because you don't have a choice. There's no three. I guess you can get depressed and get sick if you want to, but these guys, they're never going to. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead, Steve. Sorry, I laughed.
No, I was just going to say it's never ending, right? I mean, just like TFE. Like Flat Earth was getting a little slow, and then we got the experiment now. We got to talk about it for a couple days or months or whatever. And yeah.
Yeah. There was the gyro with Bob Nodell and Rob and all that. And Jaron. Yeah, he was involved in that too, wasn't he? Oh my God. Let's see if we can put the puzzle pieces together.
Well, like I said, I don't like voicing my opinion too much about how I feel about certain characters, right? Because I don't have no proof, but you can only, what do they call that, correlation. And so Jaron, he's got a lot of correlations that kind of point the wrong direction.
No,
and then you don't even have to worry about, the preacher, and you don't have to worry about the other guy, Toon, and a couple of them other guys. And so you know exactly who you're dealing with there. But then Witsit and this other guy, Jaron, yeah, you got your own personal problems right there. You're on your own. Seems kind of shady to me right now. It's getting more and more exposing with it.
It's just wrong, isn't it? It's going down. That's going down a bad rabbit hole when you start trying to pick characters apart. That's not what you should be looking at. We kind of look at science and physics and facts and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, character assassinations or trying to break people
Did
down.
Witsit concede to the globe or what?
I don't know. That's a good question. But I'm just saying, I'm just talking about the whole project right there with the films. And then they show, I don't know if you guys have seen it. Maybe I can post it. I think I got it, but it's the one with the new technology they're showing. Have you guys all seen that? It's pretty fascinating how they make
digital backgrounds and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Entire scenes that are digital, like TV screens.
Yeah. Well, and apparently somebody's claiming that that's where they're at, but I don't know whether I can't comment on it.
If Witsit says it's okay to lie, he's done.
Yeah, and so is his marriage, apparently, right? Because he married into Flat Earth because of Flat Earth.
Yeah, this life will always find something for you to peruse and investigate and go down. A year from now, it'll be something else about some fucking Mars landing with something.
Well, that's what I say to people too, a little bit, just because I've witnessed a few more years, and it's nothing really different, right? I mean, I'm kind of thinking, I couldn't break into a war, blah, 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 but yet they just seem to keep doing this nonsense forever. I'm not so sure. It just won't keep going like this. You know what I'm saying? It'll change a little bit, and then another 5 years will go by, or 10 years.
There's nothing new under the sun, Granda.
Oh gosh, that's a fact right there. That is something to remember when you go to think you're going to invent something.
I like the old adages because they've been around for so long because they're true. That's entertaining.
Yeah.
Are you not? Are you not entertained?
Oh, I'm very much entertained.
Sorry, what?
I'm very much entertained.
Well, think of the education you've gotten too, right? You know, well, here we go again. It's my opinion, right? But yeah, I'm thinking about, oh my God, I've learned. You know, you got to self-teach yourself, right? But coming out here, you do the research and check things out, and there's a lot of things that you think, oh well, there's so many lies to begin with. I think I will. I was going to put a list together of all the I don't know how many, just right off the top of my head,
I don't. Did you just say put a list together, Santa?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good.
Well, I mean, like the jet fuel hoax, I don't want to talk about these topics or nothing. But a man should, kind of. I mean, it is a hoax, the jet fuel hoax. It just you don't need to debate about it or nothing, but you should have come to terms to a certain degree on it. For yourself personally, because of the physics involved. The fiat money system, you should know about that now.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Weather, I always like to throw weather out there just for a personal deal. Damn sure didn't land on the moon, so that goes without saying, but so that's a funny thing too, right? Like you can actually fly to the moon, right? Think about that. Well, I mean, this is my opinion too, right? But anyway, it was 250,000 miles, and we know damn well you couldn't get there because of the vacuum. But then now it is inside the, in our whatever, right? Like I don't know how close you can get to it before you blow up or whatever, right? Yeah, because here's the thing, right? I watched a jet fly right in front of the sun, open up its condensation and block it right there in front of my eyeballs. Didn't have to have no binoculars or nothing. So that stuff's pretty close. That's when I was one of I used to see the rings all the time, especially when people posted the ring around the sun. I forget what they call that, but everyone's seen it. But anyway, I witnessed it with the jet, and then a couple hours later, boom, there's a big ring around the sun. Pretty cool. Yeah, real cool. Well, I think that, whatever, right? I mean, the environment is BS, right? Global warming, that isn't why they're doing the spraying. That's not even close. I don't know, but it's got nothing to do with global warming. At the time they were doing it, they've been doing it right here where I'm at 10 years, just steady. And I think there was something kind of crazy going on with the sun. And then they start, I was noticing I didn't know, I don't want to say or anything in particular, right? But, and because I was watching it a lot more, right? Because I'm a flat earther, right? And so all the sky I'm watching a lot more. And then I go, something's going on up there at the sun. And then boom, they were spraying like they never, I can't personally say a day in the last 10 years, maybe lately, I don't know. We don't get very many sunny days anyway, but there was a day there that they never did not spray in front, so I had that kind of a whatever people see up there, the haze that you. But yeah, they'd spray in front of it. Sometimes you'd, like I said, depending on how they did it too, right? Sometimes you'd end up with the ring, and then other times it would just be the frosty, can't really see it real good, a glare type of thing.
I hear you. I hear you.
You're talking about chemtrails. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was trying to stay off the topic a little bit. I don't want to get on it or nothing. This is just what I witnessed on as far as the moon and the sun being a lot closer. I was just giving you a personal testimony of me sitting here. Because what happened when they started doing it, I could hear them. So I could hear the jets. And so I'd always step outside because I never used to hear them. That's how low, they're doing that pretty low altitude too. So,
dude, we sometimes we get like the jet sound, and you go out and it's a clear day, right? And you go outside and you look, you can't fucking see it. It's and it'll last for like minutes, like a very long time, right? And you're thinking, have I been standing here for like 10 minutes? I can still hear this thing, and I can't see it any direction. I'm looking at everywhere in the sky to try and pinpoint this freaking source of this noise, and you can't find it. That's really weird.
Yeah. Well, when I was doing this or whatever, right, when YouTube used to seem like they gave us a lot more information, but back, they took me through a F-35 plant, right? And they told me right there on the YouTube there that these jets, well, two things they told me. One was they build them, the skin, same as a shark skin, which I don't know what shark skin's like. I've never touched one. And then
it's rough, like
the color. Yeah. And then the color of the jet was, they said gold. So they had like a gold, some type of gold on it, which would virtually blend with the sky, which makes sense. It's pretty easy to understand technology, or to believe they have that. And so, like, that would make sense. Like, if you looked up there, you could hear it, but you couldn't see it. But all the ones, yeah. But all the ones I heard, I could see as a rule. Unless it was cloud, I could hear them and it'd be cloudy where they'd already done it. But like I say, it was so funny, right? I mean, it's so crazy when you're even talking about that stuff. Like right here in Seattle, up here where I live, they flew out of the Whidbey Island Naval Air Station, and they went up there, and one guy drew a penis in the sky, right? So that was in the news, right? It was on TV and whatever, and they were arguing about the pro-con, right? That's disgusting, and then, it's just good old boys having fun, right? The typical argument, right? But then if you go to condensation trails, and they, it's like, well, wait a minute, you just the perfect condensation trail up there when you drew a penis, or did he have to flip a switch? It's tough to talk to people sometimes, right?
It must have been Bob because he drew a tiny penis.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that was just, that's how people are, man. Holy cow.
Great. So we got them graffitiing the sky. Yeah, lovely.
But then the next day there'd be a great big mile. Oh, I don't even know how long the trails are, right? I wouldn't even venture, 100. They could be 100 miles as far as I know. But and they'd say, "Oh, that's jet condensation." Okay. Too funny.
Another weird thing I've seen with my own eyes, and I've seen it on video. I've seen it on a video after I'd seen it with my own eyes. Was a jet traveling along through the sky, and it was leaving a trail, right? But in front of it, extended out this darker blue line, like to the sky, like it was a darker tone, right?
Yep.
in front of it, as if there was this. The plane was following this darker path, and I was just like looking, going, "Am I seeing things? What the fuck is that?"
Well, that was another thing. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
No, you're all right. Then I was like, I saw it on a video, like someone showed some footage of a plane, and it had that exact thing in it, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Okay, but anyway, go on.
Freaking weird.
Well, yeah, I was just going to mention that when I was doing the research on those jets, they told me that they shoot out a radar beam out in front of them. Follow, and so you got this radio beam going out in front of them to bust up the air. So that makes sense, like what you're saying right there. And then, because it would, definitely cause some type of wave interference out in front of them. But that's what they do it for. They say that's what, they're just cutting friction, right? So the radio wave will shoot out faster than the jet, and then it cuts friction for them. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Okay, yeah, that might cause some sort of visual anomaly thing happening. Yeah, right. Possibly, yeah. That could explain it.
Now, I don't know if you can get that information. Like I say, I mean, everyone knows, or, we all kind of know our opinion here, but 10 years ago, right, like YouTube was just feeding us everything, right? And even, like I say, when the jet fuel hoax, I was doing a lot of airplane design and engines and all that crap. And they told, that's what they told me right out. It was mainstream information. It wasn't, some of it, a lot of it, I was getting right from one of my buddies on Facebook was a big military guy, right? And so he was posting all the information that was public. That's why I say even about the color, that wasn't like a top secret, and then the radio waves out in front of it wasn't top secret or nothing like that.
I'd be interested to learn, like, from a visual point of, like, from the pilot's perspective, like they can see an aircraft, right? Just see it, right, way out in the distance, right? And it's either at a slightly higher or lower, like maybe equal elevation, right? But not, obviously they're not going to collide, right? But they can see this aircraft out in the distance heading towards them, right? Yep. And they get an altitude reading, and how that altitude reading, right, of that the aircraft they can see relates to their eye level, like in relation to like either sphere or globe, like does that match their globe? Because it would be, if it was at the same elevation, and they can just see, just ever so slightly see this thing that's probably like tens, if not, like 100 miles away or whatever, right? And is it below their eye level, but at the same altitude? Because that's what it'd have to be on a globe, right? Visually, according to your line of sight, your direct level line of sight extending out horizontally. If that other plane, if they're both flying over a globe, like you would see it below eye level, but it still would be at the same altitude. But then you've got to account for like any sort of visual effects caused, by light and air and all that, refraction, like they like to call it, whatever. I don't know, but yeah, like that'd be interesting. I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
Well, what I listened to one day was the pilot said that's how he tells or whether that plane is higher or lower is by looking straight ahead. If it's below the horizon, the jet is lower than he is. If it's above it, they're above it. And then he covered some other things I don't remember about how the rules of flying together and different things. I don't remember who I think that guy was on Bob or Globebusters, I think. But I can't remember who it was. Somebody was interviewing a pilot, and he was doing a pretty good job, I thought, but I don't think he was lying. Because that makes sense, right? Like you're looking out there when we all know, I don't know anything, but the horizon, and then how the common sense would kind of say, oh, yeah, okay, if you're seeing that jet out there below the horizon, that means it would be probably below you, and then above it would mean, yeah, it's probably above you. Makes sense. That aspect of it, because it's not a globe, no matter how you slice it. That's just nonsense.
Yeah, that was dead a long time ago. But the what do they call it? The final experiment. Apparently, it's been resurrected.
Yeah. No. I don't not to me.
The final.
Hey, it's a globe again.
And then there'll be the final experiment.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I haven't even started scratching my head yet, right? Because I kind of want a little more evidence of that. Because so far, all the evidence is a con game going on. Once again, we're getting lied to. But now, I could say, okay, it's 24-hour sun. Okay, that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. Doesn't make it a globe. Now I just got to rethink my think and come up with some type of, because the way they showed that 24-hour sun and stuff, I can't put that together, to be honest with you, right now. Because it's not a globe. I'm trying to put it, I mean, I'm not even going to make an attempt to put it together on a globe. But it's just not going to happen. No, I'm a flat earther. That's, to me, anybody that can rub two sticks together knows the earth is, flat per se,
Right.
Never I mean, clear.
If you know the direction you came from, right, and you see the sun, like you have to, to see the sun, you have to face your back to the direction that you came from, right? And then there's someone else on Earth claiming to see it to their north, right? Then globers are going to want to know how that works, right? Well, yeah. How does that happen? How is that possible? I think that's basically what they're asking. Like, how the fuck does that work? Like, That is an interesting question. How the fuck does that work? I don't know.
I don't think right now I'm on the. I don't think they showed us real footage right now. Like I said, my evidence is leaning the other way right now. I was kind of quiet, and then I'm still everybody coming out with too many arguments right now that it wasn't even real. And we all know that we're living in this hoax to begin with. So,
yep. Free-range slaves in a terrarium.
Exactly. Well, what a beautiful plan, right? I mean, a lot of people don't appreciate the plan they pulled on us because, you're an honest, hardworking man. You're basically working for them. It's a pretty good gig.
You are. Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that out. Yeah. I was part of it. Yeah, I was part of it, throughout my whole life.
I'm still part of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, most of us are. You can't get out of it, right? I mean, they got you on there.
Yeah, what are you going to sit around with government handouts? Like,
yeah, I mean, how long is that going to last?
I'm not a legal immigrant.
Exactly.
I was fucking born and bred here, bro. Suppose people, but down here the measurements, the things, all the C2 etc. As we get measured as flat. Up there, who knows what the fuck's going on with? We know that we've been lied to anyway. Probably far more advanced civilization before us, but up there doesn't fucking make down here a globe. I suppose that's all you can say.
Did you see what I think? What else? What else did they do? Did they have a? Did they have a Foucault pendulum? They were doing the Eratosthenes thing. They were weighing things.
Oh god!
Right?
Yeah, I
they
think
were doing all sorts of shit down there. Yeah.
Yeah, the full cult was a good one. Yeah.
I haven't seen all of them yet. I don't think I'm waiting for a whole bunch of more footage to come out. But I don't know. The scales, the scales alone tell you you're an idiot, right? I mean, spring scales. What the hell's wrong with you, dude?
I think Duffy might be waiting for some offers. Like he's just putting out tidbits and saying, "Hey, we did this and we've got more." Right, and he's waiting for offers from like networks and shit. Like, hey, we'll take that. Give us all your fucking stuff. We'll edit it. We'll turn it into a full-on, major production. It's going to be on Netflix or whatever. I think maybe that might be because he spent a lot of money. I think he's hoping for some back, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're going to hoax us. I mean, I think they're going to slam us on the whatever you want documentary. Just like the last one.
Freaking dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where'd that
running
come
on
from?
fossil fuels, dude. Fucking right. All the dinosaurs decided to die at one place, then we used their black oily leftovers as fucking fuel. Hey, what the fuck? What are you smoking?
You can't prove it wrong.
We have puzzles. Yeah, go and check out them fossils, will you? What are they made of? Oh, fucking plaster Paris.
Wouldn't it be interesting to see you pull up at the server and someone's trying to shove a big dinosaur bone into their fucking fuel tank?
Fossil fuels. I just realized the other day how fucking preposterous and crazy that sounds. Same as like fucking globe Earth. It's like it's the same thing. Like. Fossil fuels.
Yeah.
We're running on fossils. Seriously.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's why I say that you're on your own out here as far as like coming to your common sense. You got to throw everything out the window and piece it back together physically, so it makes sense.
That's true. Like your whole paradigm just goes shattered, and you're like, well, right, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because none of it's true, right? I mean, none of that's what I say. Your history behind you is just a total hoax. I'm with the guys now that are saying 1850 to 1870 was one of the major book swapperoos. That's when they really started getting the books out on us. And
you guys are just science deniers.
Actually, not.
Millions of years old tissue can be preserved through iron. Iron in the That's it.
This is 5 million years old.
Nobody's hot making.
Just do a quick panel check. Do we have anybody new here that is interested in the topic, wants to ask questions or pose a argument for the globe?
I just want to say one thing before we move on. If the civilization before us was more advanced,
what do you do?
We are the cavemen. Pass me my club, Jemima. I'm gonna have me some dinosaurs.
Hey, Dan Fezler, your mic's open. I don't know if you realise, but you're causing some background noise.
Sorry about that.
You're causing a disturbance in the force.
Yeah, Dan, I was going to say.
That's what Jedi would say. There's a disturbance in the force. These are not the measurements you're looking for.
Yeah, there goes Alderaan. Damn it. There was a good bar on that planet. Fuck. Now I've got to go to the one that's more expensive.
I got a reminder this morning again. I noticed Zanuck, he's been back, and I jumped into Earth Awakenings. He was yakking, and him and Ron Boston, like they were old lost buddies. And I don't know if you guys know Zanuck or not, right? Like he's one of the original debaters. He disappeared here for a couple of years. Haven't seen him. But anyway, he's back, and that just kind of tells you, or tells me anyway, like never-ending love song.
He's been brought back. He's been brought back to life by the final experiment.
I'm not surprised. All of these cockroaches have come scurrying back since the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So I'm not surprised that Zanuck has turned back up again. I mean, I could have predicted that a couple of weeks ago. I said everyone will turn back up, and they did.
Yeah. And he's a bullshitter from the word go. God, I used to laugh at him. Oh, my God.
He can waffle.
Oh, my God. He's good at what he does. You got to give him credit for that. But he's such a bullshit. You can just, if you know, right? It's like...
He's confident in what he does. He's confident in what he definitely believes his own shit.
Yeah. He actually believes what he's Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, there's a few of them about.
Oh, God. That whole room was loaded both sides. BSers. Let's come in and BS for a couple more years.
How did you stick it?
Couple of spliffs. Bottle of beer.
Couple of Bob Marleys and some Fosters, mate.
Fosters. Nobody buys that here.
Nobody drinks that in Australia. Fucking piss water. I can't do an Australian accent. I always sound like a fucking Englishman. I sound like a fucking cockney. All right, mate. All right. It's my best Australian. All right. Yeah, they bottled that piss and sent it over here and called it Australian beer. Like,
yeah, it's I just bought it as a joke one time. Tasted like shit. But yeah, it's hard to even find Foster's beer in Australia.
yeah, so I hear. My manager was over there. His son's living over there.
They only put a little bit in the beer fridges in the bottle shops in Australia, so the tourists that come over can buy it.
Right. Yeah, he said that. It's like way in the corner of the fridge. There's like a 6-pack of Fosters.
Yeah, it's been sitting there for like 8 months or something. It's all flat. And...
I think I only even knew about it because of the Foster's Cup.
Yeah.
You got to hand it to them. It was some great marketing ploy because for a couple of years here, anyway, in the UK and Ireland, people were just all into Fosters. Yeah, man, drinking Fosters, but think you're in Australia.
Through the 80s and the 90s, yeah, for sure.
It was.
Especially when I was growing up, we were surrounded by Fosters down the pub when we started going. It was everywhere. The good old Amber Nectar. It was sold to us on TVs. The Foster's adverts were brilliant.
They were. Those two guys, yeah. All right, mate.
Yeah, 2 Australian guys down the beach just acting like complete bogans. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And then Australians come over and go, what the fuck is this shit?
Exactly. It's a very good example, I guess, of how marketing, like you said, and how propaganda works. We have this stereotype of the drink that
the guy whose kids are bred by Packies.
Psychology.
Packies rape your kids, and you're too scared to call it out because they'll call you racist. That's the UK, man.
You're not gonna last long, bro.
Yeah, racist.
Is it a lie though? Is it a lie?
Racist.
Rotherham racist? Like, yeah. Racist facts.
Yeah, careful, bro. We can't talk about shit like that. It's because it's on YouTube. It's live streamed and stuff.
Yeah, a bit of off-topic banter is okay, but there's
Packy pedo gang.
Taking it too far, man. Taking it too far.
Go back.
Stay away from NASCAR.
Petrol fumes.
No hillbillies.
If you want to be anti-gravity, just fill your tank. It allows your car to release from gravity's awesome clutches. If you fill it up with lots of weight. Only liquid weight, though. Only liquid weight and electric weight and solar-powered weight can make your vehicle move and be anti-gravity. The weight of the sun is on my shoulders. Now I can move. Isn't that weird? Solar panels are anti-gravity. Gasoline is anti-gravity. A fucking tire is anti-gravity as soon as it hits a bump. It goes up.
You know what? Speaking of Australians are actually anti-gravity. They're hanging upside down, by the way.
No, smart Matt. They hold on by their feet.
Shout out to our upside down friends.
Yeah, we're looking for the antipodal surfers still, and airplanes landing upside down.
I still don't know how Daz does it. Don't know how T-Dub does it. Don't get it.
Well, technically, right, because they say that actually, right, the geographical North Pole, right, is actually closer to the magnetic South Pole, not the magnetic North Pole, and vice versa for the other. So we actually, if you consider us as being closer to the magnetic North Pole, which is closer to the geographic South Pole, then we could be considered the ones that are the right way up. Fucking assholes.
It's all
fucking assholes.
Did you accidentally just say the North is the South in not so many words? Like,
yep, yeah, that's what they tell you. Yeah, that when your compass needle's pointing north, it's aligning with the polarity, the opposite polarity of north. So it'd be pointing to the magnetic south. Yeah.
Where does it do this?
I don't know. That's just what I've seen documents written about it. So
yeah. So I'm asking if that's relevant to say north or south of the equator, or which pole that they're referencing. So, for example, inside the circle of the magnetic field of the north. Oh, this is way too convoluted, man. I'm not going to try and explain. But yeah, if you don't know, try. It's far too into Christmas for me to be talking very, very technically.
Okay, wait. Let me ask this question. I'll throw myself out there for the stupid man's questions. I'm holding a compass. I'm facing north, and I'm walking backwards. I hit the quote-unquote equator. Does anything happen to that compass in my hand?
It should.
You'll need to turn it upside down.
Bro.
The compass is going to follow field lines, right? Whether they be from the North Pole or from the South Pole. If we're looking at magnetic points, if there's a magnetic south and a magnetic north, it's going to follow the field lines in relevance to those poles. So inside the circle of the north, when you use your compass, it'll face north. If you step outside of that circle and then into another circle, which is the southern magnetic field area, then the field lines are going to be from the south. So you'd follow those. Trying to point this out earlier in an earlier conversation. If you have two ground positions, that one's north and one's south, so a circle around these ground positions, we call them that latitude, the bigger the circles get. Not every time that you move away from north 180 degrees directly away from it will you be going south. It's like drawing two circles on a piece of paper, like you would draw wheels with radials out from that radius in the middle. One's the northern circle, one's the southern circle. If you were to follow those radials out, well, your compass would always point north, but you wouldn't always step into the circle of the south.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Let me ask you this last question, and I appreciate the explanation. Circumnavigating the North Pole, I traverse east, I traverse west. But if I'm always circumnavigating the North Pole, constantly pushing backwards, quote unquote, let's say, will I be traversing southeast and southwest if I was continuing to push, as I say, to the right, to the left, and also back at the same time, southeast, southwest? Is that a fair question? Like, are we? I guess we would be observing directions versus the actual magnetic field lines at that point, correct?
Yeah. So they diverge and converge from both north and both south, right? That's where they diverge and converge from, these 2 points.
Gotcha.
So it depends. You said when I circle the northern hemisphere, you're going to be, the compass is going to follow the field lines that are going to be diverging and converging from that northern pole point, that magnetic field that we're going to call a pole. And so when you move away from that pole, following those field lines, how easy is it to say that when you go 180 degrees away from north, you're going to end up in the south? You can't necessarily do that. You've got two circles of rotation on a flat piece of paper. Whether you draw those circles as magnetic or as we use north and south within the celestial objects, polar north, Polaris, or the southern rotation point around Solar Octantis. If we use those points, then it depends which one you're referencing as to where your compass is going to be pointing to. But it's because the way the compass is made, right? It's a 180 degree metal iron level on a fulcrum. And it's always going to be 180 degrees away from whichever thing it's pointing to. Because that's the way the straight line is. So this is one reason why we have to do things like declinate as well, because it's not really the magnetic point we're trying to find. We're trying to find true north, which is polar north, right? Because the magnetic one moves around. Sorry, the magnetic two move around. So we also have to change for that. But yeah, it's always going to be 180 degrees from north or south, depending on which one it's converging or diverging to.
Thank you for that, brother. Appreciate you.
I hope that makes sense, man. I really do. I'm sorry if it doesn't.
I totally said all that muted. Ouch.
Well,
yeah, Brother Jedi, just to address that, I apologize for my kerfuffle. I take the poor man's observation of like a dartboard, if you will, the bullseye being in the absolute middle and saying that would be the North Pole, and then the out of bounds being the southern region. I go clockwise, counterclockwise, circumnavigating the North Point, and from a planar navigation standpoint, understanding that, or trying to understand that. But then where you came in and provided the observation of how, again, the magnetic field lines would work with a compass, that is where I have yet to totally take it on. So I appreciate you walking me through that.
It's all right, man. I'm still trying to figure it out as well. Especially, like, we've been talking about navigation for a long time, right? How we utilize north and south, how we utilize these coordinates. We also understand that with navigation, we're using the things in the sky. Now, it would be remiss of us to ignore that there's two rotations in the sky, one in the north, one in the south. We kind of can't walk away from this. The only thing that we can do is, I was saying this earlier, fit the observation to a model. For example, make the southern rotation point follow the observer as he walks around the perimeter Antarctica as it's displayed on an AE map. So if you walk with Polaris above your head around in a circle, it will always remain above your head. Or is it something different? Is the rotation just above your head? You don't have to move anywhere, and it is actually rotating. And is the Earth beneath that actual rotation, not an apparent rotation? Because it's an actual rotation in the north, right? We're not trying to conjure up any type of sky magic when we're talking about the stars rotate around Polaris. Okay, cool. So in the south, that we call in the south, when we look up in this other place, there's a counterclockwise rotation. Now that happens, we see the Southern Cross rotate around it, much like we see the Big Dipper rotate around Polaris, in a counterclockwise motion to the clockwise motion in the north, but from east to west. Now, if that's true, and confirmed by the observation of the 24-hour sun as it rotates around the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, the inner or closermost circle to the Antarctic Circle, where Whitsitt and Gerin and McToon and everybody was standing within, where they saw the 24-hour sun, and then the observation that we're going to see in 4 or 5 months' time when the sun starts appearing, rotating in the same way that the background of the stars do in the north. The Earth doesn't. How does the Earth look? Does it look like the observations point out, or do we have to magic the observations to fit an AE map? Which one is it?
Huh.
Well, I would hope we're basing our conclusions on observations versus theories, leaps of logic.
Yeah.
And the base thing that we seem to be skating by continuously is we observe the level everywhere we go. And the sky does what it does accordingly, lights in the sky.
Yeah. That's a prerequisite. That's, we're well past that. Everybody on this page has read the pages before and understand that the Earth is measured flat. That's how we're going to be fucking measuring these things in the sky. And the reference systems that are always going to be horizontal or vertical angles. Yeah, we're well past that. But we have to come to an admittance that we're looking at the sky when we're doing this shit, and the sky does these things. So how does the sky, it's Sunday, so I'll get into it. How and why does the sky do these things? Is the Earth, for example, an AE map type of, where the observation of a southern rotation point is based on the observer's point of view. They can move anywhere and still be above their head, for example, in a circle. or is the rotation point just around somebody in Antarctica, which is a continent where we see the same thing as we see in the north, where we would say the north is underneath this other rotation that we call the north? Are these two circles side by side? Because I don't think that one circle is inside the other. And when I say circles, I mean, see, I'm having trouble defining what the equator is now. But the circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris and around the ground position of Solar Octantis, going out from the Antarctic and Arctic circles towards the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. Those two circles. Are those two circles side by side? I don't think they're inside. One's inside the other, like the AE map says.
No.
And I mean, would you consider something? Can we go speculation Sunday right now? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's why I'm speaking about this, man, because it's speculation Sunday, and I've been dying for this.
So, 31 past the hour, I posted up a moon map with the Tropic of Cancer, Equator, and Capricorn in reference to the land masses. And that is my thought as to how things work when we're looking at it. But in terms of like the magnetic field lines, you can't capture that in a picture because that stuff is constantly moving and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's just my thought in terms of like the actual construction of, or sorry, not the construction, but the layout of the planar reference map with the tropics and equator. So what are your thoughts with that? You're saying it's not inside.
Did you say the moon map?
Yeah, brother.
And you know that, like, depending on what the fuck the moon is, or however that works, or whatever the way the Earth could be putting off its reflection, or like its hologram, or whatever, however this is working, right? It'll be like slightly different. I don't think it would be awesomely perfect. So a lot of people that are looking for it to be super perfect, I don't think it would be super perfect. I think it would be really, really close. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah. So if you can find like okay, you got America, like you got all these places, and you circle them on there and map it, like take the map and put it across the moon and draw out and all the places. Like, have you done that yet? Like literally?
All right, hold up. Yeah, I did it. I'm working on like flight paths. That's my next case study that I'm going to be publishing. But what I wanted to say was springboarding off of what Brother Jedi is theorizing. So we have this observation of magnetic field lines. And here's the thing. If in fact we're dealing with an electromagnetic closed system, then the moon itself, if in fact is the floor plan, then it would literally be projecting an active real-time, like an MRI type image, magnetic resonance imaging, just like an MRI machine we have locally here in hospitals. And those images propagate as they scan the body through magnets, and this image appears appears in the machine. So with all of the principles and the observations that we have, these base things here locally, then I wonder about, I would like solidly venture forward with there being a central light source. That central light source projects through the plane. It is an active real-time layout. Because of the stars, we use the stars to reference where we are active, because sailors have done it. This is how we navigate the seas. So with all that considered, we can then, I think, safely say that why wouldn't the moon be connected? It's literally all a big, giant connected system. But yeah, thanks for the space on that. Appreciate it.
I mean, I would tend to agree with you. That the things in the sky, sun, moon, and stars, planets, whatever we see up in the sky, is some kind of electric or electromagnetic or electrodynamic phenomena, right? That's what is driving the sky. Maybe the way that we see it, if we're talking about the way that light is condensed to give us the sun in the way that we see it, for example, or stars in the way that we see it, for example. I mean, I'm not behest to not accepting that as a plausible idea. If we're dealing with fundamental laws, then I mean, electromagnetism is fundamental to everything. especially if we want to talk about making things move, giving things power, operating, so movement, action, and it's got energy, right? So can't see a problem with it. That's why Coulomb's law is like closely associated or very replicant of gravitational equations as well. I think there's something.
And what about the idea of an open closed system?
Quick, brother Jedi, thank you for that. I appreciate that, brother Demok, please. Demok, your turn.
The idea of open closed system. Okay, if what we exist in is what we exist in, why? What does an open and closed system mean for the only reality we have? Like whatever. Like, I mean, is this? I mean, it might be a vague sounding question. I'm kind of like narrow it down, but like open closed system, right? If everything electromagnetic and everything a part of itself, that just means the system. I mean, like open to what, closed to what? Like if it just works within it, it just works itself to work itself. Like,
right. It'd be relative or conceptual. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And here's the thing, right? Somebody said something the other day, and I actually stopped and waited for a minute. You're gonna reference the jet stream. You're gonna talk about the thing, the highway that the jets use to fly on. And in the same breath, you're going to hold on and say it's an open system. Well, brother, I'm going to tell you, if the jets didn't have that highway to fly on, that consistent pressure, they wouldn't be able to maintain their altitude. So from that standpoint, it has to be a closed system because, again, we have this thing called the jet stream.
Right, but what I'm saying is if we exist in these mediums and these mediums act this way, it's not to say closed, open. It's just the fucking what we exist in and how this shit works, right? Closed what? Opened what? We're just speaking of reality. Like, how do you open or close reality? How do you open or close the air we breathe? Like, how do you, like, I don't even know what the open close thing is. Just weird to me.
Open to more.
Yeah, Demok, you're right. It's an oxymoron. Either it's open or closed.
No, I think we're talking about open to more space. So the Earth here being one space and the sky above being another space. So it's either one space or they have to be divided. If it's one space, the gas will exist in both of those spaces. If one space is closed from another, the gas will only reside in that closed space, and the other will remain a vacuum. That's what's meant by space.
Yeah.
The area
So
gases.
Sorry. Go.
Well, I'm saying, like, minus all that, minus the globe attribute of something we don't even have the existence of. Like, if we have air and layers of air and the medium above, like, what is that open or closed to? Like, I mean, it just is what it is. Like, what has to be the closing thing? What has to be the seal? I mean, I guess that'd be the other question I could ask. What has to be the closing or the opener, like the closer? What's the closer? What material? What thing?
A material. I don't think we can confirm what it actually is, but a material or energy, something that can act or acts upon physically.
Right. Couldn't it be a conundrum in itself? Like they say, order out of chaos, which is just like a stupid term because if it's chaos means not order, and then order means not chaos. So if it's chaos, it'd be chaos, obdo chaos, and it'd be order, obdo order. So it's like the same conundrum. So you can be an open, closed system, and it just be the way it works. right? Through the electrical magnetic attribute of reality. And we just not comprehend that yet. And we say, well, we need a physical piece of glass, or we need some cement or something, because like clouds do shit, other things do shit. Things hold their form within the medium that they reside in, you know? And they are supposedly gas, like a cloud is something, and it holds its shape rigidly and detracts itself from the other thing being clear around it, which is the other gas. And then I was told that gas can't hold the gas in, and if water acts like gas, guess it's not gas, but it becomes gas, and then gas is trapped in it, like water is all you would need to be the container. So like, I'm just saying, I don't know. Just throwing questions since it's Sunday.
Yeah, water would possibly be a good container.
Well, what about a system where so energy, it can enter in and out, but matter can only exit. It can't enter, right? Or it can only enter, it can't exit. Does that sort of system exist?
Like a one-way door.
Yeah, yeah. Like those windows that you can only see one way through.
Yeah, like a two-way mirror. Possibly, I don't know. It might be worth looking into. It's really interesting. I've heard the sky described as a two-way mirror before, a three-dimensional holographic two-way mirror.
It does seem like that. I mean, it reflects the water. The water reflects. So there's two, whatever. So, you know. And usually, like the pyramid idea, once you have like the base picture reflect off an angle, that angle, going through an angle, they'll all connect and meet in the center and be like a focus point. So if you have certain stuff at certain angles or lined up certain ways, and they meet up in the air where their light like crosses, if their beams cross, then you would get like a hologram or frequency. It's like putting 3 pictures or 4 pictures at the base of a clear pyramid inside of a dark room. And then you light the pictures up and they'll shine onto the pyramid. And inside the center of the pyramid, you'll see that object, whatever those pictures are to the same. Yeah.
Is that so? I think that's called angle of incidence, isn't it? Where you have to like see something right at the perfect angle in order for the image to appear.
Yeah. Angle of observation or incidence, yeah. That's what I was saying. I even wonder how like a rainbow looks at different angles. If you could look at it head on, underneath, from above, looking down. Like, does it still look like a rain? I mean, I don't like, what's it look like?
Well, there's you can look up skydivers and rainbows from above. It does present as a ring below them. They have been videoed. So one could theorize like people seeing it from the ground see it as an arc. See people seeing it from above see it as a complete circle.
Okay.
Wait, so oriented in what fashion? Horizontally or vertically?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, vertically on the ground. From on the ground, you look at it go vertically up and then down, right?
Right.
And then when you're the skydiver, what do you see? A circle below you?
Exactly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, a complete circle.
Wait, what?
That's sweet. That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought.
Okay, again, gentlemen, brothers, sorry. Bear in mind, right? So we're talking about the phenomena of the rainbow and what I'm presenting here. I don't want to lead anyone astray, but skydivers leaving a plane, top-down view, bird's eye view, literally, the rainbow presents a complete circle beneath them. Now, we then know from our perspective on the ground, we see a rainbow as an arc. So I'm only presenting the theory that the rainbow itself, from ground level, appears as an arc, and then from above, it appears as a complete circle. And that, to me, would be the angle of incidence defined, because the apparition of the rainbow will appear depending on your perspective.
Thickness and width. Yeah, every single way it's got thickness and width to itself. That's crazy. Like yeah. And when you shine a flashlight down on something, you get the circle, right? But if you shine on the wall, you get the rainbow.
Okay, I'm seeing in Google Images. I'm seeing examples of both from skydiving view. So with a complete like horizontal ring underneath them, and with like an arc that's meeting the ground in the vertical.
Then I apologize profusely.
No, that's all right. Like I just wondering. Like yeah, I'm just that's what I.
Does it depend on the altitude of the skydiver? So from a very high altitude, you see the circle. From a low altitude, you see the arc. Or is it dependent on the atmospheric conditions? Be interesting to know. Yeah, it would be interesting to know if the one that sees the circle's higher, the one that just sees the arc. Because it might be relatively close to the floor, man. I don't know. I'm not looking at the same thing you are.
Hold up. Let's do this. So, what causes a rainbow?
Light.
Okay.
Being attracted through a medium.
Okay. So my question becomes like, are the things that are required for the rainbow altitude specific, as you just said, Brother Jedi? So like, are there any foundations that we can put in place in order to prop up the theory that we're gonna try to push forward with, as to say, at what altitude do rainbows propagate? Because that's what it ultimately is to be, or it seems to be for me.
FP Angel says they're all the rainbows are there all the time.
Is something interesting. Is anybody subscribed to the Flat Earth Brothers YouTube channel? They've been speaking, or they did speak maybe about a month, 2 months ago, 6 weeks, about observations of the rainbow in the north and in the south, where ones in the north appear to be taller, ones in the south appear to be flatter. That's a good way of describing the arc. So not a full hemi-circle or half circle in the sky, not a full arc. Just a bit of it. And this would, I think the point that they were trying to suggest is that the dome that is the medium between the sun that is needed to create rainbows is higher in the north than it is in the south, for example.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Another thing too, like, I'm trying to recall a time whenever I saw a rainbow in the west, because I typically see them in the east, and I've been keeping my eye out to see one in the west, and I yet haven't, and I can't recall from memory if I've ever seen one.
Rainbows are kind of dependent in the relationship between where the sun is, where you are, and where the interfacing medium is, like the atmosphere, where the rainbow is going to be kind of projected on. So it's really dependent whether it's in the morning or in the afternoon, for example. Where the storm is, or where the water is in the atmosphere relative to both the observer, you, and the sun.
Rainbows are directional races. Bam.
So it has to do with the elevation of the water vapor and the angle between the sunlight and the viewer.
Yeah.
You have all these things to take into account. All of that's going to matter. And what you said about not seeing rainbows to the west, I live in the West Coast, and I almost always see them to the east, just like you mentioned.
Ooh.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Same here.
Spooky.
And right quick, just to bring in this whole thing about what Jedi just said about the rainbows appearing more squat south of the equator, let's say. The interesting thing too, I always go to is the ceiling height, flight ceiling height limit above New Zealand is lower. Apparently, it's something like 18,000 feet or something like that. But again, that presents the idea, the observation of like a dome above us, shalom from under the dome, if you will, and it being a little more squat. And this also fits with the light observation when our friends were in the Antarctic, the sun appearing to be more squat, apparently, changing a little bit of shape.
Interesting. I would have thought New Zealand's quite a mountainous area, so I thought I'd have the same ceiling height as every other place on Earth that's got fucking mountains around it. And I know that Antarctica, and Gemsy has brought this up quite recently about Antarctica being, is it 2,000 or 3,000 feet plateau above mean sea level. So would the height restriction apply to aircraft flying over Antarctica, being as it's quite high up?
Wait, that's very interesting.
I don't know. I don't know.
Killian.
Dude, and sorry, let me just right quick, P-Mac, appreciate you, brother. Give me 2 seconds. And Brother Jedi, that's been one of my questions, right? How high were they above sea level? Because at the end of the day, if the lights are going around above in the sky, right, and they're set at their altitude because they are, and again, I'm going to appeal to scripture at this point, the firmament, the dome, again. Now the lights are going round and round about in the firmament. Now, if you gain elevation, because you're attached to ground, I gain elevation and I gain better perspective and I'm able to see further because I've gained the perspective, then there would be the allowance for me to have a longer time of exposure visually to the lights in the sky. Again, gaining altitude or elevation.
That'd be interesting.
Interesting.
Does any aircraft fly at like 36,000 in the south over Australia or New Zealand? That's interesting. I mean, it's like 36, 46 in the north, isn't it?
All right. Yeah. I don't know. Isn't South America closer to the Arctic Circle than New Zealand is?
Based on...
I'd say for sure, but yeah, probably.
Appeal to the movement.
Based on lines of latitude.
That I don't know.
Yeah, South America's closer, according to Lat Long.
Nice. I like that. And what is the most southerly point that we have reported based on the last? Would it be New Zealand?
No, the Chile. Chile.
Jedi brother?
Sorry, what was your question again?
What's the
most southerly point?
Yeah, latitude, I guess, and landmass, I guess, would be that intersects with that or is on that latitude.
And so South America than Antarctica.
Okay, so
way closer.
I don't think I'm answering your question correctly, though.
No. The most southerly reported point would, in fact, be the peninsula, and I realize that as I asked the question, I may have... I definitely erred in my even asking the question, because we know the answer to that. I apologize.
Okay. Cool. I was confused.
Yep. A stupid question will definitely do that.
I would suggest there's no stupid questions in relationship to this topic. It's just those doggone unknowns. That's the problem. As the bard would say, that's where lies the rub.
I was looking at this, what was it, moon map that you dropped earlier, Kel? Yes, I'm still trying to decipher it, dude. Still trying
It's all good. I'll send you the video when I do the breakdown on my channel.
I'll tell you what, if you could, that'd be awesome, man.
Yeah, for sure. But and see, here's the thing. I want to put forward the observation. Anybody know of the Neumayer weather station in the quote unquote Antarctica?
I think I might have heard of it, but I know what you're kind of talking about.
Yeah, so the location of this thing, they say it's in quote-unquote Antarctica, which is the most southerly region. Now, from when you actually go and plot it on the moon map, which is interesting because, well, that's what I'm into, it literally just puts you in the middle of a frozen tundra. Like, there's nothing around you except frozen tundra. So to be, close to the most southerly point from a latitude reported point, I was wondering, based on the moon map claim, the most southerly region closest to the quote-unquote edge would be New Zealand. And this is where I was wondering from a latitude reported standpoint, if New Zealand on a latitude number reported further away than where our friends maybe went to in Antarctica.
I hear what you're saying, and you've kind of got my attention because you spoke about close to where New Zealand is, which is close to where the international dateline is, right? Now, I think something around the international dateline, especially south of the international dateline, is not what it appears to be. I think there's a lot more water on the Earth than we're told anyway. But I think that's kind of, you said about being close to the edge. Yeah, it's potentially that you could be close to an edge at this point, I think, because this is where the international dateline is, and I'm not too happy about what that might be hiding. Don't trust the international dateline is what I'm trying to say. And New Zealand's close to it.
Thanks for sharing this, brother. I appreciate
it. It's fine, man. It's hard when we start talking about edges. Right, I'm still trying to get the Antarctica idea of an edge out of my head when I try and conceptualize the Earth. So I just replace that with lots of water. But this water at a point has to be met with some kind of boundary. I don't know whether that's the limitation that also limits the sky, so the dome, as some people like to suggest, or whether there's more land that could potentially be an ice ring around the Earth. Why I say ice, I don't know. Maybe because it's cold and not within the circle of the sun, or more lands and more continents, or whatever. I don't know. But when we start talking about an edge, I'm trying to really wrap my head around what that actually means now, because I don't think it's an Antarctic circle. I don't think I've thought that for a long time. But it's possible to be closer to a quote-unquote edge from one location on the Earth than another.
Yeah, and again, I even entertaining the idea of an edge, because we always get asked about that. Oh, we're a floating pizza disc in space. No, bro, we're just trying to figure out the things that we see and what they could potentially be. So I'm asking for the numbers, the actual latitude number reported for New Zealand. All right, so oh my gosh, reported for Australia. Just off the coast, even into the Bass Strait, right? That reported region would be good too, because the Bass Strait, just that area in between, I believe it's Tasmania and the southeasterly coast of Australia, would be great to report on as well. But to get those numbers and compare them to other areas would be great.
Factor? Are you factoring something in the factory?
That sounded like a table saw.
His name was Factor something.
Very loud, very loud.
Factor was in the factory factoring something.
Yep.
Then he dropped out.
Probably like at work and got a phone call or something like that. That happens to me all the time and I have to drop.
Sure.
You guys were I think it was Demo talking about the pyramid or something, the light. I posted something for you guys. Go ahead.
What up, gents?
Hey.
Veritas.
Good evening, Brother Alpha. Mickey! What's up,
What up,
brother?
homies?
What's cooking?
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. I was making some nice cookie recipe, like a healthy cookie recipe. My game just stepped up today. I was proud of myself.
Right on. Sounds great. Nothing like homemade cookies.
Well done.
Yeah, man. Can't believe it. It came out better than I expected, so I think the recipe, they're basically like oatmeal raisin, but with pecans, and yeah, all natural ingredients.
So, now that you've had time to eat and you filled your belly, are you going to diet and are you going to dessert on Globe Earthers now? Is that why you're here?
Yeah, I would feast on their bones, but I'm on my way to work, so whoever's in here right now would probably have to do.
You made a healthy cookie with pecans?
Hell yeah, dude. We got raisins, pecans. Yeah, I am. Oh, you made it funny. I like it. Yeah, that's fine. So what's the latest arguments coming out of the globe? The globe cave.
Well, Elon just landed on Mars. Oh, sorry. No, that's 10 years from now. Sorry.
Nothing really, mate. I can't remember the last time a Glober came in and started saying shit. It's been relatively calm or speculative today.
Mainly speculative, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't want to. They were having confusion yesterday, trying to figure out whether calculations were measurements, and then of course they don't want to concede the fact that they're not measuring anything; that they're just calculating. I think that's the big problem for them.
Yeah.
Every time we get to the part where we're differentiating between calculation and measurements, they don't want to say they don't measure the surface of the Earth curving. So that's a big problem for them.
Yeah, and that reminds me of a conversation I had with somebody a few hours ago with regards to the difference between measurements and calculations and how he was only offering me calculations based on assumptions when I just wanted the measurements. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, isn't that strange? I think that's been the conversation lately. Calculations and measurements. From what I've been hearing. I think they've been confused about this because they really want to make calculations seem like they're evidence of measuring something. So
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, like they'll even get right up to the point where they actually admit that their calculations come from a measurement. But then when we ask them to follow that logic all the way through to the actual measurement, they drop the ball completely. They can't tell us.
yeah, I like that pun. So when
That's a good pun.
whenever, like Big Tech was in here yesterday, right? And he was doing a marathon because he was here like all freaking day. So he was in here trying to substantiate the fact that one of his surveyor buddies was going to come in here, and I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but he was trying to get into Discord, and he was having trouble because you know how boomers have trouble with tech. So he was having difficulties trying to get in here, and he was going to give us what's what on like how the surface of the Earth is measured as a surveyor to be curving. And I told him, I was like, there's no surveyor that's worth their salt and doing their profession that will say that they measure the surface curving. Nobody takes the curvature into account whenever they're surveying the land. What they do is they're measuring a planar, rise over run surveying with the land showing that the horizontal plane of reference is what they're going to be utilizing to distinctly understand elevation. So elevation change is only understood from a horizontal plane. So let's say from mean sea level, right, and angles to Polaris, like they're going to be able to establish what a horizontal plane is. They can't do that if they're trying to figure out that the Earth is curving, because they have to establish that in the first instance. So he said his surveyor buddy was going to come in here and say, are you telling me that surveyors never account for the curve? I'm like, no. Not in the fact that they're saying that they're utilizing the raw data from the field, that they're collecting information that substantiates that they are accounting for curvature. Geodetic surveying is done after the fact. Or whether the device has it baked into its calculations while they're using the device, that's something separate. What we're talking about is definitely not measuring curvature or taking it into account whilst gathering or collecting the data for the planar surveying. So planar surveying, you could take this to the bank, because every surveyor will say this. They don't have to be a flat earther. They can just tell you how it's done, right? Just the practical means of using surveying. And so when you talk to any surveyor, they're going to be like, yeah, of course, short distances, we don't take the curvature of the Earth into account because it's minuscule. It doesn't need to be taken into account. They will tell you this even if they're not flat Earth. So they can say this outright. But if somebody says that they take curvature into account, that's a problem, because that's not true, and anybody that says that is a liar. So that's why I like to call surveyors out when they say, we take the curvature into account. No, you don't. You might think so when you're using devices that have it baked in, but you don't do it practically. It's not used that way. You don't ever, no professional ever does it. So, I don't know, have you guys run into this conversation? Because Big Tech was saying this is how his buddy was telling him how it's done. I'm like, no, he's probably telling you that he's got a measurement, or excuse me, a calculation that's how he utilizes, for genetic surveying, does it that way. Nobody's denying that. But calculations are not measurements, and that's why we got into the calculations, measurements, topic. So, I don't know, what do you guys think? Because this is an issue, right? And usually when it comes up, it doesn't get addressed that the people that are saying surveyors measure the surface of the Earth curving, they never have the distinct comparison between planar surveying and geodetic surveying. You get what I'm saying? That needs to be split in two. We need to know what the two mean.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to walk them step by step right up to the point where they start using the WGS 84 model. Right then and there, that's where they're deviating from the planar survey.
That would be right after they've measured the Earth to be.
Yep.
Then they compare it to their model and adjust for that model because it's the longitude and latitude coordinate system. Invoking the celestial sphere as a terrestrial sphere. Yep.
Yeah, I wish the conversation, usually when somebody comes in here and, is 10 toes down and really just on the point that they think that that's what's happening, I think they've never spoke to one of those land surveyors. Never ever told them, actually, because the weasels that are in this chat, what's his name over there in Jim Pandas, that he's a surveyor for 30 years. Like, he doesn't want to admit that for short distances, that's not what's being done. So he's not going to tell you the truth. He's going to obfuscate and make it sound like geodetic surveying is the real way that the Earth, the surface of the Earth is being measured as a globe. Measured. So they're twisting the method to make it sound like it's being done. You get what I'm saying? So there's a sleight of hand that's happening. If we don't ever stop them and catch them in the act, then they're just going to continue to proceed to say that they do, surveyors are measuring curvature of the Earth. And so when we say that surveyors are surveying the Earth as a horizontal reference plane, that means that essentially they're measuring the Earth as flat. Because there's no other way to get elevation change if you don't have a horizontal baseline. That's how you get elevation under or over that baseline. That's what mean sea level is. Otherwise, you would never be able to establish that, and people will not be able to say, hey, that that mountain is, this many thousands of feet up, above sea level. You can never say that if you don't establish that horizontal plane. So, hopefully that's the conversation we need to, I'm telling you, man, these guys are such weasels when it comes to these chats. They don't admit calculations are not measurements. They don't admit that. And so it takes us to kind of break their will in order for them to realize this is not what's happening. So a little bit of ego death happens and so on and so forth, and ballers' hairs turn on fire and, whatever. But, I mean, these are the facts, man. Like, this is what's practically being done. So you can feast on their bones with that information, because people are measuring the surface of the Earth as flat every day. Every day. When they say, oh, who's measured the Earth as flat? Everybody that works in the surveying profession. Everybody that you can think of. Name one. Call them out. You know what? Find them and call them. Ask them how the method is done. When they're... Yeah.
I was saying this to somebody the other day. Exactly that question. Who's measured the Earth to be flat? And I told him, everybody measures the Earth to be flat. What the fuck are you talking about? No one measures Earth curvature. We all do. You're spot on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think more of this needs to be brought into people's minds because of the fact that we're not really... We've been debunking globe just based on the basis that it doesn't exist. But now affirming the positive claim, which of course is easy to do because it's practically being done everywhere, we can affirm and we can disprove. Like, we have both on our, on our utility belt. We can just, whatever we want. You want to disprove globe? Easy. You want to prove flat Earth? Simple, right? So, yeah.
We got to a stage where we can play with our food however we want to do it.
I know. I think that's the best part, man. And now sitting back and just watching the spiral, I think is the most... I love, like, when I'm listening to you or to Indio or somebody else take the point, and you just smashing these globers into like a million pieces. Like, it's so much, like, it's relaxing. I think I just enjoy the fact that people cannot escape the fact that truth is self-evident. All we have to do is just tell them about it. Like, dude, you're arguing with what is being done as practical. Like, if it was done practically that the Earth was a globe and we're measuring curvature, that would be the case, and then we would be arguing against the truth. But the fact is, you guys who believe the Earth is curving and is not being measured, and we tell you about it, that's the truth. You're just upset, dude. You guys are in your feelings about it. You think that a lot of coping is going to help? Being in this channel, listening to how we talk about it is going to help because you're going to find some gimmick or some way to thwart the efforts of people telling you this? It's not going to work. It'll never work. The only thing you can do is probably confuse a few minds that are talking about flat Earth. If you're really good at it, you can, like, There's some smooth talkers out there. They can get confused and be like, "Oh, wait a minute, he's got a point. How do we get out of this?" All you got to do is stick to the basics. Know what's being done in practicality, and just disprove globe and affirm flat. So easy. I guess I say that because I've been doing this for a while, Jedi. So.
No, I hear what you say when you say easy. I've noticed our conversations have gotten easier, as in the way that we disseminate the argument or put our points across. It's become easier, so much so that whilst you were talking, I was remembering I was on here over some point over the last couple of days for maybe 2-3 hours, and I spoke to I think it was 3 people in a row. And each conversation lasted about, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. All 3 of them rage quit. All 3 of them fucked off. All 3 of them got annoyed with me because I wouldn't let the point go, or whichever point it was, because it becomes so easy. And now they're just fucking off. I don't know whether it's experience. I don't know. I think it's to do with experience. And I'm speaking on all of our behalf, right? To do with experience, the things that we've... the knowledge that we've gained, the way that the arguments have changed, the specificness of the arguments, focusing on what we know, the empirical part of it, and the measurements and so on. It's become a lot easier to do so. Flat Earth was easy in the first instance, but that was taking apart the globe. Flat Earth is easier now because we understand that you can't get away from the fact that's how it's measured.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride, man. But I do understand that there's those globers that come over and over again. They're trying to figure out a way around what we're saying, and it seems like they can't figure it out. No, because I think what with me anyway is that I'm unpredictable. I'm very unpredictable. They don't know what to expect, like what argument I'm going to say or how I'm going to present it or what I'm going to. So because of that, they're in the dark. They're thinking that if they come at this with a gimmick, they're going to win. But I undo their gimmicks easily because I come at it from more of a psychological aspect. So I know where they're coming from and why they're saying what they're saying, and their little jabs at color commentary about the poisoning the well. They do antics, dude. They try to poison the well. They try to make it sound like globe Earth is the dominating idea and such. But when it comes right down to it, and you strip it to its bare bones, there's nothing that they can do to provide evidence that is the case. It's always an assumption. It's always affirming the consequent. It's a pragmatic fallacy. I think an argument from pragmatism, I think, is what I've been hearing most of all. Because they're like, well, we do it this way and it works. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. I'm like, dude, I think Big Tech was even saying that. He was here yesterday was saying that, we measure the Earth as, he's, I guess, referencing his friend or whatever, measure the surface of the Earth, or no, civil engineering, I think is what he said. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. He said civil engineering provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. And because they do that, and their calculations, even though their assumptions are done in such a way that they're doing it to where they're getting distances correctly, that means that the Earth is a globe. So because they are assuming that the Earth's calculations are such, it doesn't matter how they got it. Only matters that they use it and it works. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's what his argument was. It's an argument from pragmatic. It's a fallacy, but it's from pragmatism. So he was saying that because engineering, they utilize the assumption that the Earth is a globe, and the numbers, the calculations, figure out from distances that that's correct. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's just like kind of like a sleight of hand, if you will, like, because you don't realize that they're not providing any evidence. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sleight of hand and appeal to a pragmatism because it works. It's insert something that works. Insert globe model quickly.
You don't get ruffled though, Jedi. You keep your feathers together. You know what I mean? You don't get drawn into You're always the same kind of steady kind of hand. I noticed. Anyway.
I think the same with most of us. We can't be surprised with these things that these people say over and over again for 7-8 years or however long we've heard these arguments. Alf was explaining the other day when he was speaking to somebody about being at the other end of his argument, waiting for him to get there, because he knows where it's going. We pretty much always know where the majority of these conversations are going. There's no real need to get frustrated, apart from hearing the same thing over and over again. It only comes down to the individual, whether I show my frustration or not. I know it's out there as well. It's the same for all of us. We're only frustrated with people that make us frustrated, right?
I'm frustrated with liars, dude. Like professionals that come in here. Like Rap Scuttle, I see Rap Scuttle frustrates me because I don't know if he's a professional or not, but I think he does some educating on some level or capacity. Some people like, what's his name? Duncan Darth. He does a bit of, utilizing the Seattleites and such at his job. But I think he's more or less in between amateur and professional, somewhere in between there. But because he's doing something with the device that already has the baked-in calculation, he thinks he's measuring the curvature of the Earth whilst he's using his theodolite. Yeah. And I was trying to tell him that that's not the case, but he's still like, he's lying, dude. He's like, well, we're measuring it, man. How do you think that I'm using my, like, and I was like, and that frustrates me because I'm like, dude, you don't realize that surveying never takes into account that. That calculation is either baked into your device or it's added in after the fact. It always is. It's never collected that way.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It can be something as simple as the map that you're using. The projection map, that's where the curvature is because it's a projection of the globe. And that map that you're using for celestial navigation, practically you can use it because we understand how the model was made. But just because you can practically use it doesn't mean that it is what the model says. That's a reification before.
How much curve is in the Seattle?
100%. Hey, I gotta get to work, but I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, see you in a bit, man. Take care.
Enjoy your healthy cookies.
I always gotta get told the Earth's too big. Like today, I was talking to a gentleman at my work. I talked to him before. I guess one of his other buddies is a flat earther. I said, well, you should look me up. My name is Democ. I haven't done much, but a lot of Globers put my stuff out. If I show them something, then they put it on, whatever they try to do to it. So he's like, yeah. So he typed in my name. And I guess he said that, but before that, we were going over the too far, too close, too big thing. Like, Earth too big. I said, well, if it's too big, how's the boat going over the horizon, like right out there? And he's like, well, that's really close. I was like, yeah, that's my point. So if the curve's right there, then how's it too big to see the curve, brother? And I'm like, I was like, there's no point you'll ever see no dirt and water in front of you. So like, what's that, never ending Earth? But anyway, he said he watched my video and he laughed so hard. He never laughed. Like he said, he laughed hard. Like he just thought it was funny. Do you think that's a good thing or what?
It's good.
He didn't say it was stupid or anything. He said it was the funniest shit he's ever heard in his life.
Fun is good. We use humor to get to people. Well,
good deal.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Depends on what he Depends on what he means by funny, air quotes.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Sonny. He thought it was funny, peculiar.
When he when I saw him today, he said, how's it going on this lovely flat Earth? I said, it's going all right. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I got to him.
He's on the right track.
Yeah. Well, I explained shit to him up close and personal with my hands, with stuff, with things, with objects, with curves, and I could explain it to him in person. And he's like, well, shit, I never even thought about that. I was like, yeah, that's the point.
You talk with your hands too.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, if you're close to me, I can draw stuff. I can show you stuff. I can point to a ball versus a horizontal plane of a table. That's a 20-foot steel table. I can point to that and say, look, horizontal. Then I can go point to the drain and say rounded, because water's going down there to it. I mean, you know.
Where's fucking window settings? There it is.
What happened in your window?
No.
Too much innuendo in here.
What's up, Phantom? Did you lick a window?
He was licking the window?
I think he said he was licking windows.
9 out of 10 dentists prefer licking windows. I don't know why they do it. They don't tell you to do it. They prefer doing it. I don't know what the deal is.
I guess it's better than curtain licking.
Son of a... Who knew that was a choice? No, I knew that was a choice. There's pillow biting. Yeah, there's pillow biting, curtain licking.
Or boot
sucking.
Carpet licking.
Carpet licking. Boot sucking. Brown nosing.
You know, flat Earth is a conspiracy by Jews to get the white man to
Conspiracy
believe
of
the
what?
dumbest shit imaginable.
A conspiracy of what? Understanding that you guys
so
don't know
what they're
shit.
trying to do, look, basically this is how it goes, right? There's a lot of like white males who are disenfranchised.
Tell us
in
about the
society.
mail.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is how it goes, right? There's a bunch of white males in the United States specifically that are
Bunch of white
disenfranchised.
males?
Yeah, white males. Yeah.
Are they being blackmailed?
They're being, well, in a way, they're being mentally blackmailed into believing in something that basically makes them look like fucking retards.
Like
and
a globe?
they get so invested in this dumb fucking
ball?
idea.
Dude, you're
like what?
describing the globe perfectly. Keep going, brother.
Describing the globe.
Yeah,
Really?
the globe religion. You're describing it perfect. Keep going. You're doing great.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Is like when you invest yourself in something that is just so trivially
Like a globe
disproven.
religion.
No, it is kind of like blackmail. Like consider what
Yeah,
happens.
you blackmailed people
Like
to believe
you know all
into
the
a
stuff
globe.
about Epstein, right? Like Epstein would get a bunch of rich and powerful people, including politicians, to
No,
fuck
you just
children
get a
and they'd
couple
film
book
it,
companies and start a school
and then
for
he controls
kindergartners.
those people, right? And he was a Mossad agent, right? So like basically,
No, you just
Epstein
show a
would,
bunch of
would get
kindergartners in the
compromise on all
cartoons.
these powerful people.
Yo,
and then,
Adrian, shut
you
the
know,
fuck up and stay on topic of this VC instead.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about flat Earth, right? I'm talking about
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm talking about how flat Earth is a psyop.
No, you're not.
Where's your proof of this psyop?
Psyop for what?
Being bullshit. That's what you're doing, man.
If it's measured
You
flat,
know
is
nothing
that
about flat Earth.
conspiracy?
Yeah, it's a psyop that Earth is actually what we're saying. So how is that a psyop again? So we measure it, use it, observe it, and practically use it as flat and stationary. So
If the truth
how
is a
that
psyop, I'm with it.
It sounds like the globe is the psyop. I mean, like, really, think about it. You got this globe out there spinning around in the endless vacuum of space with other globes spinning around it, which cannot be replicated, demonstrated. Nothing about it can be verified. So who's falling for the psyop? Doesn't sound like us. So was that Adrian that was talking? So Adrian apparently has some ideas. It's good to have ideas, but you know, we would prefer the ideas be based in fact. But you know, it's not unusual. It's not unusual for us to hear. That's good. It almost rhymes. It's not unusual for us to hear the delusional
Globe ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all we hear is an idea of a globe. Imagine this. I'm sorry I can't prove nothing. I'm sorry we don't have any evidence. I'm sorry there's no globe physics, but you're on a globe. I'm sorry, it's all horizontal.
That's your
But you're on
fucking
the
point,
globe.
Sonny. What is a psyop?
Yeah, I don't know. A psyop is that a horizontal line has to curve somewhere magically that way, but nobody can get there or see it, even if we all line the fuck up. A psyop.
Yep, no. What he was saying is, we're in the psyop. People just don't realize that it's a psyop. They think it's to talk against a psyop is a psyop. So they're caught in a psyop. It's like a vicious circle.
I mean, that sounds like the best psyop ever that was ever invented. Like, have people like believe something that can't be proven and fight for your cause, so you don't even have to. You have all these blind idiots that can't see past their own nose fight for your psyop cause, the globe Earth.
Yeah,
brilliant.
It's a self-explanatory psyop. Fucking genius.
And then a few years ago, not to be specific, of course, but they basically said, like, well, since they believe this corny psyop of the globe Earth, let's see what else we can make them do. Maybe next we'll have them crawling on their knees and telling them they have to jump up and down and bark like a poodle.
School was a psyop that you were going to learn something smart, that you were going to get taught something. Science is a fucking psyop because it starts with the word psi to begin with.
Yeah, here's a picture of two black holes colliding.
Yeah, that's a psyop. Science is a psyop.
Hey, this is a family show. Let's keep it clean.
Well, when two gases love each other, they get together and they make a sun. In the middle of a psyop vacuum.
Now Denmark was on the right track. He's approaching family humor as we know it today. That was good.
Yes.
Yeah,
but it's weird though. Like, it's a psyop, right? A school book. Everything they taught you in school's a psyop. But then you got some weirdos coming in here, Willie and Nilly and Bob, talking about psyop.
Sorry.
Said a bunch of dudes that couldn't prove a globe.
Do they have speech
weird?
impediments?
They have globe proof impediments.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd like to know, like, okay, what part about flat Earth is the psyop part? I don't get it. Like, I would have liked to have some clarity on that topic, but
Well, even thinking that the Earth is flat, you must be crazy.
Only because the elevation follows it. And there's nothing going that way to space. You got to be crazy, right? Because there's no evidence of any horizontal helium balloons rising. My horizontal is your vertical. Where's it at? Where's that at? I want to cross my balloon with you.
Well, hey, D-Mark, you know that Sonny can play guitar, so we can put that together. If you sing it, he'll play it.
I was thinking of a guitar riff right when you were singing that, and I was like,
It's the flat Earth. It's contagious. Globe psyops. They're outrageous. Here we are now. Entertain us with the globe in our faces. Yeah. It's 9.8 meters squared per second. Who the cares? Oh well, oh well.
Oh well, oh well.
EMC squared. It gets dangerous. It's so massive.
It's contagious.
No resistance.
We're in cages.
Your insistence.
It's outrageous.
That's perfect.
Where is the curve? It's hard to find. Oh well, whatever, never mind. You
It's
won't.
like a
You
prison.
won't, Globe.
You won't, glow. Yeah, after you hear D-Mark sing, you won't fucking anything. I do like a
That
little
was
bit of
awesome,
Havana.
D-Mark.
The horizon's flat. So where's it at? This curvature is so fucking flat.
We've encouraged him now. He's away. We gotta get a whole concert.
That's what I do at work. I just make up songs, dude. And everybody loves them. They sing them with me. And then the dudes that are Globers are like, oh my God, get me out of here. And you got people jumping like, and the earth's flat. Horizontal.
Horizontal isn't a model.
It's the top of every bottle. Yeah.
See, the water's always level, no matter how you tilt the level.
No matter how you tilt the bottle.
Or the glasses.
Well,
Or
that's
your
got humor in it either
bathtub.
way because people like tilting the bottle, right? You know, we're talking about sodas or cups of water, but still, you know.
Not that easy to tilt your bathtub or tilt the pool, swimming pool.
Correct.
You're not going to tilt those too easy. But you know what?
Why the fourth wall in your pool now? Where's the gravity? You're a fool now. Gravity. It's a broken tool. When used properly, it will not work. It doesn't pull your dog back on a leash. It doesn't hold planes down and pull them back. It doesn't hold water in your pool without a wall.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Yeah, why aren't people saying when people's dog gets loose that like your dog is orbiting kind of wide right now? Why isn't the dog orbiting the owner like close by because it's more massive?
Brother, listen to this. All you need to do to be anti-gravity is stack a whole bunch of weight on you. Not just any weight, liquid weight. Or electricity weight, right? So you plug your Tesla in. Now your Tesla's anti-gravity and you can drive. Gravity releases you. Expecto Patronum, release me, gravity. You go fill your tank at the pump. Release me from the gas station, gravity, and then you can drive away for another 300 miles.
Exactly.
And then you take your empty rocket that's like a 2-liter empty balloon shell. Well, not empty. It's got air in there. Don't get me wrong. Sorry. Misspoke. And then you fill it up and replace the air with fuel, liquid water, right? Weighs way more, right? You could add compressed air in there and release the nozzle into like a balloon, but they don't want to do that. That's too fast. They want to go real slow. So what they do is fill it up with fuel. So they negated the whole point of what they were trying to do in the first place. Go somewhere with less resistance. Because energy equals mass. Resistance equals mass. So does the amount of liquid you added to that thing. So all those things are mass squared. Now you're going to add kinetic energy, which is movement, right? Energy in the imparted energy and it's all the above at the same time. So I ask how this thing, when you fucking pile it full of tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of something, and it becomes energy equaling mass, why is it not going straight to the center of Earth? Why is when a pistol shrimp shoots the little pistol thing, if energy equals mass, how come the mass of that's not being held down? How come it doesn't go straight down?
No idea.
You better answer this question right now. I'm just kidding. 2 + 2 = 4. You can't handle the truth. I'll take a little bit of white milk mixed with chocolate. That's not. I don't know. Like, you're on the hot seat. What is containment? Can it be temperature? Can it be the air? Can it be the word resistance? We have it everywhere. Can you contain the containment, brother? And why does cold air go to hot and then back to cold? And that's actually not how it works. The cold air is actually staying kind of cold in the tube. But the tube that you put it in it receives the kinetic energy. And then the air goes in cold and comes out cold. Or the water goes in cold and comes out cold. But the water can actually heat up too. So, isn't that weird? So you can heat the water up by moving it and compressing it. But when the air comes out, it's super cold from compression. It's not heating up. It transfers its kinetic energy into whatever material that's got it. And then where is the most mass? Let's stick on this one right here. Okay, I'll stop. Where's the most mass of an object? It's supposed to be in the center, right? Wrong go, bucko. I have a helium balloon. Where's the most massive part? Pick. Time's wasting.
The top.
The outside skin. The outer shell. The whole thing as a whole. It can be both answers, but it's definitely not the center. It's not the center of that object. Doesn't gravity need that to be the center of the object? What's the most dense part of an air bubble? Every part of itself. It should all be equal, right? The shell to the air bubble in water, in this case, would be the water. So the water is dense, but it's not the air. So just the air in general, well, which part of that air is more dense? Is it the center?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to entertain this any further, Hush. The further something away is from the object, the smaller. Well, it's scale. Okay. If that is your proof of globe, it doesn't work out. It's really fucking tiny. I don't think it matters what you say next. Your proof of globe is a picture that. Do you understand scale? Just extrapolate the scale of that picture. I mean, what's it showing? Let me see. What's it actually fucking showing? What is that? Is that what part of the world is that? And it's a massive bend on top. It's just it doesn't to scale. It's you know. I don't know. You know, I can't go back and forward and fucking text chat. I'll talk to you in real time, eh? So it's just like it's a waste of my fucking time. See, now you're using you're trying to be a sophist here, Hush. You started off by saying things like well, whatever you said, but now science and math and everything. Like, bro, come on now. Don't do that. It's not distance, bro. Okay, so what was a satellite distance? You work out the distance. It's very simple. Look at the picture. Look at the bendiness behind it. Look at what you've. I don't know if it's a bit of fucking Africa or Saudi Arabia or something. It doesn't work out. It's a picture. It's not fucking proof of anything. In fact, it's a proof that the picture is fake. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Israel? That might be Israel. But look at the bendiness behind it. It's very bendy. Because, okay, how does the bendiness not work out? I mean, how do I explain this? Okay. Because of the dip that the Earth is taking behind, let's just, for instance, say it's Israel, right? It's bending. Greece is just there. It's very tiny. If you extrapolate the bend, then you've got a tiny Earth to scale. I don't know how else to fucking explain that to you. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's a big bowl of bendy water against the vacuum. That's exactly what it is. Yep. You're right. Hush. I'm sorry.